Howdy, howdy. This is Blue Otter, and today we're playing Feline Forensics and the Meowseum Mystery. We'd like to thank the devs for providing me with a key. This is another game that is published by DevCats, created by Nobody Crown, and I have played the demo before. We're going to start a new game. We have our cat detective, the detective. Another long day. Street lamps are already on and I haven't been in my office yet. He's tapping his little foot. I should check my computer. I'm sure I have at least a few emails waiting by now. Although, if it's the commissioners volunteering me for more debriefs, I'll have to put my paw down. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna check our email. All right, let's see if this old litter box still works. I just need to log in. And, it won't take my password. Something here has my whiskers twitching. This might turn into a regular investigation. I'll start tracking all my leads on this bulletin board in case I need to reference them again. So on here, we have our bulletin board. We just press left button. We have the unknown password. For some reason, my computer isn't accepting my password. Did I just forget what it was? If I changed it, I certainly would have written it down on a note and put it in my desk. So let's check the desk. Let's see. What should I look at? Well, let's look at the desk. It's possible I just wrote the password down and threw it in my desk drawer. Okay, not in the top drawer. Surely it'll be in the bottom drawer. Aha, this must be it. Wait, no, this is just a standard department business card. Following procedure requires I enter it into evidence, but unfortunately, this might be more serious than it seems. All right, so we have an update here. Unfortunately, there wasn't any password reminder on my desk. Could this be more serious? All I found in my desk was an old business card, and I'm not sure how helpful that's going to be. I guess I could give it a second glance. So anything that's highlighted in red, it does kind of give you a little hint. So especially if you need some of those little hints, that's where you get those. So here we're going to go look. We have a business card. A business card I found in my drawer, in the drawers of my office desk. It's a business card printed on quality paper, although age has weathered the once white sheen to yellow. On the card, depicted in black ink, is the department logo and a general information such as the office address and phone number. So we can look at this. We're on 9 South Vita Street. Office is meow and fax goes per. I guess that checks out. No email though. And then you turn around. And then we're going to look for specifically those rings that go around the magnifying lens. And then we're looking for an eye. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. Why didn't I think to flip over the business card sooner? The extension written here belongs to the department manager. Luckily, I would classify this as an emergency. I should give them a call immediately and let them know what's going on. So if we come over here, you can see that this is updated extension 1024. You could also see over here that the information has been updated on here. I am probably not going to read every single update just because it's a lot of tracking of what little things have been read and changed. And sometimes it's just adding a sentence or two, but feel free to pause the video at any time and read those. I will read them if I think that it's relevant or a major update. Let's see. What should I take a look at? We're going to look at the phone. Now that I have the department manager's extension, I can give them a call about my computer. Good evening, detective. I hope this is important because I'm in the middle of dinner with my family. Apologies, but we might have a security issue. My computer's password has inexplicably changed. I hate to break this news to you, detective, but the inexplicable is, in fact, quite explicable. If I do recall, this is the second time this week you've interrupted my wife's delicious home-cooked meal. I'm sorry. From what I could gather, you were on another milk-fueled bender. Through slurred speech, you told me you changed your own password. And this is the part where I'm so embarrassed you tell me the password, correct? I would consider, but you also informed me that you hid it somewhere. Somewhere that only a detective of your caliber would be able to find. So get on with it and ensure that not a single report on this matter is out of place tomorrow. And let me reiterate, while you're in the right mind, do not call me again unless it is a real emergency. Click. I think if I just forgot my password, this wouldn't be as humiliating. Either way, not my proudest moment, but I can make up for that even if I am technically this crime's primary suspect. Retracing my steps, following the proper timeline, and correcting any inconsistencies in the case notes will be paramount. Okay, so we do have some new leads here. I should double check my notes and make sure everything is up to date with this new information. So according to the department manager, I changed my own computer password and hid it somewhere in my office. Apparently, I'm creating my own mysteries now. So if we come over here, we have kind of a little dossier. So we have the feline forensics, we have the identification, little picture. The issue, without the current password, he can't unlock the computer in his office or check his email. So we have notes. The detective left his office late last night, and at some point after, the department network was hacked. And then we have at the end, the next day, the detective attempted to log into the office computer, but found that the password had been changed. Okay, so this one, with the pause circled in red, signifies that this is incorrect. So we're going to click on this, and we have a testimony, so you can do evidence, which all we have is a business card. So if we click on that, it'll say, no, I don't think that's right. I should probably look for a second opinion on the department's security measures. Have I talked to anyone that mentioned this before? So it'll say something to that effect. So if we go back here, we're going to come back. Testimony, we have the department manager. Ah, I see. That makes sense. The department manager did confirm that nothing was hacked. Embarrassingly, just a bit too much indulgence on my part. That being said, I've only got a rough outline from here, and they won't settle for anything less than perfection. It's time to thoroughly investigate the rest of my office and use my journal to fill in every blank necessary. So here, you've learned almost everything you need to fill in the detective's shoes. So let's put those sleuthing skills to the test. So did you know you can rotate the camera? Or if you need to run quicker, use the zoomies button. So yeah, if you want to use the zoomies, just hold the right trigger and you can run. It's a little bit faster. I wouldn't say it's like super fast, but it does work. You can also... One of my favorite things about this game is the fact that you can break the fourth wall. And so you can see all four walls. You are not just limited to the initial perspective. But towards the end, we can come over here. Is there something here to investigate? So we have these. We're going to check the bookshelf. This shelf is absolutely packed with different tomes, journals, studies, and the occasional novelization. If I hid some sort of clue in one of these books, it would take me far longer to find it than it's worth. I wouldn't put it past myself, but I don't have anything to go on yet. Honestly, it's one bookshelf. It's not that big of a deal. Even if it's not organized very well, it's one bookshelf. I have 13 bookshelves. It is a monster to try to find one particular book. That's why my bookshelves are organized. Is there something over here to investigate? So bookshelf is now grayed out, so that's saying that there's nothing new there. So we'll go to the filing cabinets. They're usually just for keeping contracts, reference documents, and various policy paperwork. I can't imagine I would have slid a note with a password in it into this mess of a drawer. Even under a strong influence of dairy, I wouldn't have done something so reckless. Okay, but we still had a third option. Is there something over here to investigate? We can find the trash can. When you need to dig up the truth, you gotta act like an alley cat. Empty milk carton. Comically clean fish bones. Used yarn ball. None of this looks very helpful. Wait a minute. There's a crumpled receipt and it looks like I've redacted most of it. Nothing about the actual purchase remains and only the store's address is left visible. Where could this lead me? So again, we're going to come over here. We can see left visible on the address. Where can I cross-reference this? I looked over the bookshelf, but I need to narrow my search. Okay, and we have X. So we've actually added more things to here. But one of the things I did remember seeing is we do have a map over here. So let's go right here. It's my old map of historical Philadelphia. I don't remember all the thumbtacks in it. They're each holding a thin shred of paper to various addresses in the city, but no one seems more important than another. That crumpled receipt did have an address on it, though. What was it again? So, South Vita Street, I believe that's ours. Let's look at that. Wait, no, that's our office address. I should double check my notes again. I'm just curious what the other ones are. What is 1804 Callow Hill Street? This address does sound familiar. Isn't it Salem's Cafe? While their food is especially delicious, I have a feeling this isn't correct. If this doesn't take too much longer, I wouldn't mind making a stop on my way home, though. Okay. Now we're going to pick the real one. Sometimes you do have to click through them because it just repeats the same thing. I don't recall what's around here, but the slip of paper does have a phone number written on it. Looks like it's time to make another call. So we're going to go back to our phone. Let's see. What should I look at? Okay, well, we have the computer. Nothing's changed. My computer is still locked. I probably shouldn't try the password again until I'm sure I know what it is. Yeah. Yeah, that checks. All right, we're going to check the phone. Let's give the number I found on the map a call. Hopefully they're still open and they can make sense of this receipt. Good evening, Bookgator on second. What can I do for you? Of course, the local bookstore. How could I forget? You forgot your password, dude. Sir, did you need help with something? Hello, yes, sorry. I do, actually. This might be an odd question, but I have a receipt, and I'm not sure what it was that I purchased. Heh, I've been expecting your call, detective. Of course you were. Care to explain why? You stumbled in disgruntled after an argument with this devious plan. I didn't ask questions, but you were warned this call was likely. Oh dear. Now, about that book. Please tell me it's not something terribly inappropriate. Huh. Not quite, no. The book's title is On the Historical Development of Cat Burglary. Okay, thank you. That'll be all. Sure you don't need anything else, detective? No, really, it's okay. Thank you. Click. As if I weren't embarrassed enough as it is. Okay, so we need to go back and visit the bookshelf. Since we know the book title, is there something over here to investigate? Bookshelf, this book is absolutely packed with different tomes, blah, blah, blah. The clerk said the book in question had something to do with cat burglary. So where is it? Dignity and Domestication by the Great Dane Austen, Les Meowseum by Vermin Hugo, Call of the Wild by Jack London. Okay, more novels than I thought, but hey, these are the classics. Oh, here's the one I'm looking for. The question now is, why would I have purchased this book specifically? All right, so we're gonna look at this. Just kind of found the book I apparently purchased. Even the store clerk seemed to be hiding something about it. So mystery to solve. X, we've just added more. And here we have, here is the receipt. We can even see the little note on it. And you can see down at the bottom where you have inspection performed, where sometimes it's interactive, such as where you're rotating stuff, and sometimes it's not. You just click on it and that's where you find out stuff. So here is the title of On the Historical Development of Cat Burglary. It's a dissertation I apparently purchased from the local bookstore and then stashed within the various other tomes of my office bookshelf. Subject matter seems fairly heavy. Deriving any clues from it may be a challenge. Was that why I chose it in this strange pursuit to out-detective myself? So a study of the impact of decline as an early cultural normality and the societal repercussions thereof and henceforth. So a little cat tail. And you can also rotate. But there is this little thing, don't open. We're looking for that eye. There we go. And we found, great job, detective. We found a key. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. I bought a hollow trick book. No wonder the bookstore clerk was holding back a laugh. With my cabinet key hidden inside, no less. I think we're nearing the end of this case. Good thing the trains will still be running for a little longer. Okay, so we come over. Oh, I think that's the map. I come right here. Let's see what we can find over here. So we have the cat tower and the filing cabinet. Well, let's look at the cat tower first. One might ask themselves, why would any self-respecting feline investigator keep one of these demeaning furniture pieces in their professional office? It was a gift from some old coworkers who thought they were being exceptionally humorous. Also, it keeps my claws properly managed, and sometimes it helps me think. So that may look like it's not really relevant, but I'll show you in a little bit why that was. We're gonna come back here. Now we do need to see the filing cabinet. Oh, this filing cabinet is locked. Let's hope the key I found is the right match. So keep in mind, you see that the word locked is in green. That means we have collected that word. We'll come back to that in a moment. It is fantastic. Now let's get it opened up and see what we find. There's a note right on top. A great change of pace. Or maybe I was just getting lazy. There doesn't seem to be any cipher or code either. This looks just like a normal password. I should try it and then make sure all my notes are in order. I wouldn't want to attract any more ire from the department manager than I already have. So if we look in here, we can see the hideaway key, further obscuring my paper trail, redacted the receipt, and you can just see that it's got more, it's just got little notes and odds and ends here. X, we could see, oh, here we are. We have, after returning to the office, the detective changed his computer login information before it was lost to the memory of a lactose stupor. Well, from evidence, we can see that there is a password reminder. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Of course, the reason for this entire mystery locked up tight in a lone filing cabinet. Luckily, I haven't forgotten about it twice, at least not yet. And we can also go here to this, and you can also access the key. So we have the business card, the receipt, the burglary book, the cabinet key, and the password reminder. Okay, we can access the word. Let's see. What should I look at? We're going to look at the computer. I've got the password, supposedly. Now for the moment of truth. Is it possible this has been a red herring all along? Oh, it worked. I'm logged in, and I have exactly 0 emails that require my attention. It's a relief, of course, but that department manager will have my fur if I don't get the rest of these case notes in order before I go home. So one thing I do like is that the password also matches what is on the text right there. It is 7HEC4TS meow. All right, now if you look in the lower right, you can see that by Y is circled. That means I've collected all the word clues that I need to solve this puzzle. The official investigator's journal as provided by the Feline Forensics Private Detective Agency. Example is you're going to see different words and they're going to be underlined. Once you complete each section, you're going to complete each. Okay. Official investigator's journal as provided by the Feline Forensics Private Detective Agency. You can see in here, there are 3 different colors. So once you finish a section, if it is underlined in green, everything is good. If it is highlighted in yellow, you have 1 or 2 things that are wrong. If you have everything is underlined in red, you messed up, it's a hot mess, and you just need to go fix it. So a couple things to note. So this is unbeknownst to you're going to click to highlight to the detective. Since I've already got this copied, the detective changed so you have persons, locations, objects, and actions. Changed it is an object. I do have these as hints turned on. You can turn these off. So change the password to his computer and hid it inside the cabinet. So I've got at least 1 incorrect. So puzzle solving assistance can be enabled in the options and doesn't affect any achievements. So you can go through, and if you want to go through, you can figure out what all of these are, or you can just go in and these should, you might have to exit. Okay, so we're going to clear this out. I'm going to double check. And locked it in his cabinet. So you can go through one by one. You can check those. As long as you've got all the words, you can go through and do that. Or if you would like to spend the time and dedicate, you can there's a number of different accessibility options for this game, which is really great. It does not affect Steam achievements. In fact, you can go through and you can click them all one by one. So unbeknownst to the detective changed the password to his computer and locked it inside a cabinet. Furthermore, he hid the key to the cabinet inside the book that the detective recently purchased. Furthermore, he hid the key to the cabinet inside a book that the detective recently purchased. Aha! I knew I was onto something. While a fantastic treat, a night out at the milk bar might cause me more trouble than it's worth. Oh, why is that phone ringing? Could it be the manager already? I don't think the manager is going to call you because the manager is enjoying his dinner with his family. Always his wife and little kittens. But we are going to go ahead and answer the phone. Let's see. What should I take a look at? The ringing phone. Hello, Feline Forensics Private Detective? I'm glad to hear you're burning the midnight oil. Commissioner? To what do I owe the pleasure? Business, not pleasure. There's been an incident. Private property. They asked for you. I'm sitting in a cruiser. The officer will fill you in on the way. The case seems pretty involved, but it's still within my jurisdiction. You will go by the book, Detective. I'm sure you're aware that if you don't, your license will be on the line. Again. That seems like that's been an ongoing threat, like threatening my license, but not following through. Yeah, click. What a ray of sunshine the commissioner is these days. It's gonna be an even later night than I thought. Good thing cats have those 3 a.m. zoomies to get the energy through the day. All right, we're just gonna go pick up our hat here and head on out. Evening, officer. What are we looking at this time? Oh, detective, no need to be so formal. Although, we are headed to a pretty fancy museum, so maybe I spoke too soon. Honk. The one on the east side of town? What happened? Sounds like an attempted heist gone sideways. Nobody's been able to flee the scene, but an important exhibit has gone missing. Not sure if it's one of the thieves, another visitor, or a staff member, but they said somebody might have been shot in the process. Oh dear, let's hope they have been kept under control since. They made it seem like the scenario was contained, but you'll have to make that call yourself. I don't know much more than that, but we'll be there soon. And here we are. Told you it wouldn't take too long. Always a pleasure. Wish me luck. I have a feeling this is going to be a long night. Good luck, detective. Make sure everything will go just... Good luck, detective. I'm sure everything will go just fine. And I know you like to work alone, but if you need some help from the department, just give us a call on that payphone over there. We'll see if that's necessary. For now, it's time to get to work. All right, so we have meeting our suspects. I've arrived at the museum where this supposed murder turned heist took place earlier tonight. I should get inside and start investigating. So we have that motive. So we've got several different people that we're going to be finding stuff out on. We've got 12 clues. And we have, looks like 6 chapters. So earlier tonight, the person action in the locale with the person who surprisingly had a object. They action in the locale and eventually the person action from the locale. Amidst the chaos, someone actioned the object from the locale, led by the person. The locale staff also included the loyal person and the knowledgeable person. Suspects and witnesses included the eccentric person, the bitter person, as well as the distinguished person. They also included the anxious person, the jolly person, and the reserved person. But I am going to hold off on doing that until I have found all the words, just so I'm not spending like 20 minutes trying to sort out when I only have like half of the words anyway. It's a sign for the museum with its namesake, Kreinberg, the official logo illuminated by a few small spotlights. No one would have suspected a heist turned murder. Well, I guess it could be a murder turned heist. So that's true. It could be that, like, it was a murder and then a heist, like a crime of opportunity, or it could be a heist that then you have some conflict and your partner got attacked. So we'll find out. These are the kind of questions I'll need to answer with my expert feline sleuthing skill. So I like this game because you are encouraged to literally click on everything. The plaque reads, "Honk, the Herald Angel" by an unknown artist. A wonderful and timeless depiction of Mother Goose's agents of peace. That said, the biblically accurate sculptures are more compelling. Okay, so I am kind of gonna wander around somewhat. I'm just trying to find everything. I don't know. There might be like some of the bushes. And we're just going to, we're gonna go in. Ah, detective. Thank goodness you finally arrived. I'm the curator of this museum and the one that called the police. Thank you for coming on such short notice. For crime, there's no such thing as short notice, and a detective must always be prepared to put a stop to it. Yes, well, please work with the utmost efficiency. A catastrophe of this scale could be a disaster. If word got out that our most precious gemstone was stolen, who knows what would happen. Not only would the museum's reputation be forever marred, we could be the target of an even more horrid criminals. You're understandably concerned, but I assure you I'll sort this out. This is far from my first case. Although, if my debrief was accurate, there was also an unfortunate murder in the process. Is that right? Ah, yes, that punk. I just hate to even think about it. I suppose you should take care of that as well. But in my opinion, the sooner we get the innocent people home, the better. A rushed investigation leads to sloppy work, so I can't promise that this will be quick or easy. Regardless, I trust you will do your best, and if you keep me posted on your progress, it would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, that sounds exactly what the culprit would want me to do. Keep them appraised of my investigations. Exactly, I don't trust her. Of course, I have several things to discuss if we could. Hold on. Let me get in, actually inside. I'm like standing in the doorway. Detective, I trust the investigation. Yeah. I have several things to discuss if we could. About today's events. So I'd like to start with today's events, ask questions on that. All right, go on then. Before. Yes. What were you doing? During operating hours, I don't do much except greet visitors, and today was no exception. On days when we're particularly busy, I may mingle and let the guard stand station. But that wasn't the case today. Up until the argument began upstairs, nothing seemed out of place. The guard and I were here having an idle chat. I'm fortunate that it couldn't stay that way. Could I ask you a few more questions then? I would expect nothing less. Go on then. During. Certainly. Well, what happened? Let's see. The guard and I heard an argument beginning upstairs, but it wasn't an immediate concern to me. I didn't want him to make a scene, but it continued to heat up on its own. Then we heard the gunshots moments later. Even with the accompanied sound of broken glass, my instinct was to make sure the guide was safe. I thought she was in the sculpture gallery, but the guard found her in antiquities, stunned. He called for me, and I ran right over. And it was true, she was frozen solid, startled by the cacophonous noise. The guard was concerned, of course, but took off toward the blaring alarm. Which is true. Cops, they are there to, well, in this case, security. They need to secure the scene, and they're not necessarily triage and caring for someone. That's medical. Despite the chaos of it all, I maintained my focus on her. Eventually, I got through. And do you know the first thing she said to me, Detective? Call the police. immediately looking out for the museum. So selfless, to a fault. I went back to the foyer to do just that, but the tourists and the artists were there, begging that I release the lockdown. I didn't know who was responsible for this mess, so I brushed them off without much opposition and made the call. I see. Let's move on to another topic then. I would expect nothing less. Okay. So I have personal questions. Ask away. Who are you? As I said before, I'm the purveyor of this prestigious museum. Past that, there isn't much more to disclose. Do you have any associations outside your work here? Family, perhaps. Is this vital to solving the case, detective? Otherwise, I'd request that you inquire no further. How do I know that you're not compromised? Hello? It certainly could be, depending on how it continues to unfold. Fine, I do have family, and I'm currently separated from them over personal matters. And I can assure you they have nothing to do with the stolen gemstone or the murder unless you'd like to interrogate them unnecessarily as well. As always, I appreciate the cooperation. Let's move on. Personal questions, ask away. What do you do? I manage the museum's staff, exhibitions, publicity, funding, and, well, just about everything. Wouldn't it be easier to delegate some of that work? Well, you see, we simply don't have the extra revenue to accommodate that. While incredibly valuable to the human condition, a museum of this caliber is hardly ever profitable. Oh, my apologies if this is a sore subject. I simply don't enjoy the idea that one would look at what we do here and assume that it's all that easy. It requires hard work and sacrifice, detective. It's not a sore subject, it's a harsh reality. Of course, again, my sincerest apologies. Let's get to another question. Ask away. About the museum. Oh, all right. Let me provide a brief overview of the layout so you know what you're dealing with. Currently, we're staying in the museum's foyer, which has the only exterior doorway. Convenient, and I'm sure is against fire code. In the east wing, we have the sculpture gallery featuring contemporary works. On the west side is where we display works of natural history with geological and pre-civilization origins. The central connecting exhibit is the courtyard just to the north of us now. Further north, we have antiquities, host to several artifacts and art pieces spanning global cultures and eras. On the second floor, there is only one unique gallery, fine art, typically canvas. Of course, as you investigate, you'll notice there are balconies that look down into a few of the first floor exhibits as well. I hope that's helpful, detective, but you can always reference the brochure map you have if you get lost somehow. Very helpful, thank you. Do you mind if I ask you a couple more questions before I go? We've actually asked all their questions. So we have, let's go ahead and look at this. I should inquire from them for more specific detail, but I also need to speak with everyone else who is present. We have the murdered guest. Should begin with the actual crime scene as always. I hope it isn't too gruesome. And then we have the missing gemstone. It goes without saying, but it should probably start with investigating the actual crime scene. So yeah, we're going to look around. Now we do have this bear. Let's go down. We're going to look. Here's the curator. We do have all of her stuff. So potential motive, sell off the rare gemstones, an insurance fraud or embezzlement scheme. And we've got several different items. Prior to the incident, they were welcoming guests in the museum alongside the guard. Argument began upstairs, so we'll probably go upstairs. I'm going to talk to the guard first, though. Hey, hold it right there. Did you pay admission when you came in? Oh, I got an invite, buddy. Ha, caught you good, didn't I? Little security joke is all. Always good to meet another agent of Lady Justice Detective. What can I do for you? I'm hoping you can assist my Oh, absolutely. Anything you need at the drop of a hat. Just by answering a few questions for now. I need to be clear that even as a museum guard, you aren't exonerated here. Of course, of course. I wouldn't have it any other way. Not only am I loyal to the law, I am loyal to this museum, and wrongs against it must be righted. Let's start with a few questions if you wouldn't mind. Start with today's events. You got the green to go ahead, detective. What were you doing? As per usual, I was hanging around the foyer, having a little chat with the curator. When things are especially slow, I might take a walk around the exhibits or get some fresh air, but I was feeling a little more lazy today. Oh boy, that doesn't sound too good, does it? Don't want you thinking I neglected my duties. Thing is, nothing seemed weird. It was totally normal morning, afternoon, and evening. I understand. So none of the guests acted strangely? We get all walks of life, and I do my best not to judge one way or the other, eh? So, nah, not too much. And all things considered, this feels like poor circumstances to me, Detective. I see. Interesting. Why don't we discuss some more then? Absolutely. I'm an open book and full of pictures. Okay, so what else do we have? What happened? Oh dear, where do I begin? The curator and I heard an argument upstairs. I was ready to go diffuse the situation, but the curator was hoping it would solve itself. Never a good sign, because sometimes those arguments you need to intervene. I don't quite understand it, but in my experience, artists tend to hold strong opinions, so I trusted the curator's judgment call for a moment. But I made my way into the courtyard when it heated up. The fight was upstairs though, so I just had to keep moving though. A few moments later, a gunshot shattered glass afterward, and I didn't skip a beat. Some habits die hard, I guess. Well, I got to the antiquities and found the guide, stopped in her tracks. Maybe I should have kept moving, but I had to make sure she was okay. It's admirable at the very least. I'm sure she appreciated it. You're probably right, but I wasn't actually much help. Nothing I could say had her come to. I called for the curator since there was still the matter of whatever went down in natural history. I got there at about the same time as the podcaster, but she knew just as much as I did, and that wasn't much. The display case was already destroyed, so to save the diamond or the victim, I was too slow. Again. If there was anything left to do, it was call the police. Thankfully, the curator was already on the line, and things had mostly calmed down by then. I appreciate the thorough recollection. Let's move on to something else. Absolutely. I'm an open book and full of pictures. Additional details. Stand by for inquiry, Detective. About the alarm. Oh yeah, well, you see, the amazing thing is that it's really smart. It can tell who's who and do what it's got to do. Real accurate, too. Certainly, there's some downside to it, no? Nail on the head, Detective. When it was installed, they told us it was a little slow. It doesn't make mistakes because for a computer, it takes its time. Although, for a person like you or me, that's still pretty dang fast. It just has to, I don't know, double check, I guess? It has a way of being selective, only locking down what's necessary and trying to minimize panic in a chaotic situation. Come to think of it, the actual sound of the alarm was supposed to be one of the more severe stages of lockdown. The old guy who used to work on it could tell you more, but we've never seen it in action before today. Maybe try asking the curator. I think I will, but until then I have a few other questions to discuss. Absolutely. I'm an open book and full of pictures. Personal questions. 10-4, good buddy. Who are you? Not much to brag about in that department, Detective. Well, what do you do in your free time? I like to keep up with various TV shows and movies, but don't we all? That's not very interesting. I read a whole bunch too. Talk about boring. It's not boring. He laughs. I don't think that's boring. Honestly, I wish I had more time for that kind of thing. I used to say the same thing, believe it or not. But if you don't make time to enjoy things, there won't be much of you left. Just a couple whiskers and a suit. I mean, let's stay on topic. Do you have any family, friends? A couple buddies from back in the day, but started to feel like we were worlds apart, you know? A wife at home, but no kids. She's some great friends, longtime friends, and they call me friend. I'm all right with that. I understand. Let's continue on, yes? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm an open book. Okay, personal questions. What do you do? I keep the peace within these marble walls. A much more manageable scale that I'm sure you deal with, Detective. On the regular, sure, but for tonight, we had that in common. Huh, you got that right. As far as my day-to-day is concerned, we don't really get much commotion around here. Was there a time when disturbances were more typical? No, I guess not, but we had more people around overall, you see? Hey, if all else fails, maybe this whole debacle will get the museum some attention again. That'd be really something, huh? Motive. I suppose anything's possible. Why don't we discuss something else? Absolutely. I think we're... No, we've still got one more question. Yeah, what did you do before? I worked as a policeman for a while, but not as long as expected at the time. You certainly don't look like you've reached retirement age. Huh. Young for retirement, sure, but not that young. Most folks stay in the field for a long time. It wasn't for me, though. I grew up with police dramas and was big enough to deal with bullies, but the concept of bullies is a bit more difficult when you're an adult. Nail on the head, detective. Don't get me wrong. There were times when it was all very clear, just not always. Even instances that was clear in the beginning, even instances that were clear in the beginning became murky down the road, or in retrospect. Eventually, parting ways from the force seemed like the best decision. I came to that conclusion sometime later. By that, you mean it wasn't entirely your choice? Highly encouraged choice, perhaps. A tale that isn't too uncommon, I think. Could we discuss something else? Absolutely. We are done. Okay. Don't have anything else to discuss with her. I also like that you can come in here and you can say a plaque reads, semi-colored vase by Ai Weiwei. Do you think he dipped the vase in paint or just drizzled it on top? You know, I should have eaten before arriving in the scene. Okay, we're gonna go up top because that's where they said that the fight started. And I actually see some red spots. We don't really see where the color goes. Okay, so here, let's look at this. Another shocking aspect to the case unfolding in front of us. This is where the blood trail begins, considering the impact on the wall. If this is where the two guests fought, that impact is a likely result. And with enough force that would explain the crooked painting, whatever happened is clear the conflict continued onward, but I'll continue investigating to learn more. The plaque reads, The Hatching of Venus by Sandro Bonaboselli. The legend says that she was born from a giant scallop shell, but for avian folk, I suppose that's not terribly far off from the typical egg. Right, yeah, so that looks like that's the beginning of... We have some color with a crystal. And I believe she also said something about this is the natural history. We have a brochure we can select just by hitting the start button. So you can see we're on the upper floor. It comes out over here. This is clearly important in our case, so what should I investigate? Well, let's look at the crime scene. The blood trail leads here over the edge of the balcony. It's dashed across the exhibit podium as well. The podium looks like it's been pushed askew as well, and the art piece is missing. Stanchions are unlatched, presumably by force considering the perilous angle. The victim is visible, lying on the floor below. They were likely disoriented and stumbled backward to their demise. That's all there is to find from here, for now at least. Okay, so if we look over the edge, we can actually see... Yep, we have a deceased body down there. While we're here, let's just go ahead and look at the placard. This is clearly important to our case, so what should we investigate? The exhibit placard. Miniature Moai statue circa 1300. Another victim in this odd accumulation of crimes, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll be back to look at the rest of this. So we have cause for alarm. I guess the museum did recall hearing alarm, but I should continue to learn more. Missing gemstone. Start with investigating the crime scene. We have the murdered guest. Begin with the actual crime scene. Okay. So I was following the blood trail. But we need to go downstairs is what we need to do. So we're gonna go... We'll go back and look at, get a chance to look at all the pictures. All right, this definitely seems like the epicenter of the case. Looks like the victim there lying on their back just south of the destroyed display case that stands in the exact middle of the room. Several dotted blood splatters across the floor along the few pieces of what appears to be stone debris. Other artwork looks to be unaffected and a witness of the scene. No shortage of places to start, so let's get to it. All right, so first things first, we're going to inspect the body. This has always been my least favorite part of the job. Victim present, male, likely mid-20s in age, 4 facial piercings, and wearing a leather jacket. Initial signs show 2 impact wounds on the back of the head, all things considered minimal blood loss. And, nothing on his person. No wallet, keys, not even an ID. Poor guy. I'll figure out what happened here, don't worry. Yeah, and if you click on it again, it'll be like, this has always been my least favorite part of the job. I'd rather not redo my examination if I can help it. As I reflected in my notes, the victim presented, and it goes over what I literally just read. But you can also look on here, and doesn't seem like the victim sustained any obvious major injuries, and interestingly had no belongings on their person. Okay, so let's look here. And this is the pedestal where the stolen gemstone was once displayed. What should I investigate here? Let's look at the broken case. Seems like a classic smash and grab. There are stones skewed across the floor, so it's possible the thief used one of them to break the glass case. I'll put the statue chunk in evidence just in case I learn anything from looking it over. It doesn't seem like there's any other incriminating details here. Never that easy anymore, is it? Let's also look at the exhibit placard. Optimus Diamond circa 1700. Where could you be hiding, precious little stone? Someone's got it in their pocket. So we have the missing gemstone. So a way I could access the security systems data, maybe not, but it's worth looking into. Seems that they took destructive measures, or did they? State of the art, security. Here we have, we also have the bear. So creates an unsolvable mystery and a perfect crime to promote the museum. Possible suspect? Could be. We've also got this, a chunk of museum that was once part of a museum exhibit before being destroyed. The fragment of art piece carved from stone and depicting the facial structure of an ancient species is believed the largest versions were used as symbolic and ritualistic monuments despite their durability. There are not many still in existence, especially of this size, and now unfortunately there's one less. So yeah, if we look at it, we're going to look around. There's something that's right there. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. While it may have broken further in the fall, it was certainly destroyed prior. Assuming at least this is the flattened tip of some ammunition. I wonder where the casing is hidden. Finding that could help me track down the murder weapon. Okay, so yeah, so we've got some blood splattered right there. And we do need to meet all the suspects. And there's a potential suspect right over there. Which we have here. Flattened tip of a fired bullet. And here is our thing. We do have words. It'll alert every time we have new words that get added. And we will come back, talk to this person in the next episode. Thank you for watching. Have an utterly fantastic day and see you next time. Howdy, howdy. This is Blue Otter, and today we are playing Feline Forensics. Okay, so last time we did inspect the body. We got to see the crime scene, and we did speak to the curator and the guard. So today we're going to be meeting the rest of the suspects, as well as exploring the museum. Hiya, detective. I just want to say it's like so awesome to meet a real, almost somewhat famous Philadelphian investigator in person. Oh, and I absolutely cannot wait to tell you all about my show. Will you be willing to do an interview? I'm sorry, your show? Guess sharply. I'm a true crime podcaster. It's called Tales of the Dark and Desperate, and this episode is all about to go hella viral. Dude, you were way too excited about seeing a dead body. Wait. Are you recording right now? No, I didn't bring my equipment. Oh, what an absolute rookie mistake. Like 5 listeners an episode level amateur. By the way, you should seriously subscribe. You have your phone on you, right? Just let me look myself up and hit the button right quick. No big deal. Seriously, do subscribe. I actually don't have a mobile phone on me. Personal technology would be a distraction at the crime scene. Oof. That is actually so sad. Okay. We have things to discuss. Let's stay on topic, please. Like, whatever you need, detective. We're going to ask about today's events. For sure. What were you doing? I was mostly just wandering around, but when I got to the courtyard, I saw the tourist had this dope retro camera. We were just kind of going back and forth on old school photography techniques, stuff that was huge in Finstagram a couple years ago. Then we got interrupted by that argument. He handed me the camera while we tried to break it up from down here, but they weren't interested in listening. I see. I assume you gave the camera back to him at some point, yes? Oh yeah, for sure. But not right away, because things really started getting out of control. Oh, in that case, I've got a couple more questions for you. Like, whatever you need, detective. Okay, what happened? Oh my gosh, I remember it so vividly. If only I was recording, my audience really likes authentic audio. That gunshot would get me so many upvotes. Blammo. That's when things really popped off, you know? I couldn't really see much up there, though. And when the guard ran through, he and the tourist were so frantically scattered, I pretty much tuned them out. Besides, we all heard glass break in the next room over, and I needed to get a first-hand account of things. Fame isn't for the fawn-hearted, detective. I ran from the courtyard and saw the punk lying there. It seemed like he fell from the balcony. I rushed over to check on him, but he was so dead. And what of the diamond? It was already gone. I explained that to the guard when he came in. Then I guess he went off to go search for it someplace else. I figured with the alarm going off, it wouldn't be able to leave anyway, so I just sat tight and waited in here. Okay. I think I have some follow-up questions. Like, whatever you need. Okay. Yeah, today's events. We're still on today's events. About the guard. He said you both entered the exhibit simultaneously, but this contradicts your testimony. Why the inconsistency? I don't know what you want me to say, detective. I told you everything I know already. I came in, saw the diamond was gone, took a quick look over the body, and the guard came running in after. If I was gonna lie, wouldn't I make it more sense for me to agree with the guard? I'm admitting to having no witnesses. Exactly. You are suspect number 1. I suppose you're right. So the diamond really was missing when you arrived. Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll ask some different questions instead. Like whatever you, okay. Additional details. Only if you subscribe. Ha, just kidding. About the victim. You mentioned he had already fallen from the balcony above. Did you do any closer examination than that? Why do you ask? Thing is, he didn't have anything on him. Not even a wallet, no ID. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Oh, detective, that's because I, gathered them for you ahead of time so you wouldn't miss anything. Is that so? Tampering with a crime scene can be a serious offense, you know. But it wasn't tampering, it was assisting. I know about standard procedure, so I just like went ahead and did it for you. That's all it was, huh? Lying to an authority of the law is also quite an offense. Okay, I took his stuff because it would have been amazing promo material. You can't blame me for trying to fabricate a viral sensation, detective. Yes, I absolutely can. And besides, what if he had been stabbed and I needed to stop the bleeding? That's a different thing. You don't need someone's ID to stop someone's blood from bleeding. That logic doesn't exactly. You know what? I've got other things to discuss with you, and then I'll be on my way. Like, whatever. Okay. Personal questions. Oh, like, totally. Who are you? Oh, come on, detective. I told you about my podcast. Are you saying you didn't go and read my bio? If you're not a big reader, watch my daily vlog. That'll give you the general vibe. Well, it was going to be daily and then weekly, and now I just kind of post whenever. The last one is pretty old, so it'll be out of date, but yeah, apologies, but I'm not going to watch your vlog, so please, if you could provide a brief answer to the question, that would be appreciated. Rude. The least you could do is submit your questions to my Word vlog. That can do it anonymously if you want. I'm sorry, but it isn't a vlog, just a video blog, so a Word vlog is a normal blog. Actually, never mind. I've learned plenty. Let's change topics. Like, okay. More personal questions. What do you do? I have a true crime podcast called Tales of the Dark and Desperate. So make sure you totally obliterate that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode. Seriously though, subscribe. Wait, haven't I told you about this already, detective? You have? I was asking more about what you do in a professional sense. Are you trying to say what I do isn't professional enough? Ha. Gotcha. Oof, too easy, detective. I work at a coffee shop, but that's like so boring. Punch in, punch out, you know how it is. Yeah, I know, detective, that is my exact stance. I am like literally tapping my foot like, come on, get on with it. But after this episode absolutely pops off, I'm gonna quit so fast, or at least like quiet quit. I still need health insurance or whatever. Of course. Why don't we talk about something else now? About true crime. You have quite a passionate interest. Why is that? Oh, I know a trick question when I hear one, detective. Of course I love crime. Crime solving? Crime solving? Do you have a background in criminology? That sounds like a question I can only answer behind the paywall. Did you know you could unlock great perks like this behind my Patreon? That won't be necessary. By the long paw of the law, let's stay on topic. Okay, Devs, you absolutely missed the opportunity to call it Patreon. Just saying. Well, you know, true crime is trendy, so that was a good start. But then, I don't know, it was genuinely fascinating. In all honesty, it's pretty normal, and my life has been, like, pretty easy. There's people out there that have definitely not had it easy. Trying to step into the shoes of a criminal is one thing, but thinking about everyone around them, that's different. It's just easy to think, this wouldn't happen to me until it does. True crime lets you really reflect on unrealistic situations that are very real. That's actually quite insightful. If you want to know more, make sure to wickedly whack that follow. Yes, that. There's another question I have for you. Okay, I think I'm actually done with the questions. Yeah. Okay. We're going to do the grand tour of the museum. Actually, let's go ahead and do we want to view them? No, let's go ahead and talk to everyone. Let's find everyone first. Humph. Hello? Yes, hello. I'm the... Yeah, I know who you are. Fantastic. Then let's get started. Well, I'm waiting on you. Get started. Get started. There's a typo. Then I'll finally get back home. Standing on these floors is killer for an old timer like me. There's a bench just over just over there if you... I don't need a seat. I need some handout from you. Do you know who I am? Dude, it's a bench. Everyone needs to sit. I didn't mean to offend. Look, detective, get to the interrogation or whatever you have to do so I can get out of here. Fine, yes, a wonderful idea. Let's do just that. How much longer is this going to take? I literally haven't even asked a single question. Yeah, get on with it. What were you doing? Am I outspoken, detective? Are you answering my question with a question? The answer is no. I am resolute, firm in my opinions because I know they're correct. I still have yet to see how this ants... There I was with the critic. We were looking over the various pieces of the sculpture gallery. The critic wanted to discuss with the guide, so I let them be. Made my way upstairs into fine art. That's when I saw him. All these disgraceful misuses of canvas, and the punk that followed soon after looking for a fight. He must have seen me wrinkle my nose at some painting, and well, he didn't know what tree he was barking up. What tree was that? An old wizened willow, detective, one that weeps for the way things used to be. Intriguing, to say the least. I believe I have some more questions then. How much longer is this going to take? Yeah. Okay. What happened? Of course, I remember it like it was yesterday. Because it was today. I got you, didn't I, detective? In fact, it was about an hour ago. How could I forget that? I'm old, but I ain't that old. That punk wanted to yank my tail. But when I barked back, he must have gotten scared. Pulled a gun on me. Anyways, I knew I had some bite left, and we got into a real scuffle. Took us out into the courtyard balcony. He threw me onto the wall. I swung back at him. He tried to take me out, but his arm was bad. Missed by a mile. Must have been new to it, too. The kickback gave me a chance to disarm him, and then he ran off. The critic came to check on me soon after. I told him I was fine, unscathed, in fact. Then the alarm went off, but I didn't have anything to do with that. Well, I'm glad you were all right. Let's discuss something else. Okay, personal questions. This is some kind of interview? Who are you? You really have to ask, huh? Tells me everything I need to know about you, detective. Well, in this case, I am the one who needs to know. So why don't you answer the questions anyway? I'm a retiree of the art world, from back when folks respected the craft. I saw success beyond my wildest dreams. I was in galleries, exhibitions, auctions, for rates higher than you or your kittens will see in an entire lifetime. Point is, I was at the top, and I wasn't making way for nobody. You had to be cutthroat back then. Don't even get me started on all this crowdfunding. Sir, I don't think... what was the reason? What reason did you step down from such a high pedestal? Couldn't keep up. Is that what you want to hear? My hand started going first, and then, well, I quit while I was ahead. I see. Well, then let's change the topic. More personal questions. What do you do? What kind of question is that? Are you one of the half-rated gumshoes, detective? That's an offense to... In my advanced age, I don't do much of anything. And with my advanced wealth, I don't have to. That's what it means to be retired. Not that you would know. I might do some consulting from time to time, or attend an event, but all that chasing tail, that's for the young pups. After everything I've given to the art world, I keep on giving. What do you think about that, huh? Good on you. You wouldn't get it. So maybe start actually asking some questions with answers you can actually use. What a fantastic idea. Let's do just that. About the museum. What about it? Despite a few amateur missteps, it's a respectable institution. And what would you consider a misstep? Don't get me started on how much modern garbage they have on display these days. I understand art can't be entirely without business, but there are lines you just don't cross. And betraying the greats by hanging their most prestigious pieces next to these finger painters, that's across the line. Did you ever have any of your pieces on display here in the museum? Humph. That's a leading question, detective. Don't believe for a second I don't see what you're trying to do. If you must know, even at my peak, no, the curator refused to exhibit any of my works. I had plenty of other exhibitions, and we've always been on good terms. I don't hold it against them. So don't leave this conversation thinking I've got some sort of vendetta. That's exactly what the culprit would say. That would be a ridiculous notion, wouldn't it? Maybe I should ask a different question instead. How much longer is this going to take? Yeah, a lot. There's so many pictures. Like I said, we'll go back around and we'll do a tour. I say, what matter of drab fashion is approaching me? I'm the detective sent to investigate this series of unfortunate incidents. Heavens, you should speak to your department about acquiring better uniforms. This is not a uniform. It's just one of my suits. Are you to imply that these are your actual clothes that you purchased with money willingly? Okay, first off, you don't have to be such a snob. Second, your mustache is funny and fitting. I would appreciate if we get to the questioning now, please. Ha. Okay, relax. I'm a bit of a critic, but I'll do my best to not get in your way. I'll likely take a few jabs at you, though. How could I not with those shoulder pads? Ha. Okay, I will judge you if you're wearing shoulder pads. Just saying. What? But no, seriously, I'm on your side here. Don't worry about it. You know, let's just get started, shall we? If you must, don't let me stop you. Okay, today's events. I'll give you this one for free, detective. What were you doing? As you do in a museum, I was taking my jolly good time looking over the many exhibits alongside the old timer. When we made our way into the sculpture gallery, I decided to strike up a conversation with the guide. Of course, I can't resist an expert discussion. The old timer had far less patience for that sort of gallivanting, so he took off upstairs. Perhaps I shouldn't have let him go off on his own. I don't know what it is that they argued about, but it must have struck a nerve. I think that's when our evening started to go south. Is that so? I've got some more questions then. If you must, don't let me stop you. So what happened? There isn't much for me to say on the topic, but I suppose it began with the old timer's argument upstairs. It sounded like he was in the fine art gallery. I started moving that way, but when I was just about there, I heard a blunt slam. I had hoped that the argument didn't turn violent, but I was quickly losing faith in that theory. Before I knew it, there was that wretched bang, a gunshot, with glass shattering not long after. I was concerned for the well-being of the old-timer, so I continued outward toward the balcony after him. By then, the brawl had concluded. The old-timer was clearly worn out. He was breathing heavily and had a couple scrapes, but he seemed okay. I shuffled back into the fine art gallery and tried to ignore the rest of the cacophony below. It calmed down soon after, and now you're here. Yes, here I am. Why don't we continue that investigation, shall we? You must, don't let me stop you. About the old-timer. I've taken down both of your testimonies, but there's a specific detail that doesn't line up. The old-timer claimed he came away from the brawl entirely unscathed, but that's not accurate to your remarks. Why? This might be the easiest explanation for you. This might be the easiest explanation you received today, detective. Are you familiar with fragile masculinity? We've known each other for a long, long time, and when I say he's improved, I mean it, but there are things that still get under his fur. Whether this helps or hinders your perspective of his motives, I doubt he even second-guessed a lie like that. You speak as if you know him quite well. Intimately, some would say. Understood. I think I have some other inquiries to make before I move on. If you must, don't let me stop you. Personal questions. Usually I charge for this sort of service. Who are you? I'm a collector. I'm a connoisseur. Someone call me a cultural innovator. But that title is just far too garnish, even if it is entirely true. And this is what brought you to the museum today? There are wonderful pieces here, and I would love to call my own, but no, I'm not making any purchases. My accountant wouldn't like that very much. Correct me if I'm wrong, but exhibits at a museum usually aren't for sale. Ha, spoken like a true member of the middle class. Everything is for sale when you have enough money. Am I to assume this applies to you? I've written for the most prestigious organizations. These scales have rubbed against the best of them. You should consider yourself blessed I'm not more offended that you even ask who I am. Then why don't I ask a different question instead? If you must, don't let me stop you. Do you have family? A traditional family? No, but I have someone close to me, if that's what you mean. Would you not consider them family? I would. But that partnership was founded in a different time, and unfortunately, there are still many similarities between now and then. Besides, when you become larger than yourself and people believe you were only how they sculpted you, there's a lot to lose if you betray their perception. And if I'm to interpret your meaning, isn't the artistic industry quite progressive? For an artist at his easel, yes. For a writer at her typewriter, yes. For a musician with their instrument, yes. But for any of them to need to live, to eat, to succeed, they must be ruled by money. And the people with money far above even my station, they do not understand the meaning of progress. So no, I suppose I do not have much family. Most of us can't afford to. Most of us can't afford to. I'm sorry to hear that. Would you mind if I asked another question? If you must, don't let me stop you. Okay. About the museum. Why did you visit it today? Oh, the curator practically begged me to come and write about it in one of my columns. I visited before many years ago, and the article I wrote back then was an unbelievable success. Although, considering the terrible fate before us, I don't know that anything I write will speak highly enough. You mean the murder-turned-museum heist? Is that it? Huh, no, detective. I'm talking about the irrelevancy. And worse yet, the curator is resorting to committing the cardinal sin, the display of counterfeit art. It's just painful. What do you mean? That would be quite the accusation. They're duplicates. Simple as that. How else could one acquire such a diverse catalog? In fact, I've already noticed two, and, well, when there's two, there must be a third. That's just proper writing, detective. Right. Well, then let's carry on, yes? If we must. Okay, I've got all the questions done. That is a snazzy suit, though. I do have to admit. Okay. We're gonna go... We're gonna go down this way. We have a frog. Humph. Greetings. Hello, I'm the detective tending to the case. I am aware of this. You're from Feline Forensics. Yes, I am. Good. You're familiar. Do you mind? You may. Ask me a few questions, that is. First of all, how did you know about me? Was it the tie? I tried to go with something more neutral, professional, insightful even. Maybe it's my suit. The shoulders are very padded. Is it the suit too private eye? It was not the tie, detective. So, it was the suit. It was also not the suit. I'm just not aware of you, generally speaking. Good marketing, perhaps. And besides, I simply prefer to be aware. An artist must observe the world. I hope that proves useful. Let's begin. Whatever it takes, detective. About today's events. I remember them well. What were you doing? I hate to break it to you, but my prior behavior has little impact in the case. I was just wandering around the various exhibits, observing. Specifically, I was counting the bones of those hanging skeletons from the natural history exhibit's balcony. Then again, I did spend some time in the courtyard balcony as well, mesmerized by the pendulum's sway, colorful sway. Considering my proximity to the fine art gallery, I overheard the argument as it began, and I departed the upper floor. I've got all that written down now, so thank you. Allow me to ask another question. Whatever it takes, detective. I remember, okay. So what happened? Certainly. I'll begin with the argument. I was nearby and didn't want to get involved. By the time I made it to the lower courtyard, I heard the gunshot. Naturally, I attempted to make my way out of the museum entirely, but the guard came hastily through the room and bumped into me. I eventually got through, made my way to the foyer. Unfortunately, the door was already locked down. I imagine it was a result of the alarm being tripped. The museum has a sophisticated security system, it seems. And there wasn't anyone else around? Initially, no. When the tourist arrived from behind me, I told him we were stuck. Even when the curator came back, they refused to open the door. The tourist passionately opposed their decision, but eventually stood down. We waited in our respective exhibits until you arrived. Thank you for your detailed recount. Let's discuss something else. Whatever it takes. Okay, personal questions. I will provide answers, detective. Who are you? I regret to inform you, detective, who I am is not important. I am unimportant. In the grand scheme of things, as it pertains to the situation around us, those details will not bring you closer to case closed. Then why don't you humor me as if I were asking as a stranger, not the detective? I'm a washed-up failure of a creative amphibian. As soon as I had hands, my parents couldn't keep enough paper in the house. I'd hoard every marker and paint I could find. Clay was my best friend. My imagination was insatiable, so I didn't have time for anyone or anything. That doesn't sound like a failure to me. Insatiable may beget experience, but it does not equate to talent. Is that a sufficient answer, detective? Indeed. I hope you don't mind answering some other questions for me. Whatever it takes, detective. Personal questions? What do you do? As my art career became an artifact of the past, I found myself in several professions. Nowadays, I work under a contract agency. They have me doing temporary work placements. Many placements are undesirable, unfortunately, but it pays the bills, and I can keep a fair bit of time to myself. Do you still create art in that time? Yes. I don't believe I could ever truly give it up, but inspiration strikes less frequently. That's why I've decided to come to the museum today. And did you find something inspiring? I believe I have, but time will tell. The paint must dry, as they say. They do say that, don't they? On to the next question. About all that paint. I'm sure you're aware, but why are you so covered in it? This is my favorite coat. Are you suggesting that just because I got some paint on it, that suddenly it means it can no longer be a coat? It was a bit cold today. I needed to wear a coat. I am not warm-blooded, detective. Do you want me to be cold? I didn't say that, no. Besides, it makes the coat more unique. No one in the whole world has this coat but me. I could see the allure of something like that. Would you say you strive to stand out? I think most people do, myself included, and yet I frequently feel invisible. It's as if people just don't see me, even if I'm standing right here. It makes me feel quite lonely, to say the least. Forgotten. My apologies. I believe I've strayed from your inquiry. Don't worry about it. Not at all. Shall we discuss another topic? About today's events. I remember them well. Did we... Oh, about the guard. When I collected his witness testimony, he neglected to mention anything about bumping into you in the courtyard. That does not surprise me, detective. Don't you remember what I said before? Even with all this paint, people just don't see me. Maybe it's camouflage. You did say that, I suppose I didn't quite grasp the severity of it. That's not uncommon either, I assure you. If you have any doubts about my honesty in this situation, I can present my perspective in greater detail. I don't think that will be necessary. Your testimony is entirely plausible. especially considering the frantic nature of tonight's events. I think I'll move on to some other inquiries for now. Okay, that's all we have. Okay, we came down here and we have a sculpture visit. We have a rabbit. Greetings, detective. Boy, am I glad you're here. Glad to be here, although not necessarily under these circumstances. Happy to help nonetheless. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be much help. I'm a bit of an anxious rabbit, you see. Oh, that's okay. We can work through it slowly with whatever information we have. Oh, that's quite a relief. I know a lot about being a guide, but I'm afraid I just don't hold up under pressure. It is what it is, right? Of course, I'll need to ask a lot of questions. I can't leave any stone unturned, but let me know if it becomes too much. That sounds like a great plan, detective. Great. Let's get to it if you're ready. Sure thing, detective. Okay, about today's events. I'll try my best. What were you doing? Before everything started to unravel, I was going about a normal day's business. More specifically, I was answering questions and offering tours to the various guests, but with varying success. That's not totally weird or anything, but the critic was the first to really engage at all. He had some questions about a sculpture, but then he started questioning my qualifications. Don't you mean qualifications? Any particular reason for the change in topic? Maybe it was a distraction. We could overhear the old-timer shouting upstairs, but eventually he went upstairs to go check on him anyways. I figured it would diffuse itself and they'd come back down, so I went into antiquities, hoping I could escort them out for causing trouble. That didn't go as planned, unfortunately. I can see that. How about we discuss what happened next? Sure thing. Try my best. About the critic, you said they were asking you some personal questions, but he described it as only a debate between experts. Well, I did say questions, but they were more challenges. Did it feel like perhaps he had an ulterior motive? You mentioned the possibility it could have been a distraction. I don't think he really had a goal. He was just being curmudgeonly old man. That sounds rude, but true. I know I mispronounced that word. And that isn't anything new, so I guess I didn't think too much of it. Not until, well, you know the rest by now. I do, yes. Thanks for clarifying that. Maybe we should clear up a few other things. Sure thing, detective. Let's ask about the personal events. Okay, what happened? Honestly, it all felt very sudden. I don't even remember what happened. After everything had sort of resolved or calmed down, the curator said someone had shot a gun in the museum. That seemed like a pretty difficult detail to miss, with how loud it could be against all these marble walls. Yeah, the noise. I think that's what sent me into shock. The next thing I remember was the curator's voice breaking through this haze. They were trying to get me to do my breathing exercises, and when I was responsive enough, they left to call the police. But I kept thinking that if the curator hadn't prioritized me, maybe the diamond wouldn't have been stolen. You shouldn't feel guilty. It's natural the curator would be concerned about you, especially over some priceless rock. A rock that, as far as we know, is still around here somewhere, and I'll find it. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, detective. Don't worry about it. Let's talk about something else, okay? Sure thing. So, personal questions, whatever you need. Who are you? Gosh, I don't even tend to talk about myself much. After a few years, I'm still the museum's newest employee, and I've been into art history for a long time. Interesting. And how do you spend your free time? Oh, nothing super exciting. I have a sweet tooth, so I bake a bunch. Enjoy a good period drama. I read when I can. What else? Considering your line of work, you never pursued the arts? Gosh, no. I mean, did I try watercolor once or twice? Yeah, but it was bad. Don't get me started on the charcoals and oil pastels I have sitting in my closet. a bit of an impulse. Obviously, I still study art a lot, but no, never really felt like making much. It's definitely not for everyone, including myself. Should we change the topic then? Sure thing, detective. Personal questions. What do you do? I'm the current leader of education and guest relations here at the museum. If visitors have questions or they want a tour, I'm their bunny. Aside from that, I'm also the youngest member of the team, so I try to manage our marketing and outreach. The curator and guard don't really understand social media, you know. Nowadays, though, that's my least favorite part of the job. The internet can be a cruel place. I don't envy you in the least. Folks make fair points, like about our exhibits, but they don't really understand how any of it works. We've got, the critic is saying we've got a couple of counterfeits. They don't like that we keep art from cultures that aren't ours, and I don't disagree with them. But lots of people might never be exposed to those other cultures if we didn't. I don't know. It's complicated. Most of the world is these days. Why don't we discuss another point? Sure thing, detective. Whatever you need. Okay, what did you do before? Just the most soul-draining corporate office work. I went to school for business, whatever that means. In retrospect, it felt like a bit of a scam. It's not like I was passionate about any of it, but it was safe, or so they said. Are you passionate about what you do now? Absolutely. I wouldn't change a thing, at least no major thing, right? Ha. Sure, there are bigger museums and better pay, but I used to think about that kind of thing way too much. I like the people here. I trust them, and they appreciate me. I get to inspire people's passions. Guide's gonna get so crushed later. Can't ask for more than that, I suppose. I do want to ask some more questions, though, if that's okay. Sure thing. I think that's it. That goes back up to the gallery. And we are... Yeah, we're back here. All right. To the mouse. The student. Hello. Greetings. I'm the detective from Feline Forensics. Well, don't let me get in your way. Oh, I'm actually here for you. What? I'm innocent, I swear. A likely story. I'm here to talk to you. Some simple questions, really. There's no need to be nervous. Unless you're guilty, unless you have a reason to be nervous. I'm innocent, I swear. Oh no, I'm just making a joke, trying to break the tension. I've been told I am very dry, so please accept my apologies. It's okay, I accept. Thank you for questioning me, and please go about your duties. I will stay out of your way. I appreciate that, thank you. If I have any more... Wait, I haven't asked you any questions yet. You sneaky... Oh, rats. I didn't think you'd realize. Fine. Go ahead. Okay, we're gonna ask about today's events. Is that important? I don't think it is. Let's not do that. What were you doing? How far back should I go? I came in a few hours ago and started going through a few exhibits. You can skip ahead slightly. Right, of course, totally. Well, I got to the natural history exhibit after a bit and started admiring all the artwork there. I could overhear what sounded kind of like an argument. I didn't give it much thought, minding my own business, but it started to get more intense. It didn't take long to realize it had escalated further than it should have. Everything spun out of control from there. I see. We should go over those details as well. Oh, okay, detective, if you say so. About today's events. What happened? I couldn't tell what it was about, but I heard the arguments upstairs was beginning to get physical. Bad things just kind of happen randomly nowadays, and better not take any chances, you know? I got to the foyer, but that's when my suspicions were solidified. The sound of a gunshot. I pounced toward the door, and as I reached for the handle, the place went into total lockdown. I was scared, detective. I felt cornered, trapped. Did the only thing I could think of. I retreated into the sculpture gallery to hide until things calmed down. I almost knocked over one of the sculptures in my haste. Thankfully, it wasn't too long until everything seemed under control again. as in control as it could be, I suppose. Let's change the topic, all right? Okay, detective, if you say so. All right, personal. I hate talking about myself. We really shouldn't. Well, who are you? Oh, you don't care about that, detective. I'm just a little mouse, nothing special. And like I said, also super innocent. The more you protest your innocence, the more I suspect you. I'm sure you are. So you wouldn't mind if I searched your backpack, for instance? Why would you need to do that? I haven't stolen anything and put it in my backpack if that's what you think. Heh, I was just kidding again. Why did you come to the museum today? I came here for a date, okay? And they stood me up. Is that what you wanted me to say? Don't you know how hard it is these days with the apps and the mixers and the socializing and the being attractive? Not to mention the texting and the flirting and the leaving the house. Oh, don't get me started on having to go outside. I can relate to that. It's dreadful, detective. It's terrible. The only silver line is you can find places like this that are free to get stood up. Imagine having to pay for that type of embarrassment. Wait. Actually, never mind. My apologies. I'm sure there's another topic we can discuss again. Okay, detective, if you say so. Personal question. I hate talking about myself. Oh, what do you do? As in, what do you do for work? How do you make a living? I don't really make a living. I'm kind of unmaking a living, getting further and further in debt. Couldn't you tell from my distinct lack of sleep? I'm a student. Oh, I see. What are you studying? Game design. For the creativity of it, you know? And obviously, the money. There is no denying that the tech industry is booming. It's just gonna keep growing and growing. Line go up. Ha! Couldn't ask for more fantastic working conditions too. It's incredibly accessible, historically inclusive, diversity off the charts. I don't know. Stability? Look no further. Problematic behavior and business practice? Not here. What world is he living in? Literally nothing to complain about. Not a thing at all. Actually, why don't we talk about something else? Okay, detective, if you say so. Okay, we have all of those questions. We do have a lot of stuff. I think that's it. Let's go. Oh, wait, no, we need to go into the courtyard. Courtyard exhibit. And we have this beautiful color. Okay. Let's go. Howdy doody, Detective Rooney. Hey, duty. Please call me detective. I'm the investigator on this case. How are you holding up with all the commotion? Just tippy-toppy, Investicopper. Little worried I'm getting behind my itinerary, but I'll survive. An itinerary? Are you on vacation? You ding-dang bet I am. A nice long trip like I always wanted to. Just wasn't in the dealer's deck until recent. Call me a regular tourist because I know you gotta plan every stop. You know what they're saying, detective? Failing to plan is like planning to have a good time getting lost. Laughs deeply. I think we should get to the topic at hand, don't you? Rightio, don't hold back. About today's events. You want it? You got it. What were you doing? Let me tell you, much of the same I'm doing right now. Standing on my own two hooves, gazing at all these colors. At least until the podcaster came on through and started asking about my camera. They called it such an old school vibe. What about it was she interested in? I don't know, but she was mightily excited. I let her look it over because I didn't see much harm in that. I took my eyes off of it when the argument upstairs started becoming an issue, but she didn't seem shady or nothing. That's when things really started to kick off. Is that so? Let's discuss further then. Rightio. Don't hold back. Hold on. Actually, no harm in taking it from the top, detective. All right, we're talking about today's events first and then personal. You want it, you got it. What happened? A whole lot, if you ask me. Well, I guess you are asking me, aren't you? Ha. But much of it I wasn't privy to. Those two upstairs were in a bit of a brawl, and one of them shot a gun. Instinctually, I stepped in front of the podcaster, but luckily, I don't think anyone actually got hit. That was when we heard some glass smash in the other room, and the museum's alarm started blaring. Didn't think that sort of thing could still rile me up, but in the moment, I must have been sweating something fierce, like someone splashed my back with a pail of water. I tried to tell the gal to save her own fur, but I don't know. Maybe she was more invested than she let on, but I wasn't gonna carry her out. When I got to the foyer, the artist was already arguing with the curator about letting us out. I guess the alarm put everything on total lockdown. And I don't blame a single feather on them. They didn't know what was what. They just told us to stand by and wait for the police. Not my favorite gang to deal with, but I sat tight, and that's about all she wrote. Understood, but I think I have more questions. Rightio. All right. Oh, we have an additional detail. Let's dance. About your camera. Oh, this old thing? It's been my trusty companion for ages. Been through some bumps and bruises, but nothing a good buff can't fix. Had a hearty crash today, didn't we, buddy? Ha. You didn't mention that in your testimony. What happened? Didn't I? I told you I let the podcaster look it over, right? When everything started to go sideways, the gunshot spooked her and she dropped it. A real clatter, too. Second biggest of the day, maybe. I don't want to ignore the obvious issue here, so why don't you have a camera in here anyways? Surely the museum's policies would forbid it. Yeah, sometimes ask, because not all museums are anti-photography. Sometimes you ask. If they say yes, you can take pictures. Usually they will stipulate no flash, and that's because the light can actually damage. And if they say no, you respect it. You put your camera or phone away and you do not take pictures. Oh, don't worry, detective. I had it all cleared with the curator. They said it was fine as long as I didn't take any photos. There isn't even any film in here. I guess that makes sense. I think I have a few more talking points if you wouldn't mind. Rightio. Don't hold back. Hit me with your best shot. Who are you? I've actually gone by a lot of names, detective, but what you see is what you get. Just an old free spirit flying through the back half of life. That sounds quite nice, actually. Are you flying with any family? Oh, you really are good at this, huh? You always know what to ask. Of course, I got family. Little brother and his sty of piglets. Is one happened to be in straw, one happened to be in sticks, and one happened to be in brick house. Dear me, does their mother have her hoofs full with them? She's practically a sister to me too. You said you're traveling. Is it difficult to be away from them? It stings the soul, that's for sure. But I try to send a postcard every couple of days, and I've collected far too many souvenirs for them. When our pop... Souvenirs? Like a diamond souvenir? When our pop would go out on business trips, he'd always bring little baubles back with him. So you know I gotta keep the tradition alive. I'm sure the kids love that too. Let's move on with something else for now. Rightio. Don't hold back. So what do you do? Nowadays, not much. I'll do some odd jobs when I get back from this big old vacation, but past that, no more grind for me. That's a fortunate position to find yourself in. How did you manage that? That's a tough one, catective. Long story short, my pop was in some particular business, at least until he died. I was a teenager then, and my brother was even younger, so fending for ourselves wasn't much an option. Luckily, Pop's work buddies took us in. When I got a bit older, I took over the operation he left behind. Decades later, we landed a pretty profitable contract, and the rest is history. Contract, huh? As in fencing museum items? I see. Did your brother follow along as well? Muddy heavens, no. In fact, that's what kept my eye on the truffle. I didn't want him to get involved. That's admirable. Why don't we talk about something else now? Now that's a story, and I bet you don't want me to spare even the tiniest detail. Don't be afraid to abridge slightly if necessary. Ha, I'm just yanking your tail. Thing is, there's not much to say. I was a poor piglet told to pick himself up by his bootstraps, and I don't even wear boots. All told, I worked hard, but it was a couple lucky decisions and better company. Right places and left times, you know? I'm nothing if not a storyteller, and a good one at that, but I wouldn't want to put you into a catnap with the details, detective. No matter the details will be enough to distract from the fact that you refuse to answer the question, or do you think I truly wouldn't realize? Look, Whiskers, simply put, some of these crowds weren't the most savory, but folks with deep pockets. Pops put us into some circumstances, then went off and oinked. It forced me into decisions I don't like having made. All that's important to know now is, well, I got more curls in my tail these days. Wouldn't make those choices again if I had to. I won't press the issue now, but I hope you understand that if I had a reason to suspect its relevance, I won't have much choice. Oh, I get it. Don't sound so stern, detective. If you think I'm running from something or into another, rest assured, the worst of it already comes with me everywhere. I understand. Let's change topics then. All right, I think we got everything. And now I've got a ton of stuff we gotta do. And I'm not sure, we'll probably be able to get to the museum tour next time, because I want to go through any of the evidence that we picked up. We've got this. We did get that. We do have this, a small collection of items from once belonged to the victim. This is what we got from the podcaster. It's a fairly normal set of possessions, including a receipt for admission to the museum, a business card, and a bottle of medicine. If I want to learn more, I should start by closely examining what I have, and then ask around for other insights from the various guests. The business card advertises a true crime podcast, presumably given to the victim by the podcaster. More likely slipped in by the podcaster when I asked for the items that he pilfered. Yeah, there we are. A true crime podcast, Tales of the Dark and Desperate. Available to listen on, this is hilarious, Here Podcast, Video, Fidoify, Goosegill Podcast, Podcast Crack, Podspout, Podcast Democracy, Podcatcher, WhiskerPod, and more. Support on Patreon. Patreon. Okay, devs, seriously. Patreon. Missed it. Stalker level gets all the perks for only $50 a month. They think highly of themselves. Okay, so we also have some medicine. Can't read what the script is. That's not relevant. Okay, but we have the Kreinberg Museum, and has two, I mean, that looks expensive. We have processing fee, service fee, administration fee, but that 2 admission fees? Who was he paying for? Of course, I knew there was something else here. This receipt. Why would he have paid twice? As far as I'm aware, he didn't come in with anyone, right? Since I can't question him directly, I'll have to ask around some more. I'm gonna get rid of that. X. Okay, so we've got some items here. Okay, we've got the critic. Begin discussing the various exhibits of the sculpture gallery with the guide. Testimony to the guide. Ah, I see. That makes sense. This may not have necessarily been a lie, but it certainly speaks to the critic's sensibilities. At least his testimony seems to line up with others. Okay, so do we have any others? Ooh, we have guard. He arrived at the exhibit at the same time as the podcaster, who upon questioning didn't seem to know what had happened. So testimonies. Do we have the podcaster? Ah, I see. That makes sense. I could give him the benefit of the doubt, but by the podcaster's account, this just doesn't line up. I can't think of an obvious reason he would lie, but it would be best if I ask him directly. Yeah, so we've got another one from the guard. Guard's getting on my radar here. However, when a gunshot was heard, he stormed off into and through the courtyard towards the shocking sound. But I thought the artist said something. I see. That makes sense. The guard didn't move straight through the courtyard. He bumped into the artist on the way. While that might seem minor, the most minor details can turn an entire case upside down. Interesting. You have the old-timer. With the punk presumably subdued, the old-timer retreated back to the fine art gallery where he assured the critic that he was... Okay, but that is contradicted by the critic's testimony. That makes sense. It's no surprise the old-timer would want to keep up his manly image, but as we can tell from the critic told us, even the old-timer was a little shaken following his bout with the punk. Okay. We still have some stuff to discover about the podcaster. Okay, he entered the museum alone and began... Okay, but that is by the evidence, the admission receipt. As far as I can tell, he did enter alone, but with one extra detail. He paid enough admission for 2. Anyone would assume this is just an act of kindness, but can we claim that for certain? Okay, so we have all of those. Let's look and see where we are with cause for alarm. Yes, the museum did recall hearing an alarm, but I should continue to learn more. Okay, so we're still learning about the alarm. Caught on film. When presented with the obvious concerns for camera use in museum, the tourist denied doing so. While collecting some additional statements, the tourist mentioned an accident with their camera and the podcaster, so we're probably going to want to talk to the podcaster. I don't want to jump to any conclusions, so I should get the podcaster's side of the story. Ideally, they'll align perfectly, but I have my doubts, yeah. Podcasters also is already on my radar. The missing gemstone. It seems the thief took destructive measures to steal the jewel, or did they? Apparently, the museum is equipped with a state-of-the-art security system, which will likely provide more concrete information. So I need to find out more about that security system. Is there a way I could access the security system data? Maybe not, but I need to ask. Carrier's primary and only concern was identifying the culprit behind the attempted heist of the incredibly valuable diamond from the museum's natural history. But the critics said that at least 2 of the items were forgeries. The murdered guest. Knocked over stanchions and crooked exhibits make it look like the victim likely fell from above, which we did explore the balcony. Initial investigations have presented quite the complex crime scene, including the victim, a broken display case, several large stone pieces, and the first-hand witness. As it turned out, the victim did have several things on him, including a receipt, but when they paid the admission fee. But why did they pay for 2 if he came alone? Embedded with one of the broken statue pieces was the tip of a bullet. I've taken the old-timer's initial statements, which included arguments and altercations he had with the victim. So old-timer and the victim did have a confrontation, but we need to find out more about that confrontation. While they weren't the most forthcoming, I should assume there's plenty of details conveniently omitted. I'll need to collect more evidence before I press further. And meeting the suspects. Upon entering the museum, I was greeted by the curator, who gave me an overview of the incident that occurred just hours earlier. I should inquire with them for more specific details, but I need to speak with everyone else who was present. The museum doesn't employ more than 2 people, the guard and the guide, not including the curator, of course. An interesting pair of eccentric. The podcaster and the tourist may not be entirely what they seem. Definitely. Snooty and self-indulgent, the critic and the old-timer are quite the duo. It seems they're in attendance together. And then not a pair of socialites, the artist and the student each gave off quite odd yet different first impressions. So we still need to do a little bit more research, I think, to be able to answer these questions and fill these in. We will continue in the next episode. Thank you for watching. Have an utterly fantastic day and see you next time. Howdy, howdy. This is Blue Otter, and today we are playing Feline Forensics. So today I want to go through and do the full tour of the actual museum, look at all the art pieces. This is going to be important because this is also going to help with collecting some of our words. But first, I do see that we have a couple of conversations that have unlocked with both the curator and the guard. Ah, detective, I trust the investigation is going well. Of course. I have several things to discuss if we could. About today's events. Before. Yes. About the suspects. I met them all and started to establish profiles on each. There's something at the heart of this, and I'll find out who. Yes, congratulations, detective. I have the utmost faith in your sleuthing skills, so please continue your work diligently. It's getting late, don't you think? Injustice doesn't sleep, I'm afraid. It takes time to shine the light on the truth. Fine, do what you must, take as much time as you need. But remember, the very fate of the museum hinges on your ability to resolve this efficiently. Efficiently, like how you want me to find the answers? I think you mean effectively, curator. Either way, we should move on to another topic. I would expect nothing less. Okay, about today's events. Before, there's a lot here about the camera. What camera? I was discussing tonight's events with the tourist and the topic of his camera arose. Did you not notice he had it on him when he arrived? I absolutely did not. I'm sure you understand, detective, that recording of any kind within the museum is strictly against policy. Why would guests come visit if they can observe a rudimentary facsimile someplace else? I had a hunch that's what you say, but it might reveal some important evidence, so I'm going to entertain the prospect for now. Fine, I suppose it is a minor concern at the moment. I agree. Let's discuss more important concerns then. About today's events. Before, about admission, specifically that paid by the victim earlier tonight. He was charged for 2 entrants. Was he accompanied by anyone? No, he wasn't. That's when I started to suspect he was up to no good. And I was correct, of course. Then why would he have paid for 2? I hope this wasn't malicious on your part. Yeah, I think they just think that because they paid for 2, they were trying to do something, which at that point you really have no evidence for. It was no mistake. When I told him there was a charge for admittance, he said he would pay for himself and whoever comes in next. That's all. Just to clarify, he didn't know there was a cost to enter, but he was willing to pay for 2. I didn't think much of it, detective. It seemed to surprise him, so perhaps he didn't want it to happen to someone else. Did it betray my initial impressions of the character? Sure, but he confirmed them soon after with all this mess he caused. It does seem that way, but we can never be so sure. By chance, do you remember who came in next? That nervous one with the backpack. I tried to explain the situation to him, but with all that stammering, I don't think he heard any of it. Yeah, the student. Intriguing. Why don't we move on for now? About today's events. What else do we have? Do we have anything else for before? About the critic. He said you would request an article be written. Could you tell me more about that? Detective, I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that so? He said this wasn't the first time. In fact, he said the first one did quite well. And what else did he tell you, detective? Because I remember that article quite differently, and I would never request such theatrics again. Unfortunately, it's not within procedure to disclose any more information about the other suspects than I already have. My apologies if this struck a nerve. But you can trust that I'll do my best to get to the bottom of this. For now, I have other topics we should get to as well. Okay, let's do during. Certainly. About the guide. You described her as stunned until eventually your efforts to rouse her were successful and she told you to call the authorities. But she described the situation differently, that you failed to calm her and left her there unmoving in order to call the police. Ah. She said that, did she? If you recall, I also described her as selfless and to a fault. I'll have you know, she's like a daughter to me. I regret to say that she lied to you, Detective, to save my feathers. For a curator to not prioritize the safety of their guests or even their exhibits. I believe she intended to maintain my proper image. A noble act, and certainly loyal. But it was still a lie. I'll have to reconvene on that, but for now, we'll have other matters to discuss. All right, additional details about the alarm. It's state-of-the-art, awarded on a grant several years ago. It runs through every wall, door, and exhibit. A bit Orwellian, but I do what I must. It took a long time to amass such a wondrous collection, so I'd like to keep it. Yeah, that seems suspicious if you've got a lot of in your collection and the critics are already like, yeah, at least 2 of them are fakes. Yeah, that makes me think that she's literally using this as a cover to get really expensive artwork, and then when it gets lost or stolen or fenced, then she can claim insurance money. That sounds like a nice motive to me. I don't see any cameras though. How does it work? That's the beauty of it. It's entirely invisible, reading paw prints on the surface of display stands, glass cases, and frames. And it recognizes registered users, so if I were to rearrange the exhibits, I wouldn't have to worry about disabling the entire systems. That seems like plot of convenience. Of course, the rest of my staff is also registered. Conservators, appraisers, or technicians get temporarily registered as needed too. The guard mentioned a discretionary response system. Do you know anything about that? Vaguely. For instance, putting the doors on lockdown is an early stage response, whereas that atrocious sound is much later. I know that much. I see. If someone stole an exhibit, a noisy alarm would alert everyone, warning the thief that their cover was blown. Of course, if the thief broke into an exhibit to steal it, well, they'd already relinquished the advantage of discretion. In that case, the alarm siren acts more like a warning system to other guests. I'm starting to see this intelligence you mentioned. Yes, well, I hope it makes closing the case easier for you. Easier and quicker. Easier? Perhaps. Quicker? I'm not so sure. I think it's time to retrace my steps toward that broken display again. Before I do, though, I have some more questions, if you don't mind. I think we're done. Let's come over here. Aye, detective. What can I do for you? Let's start with a few questions about today's events. You've got the green to go ahead. About the artist. Do you recall having an encounter with him earlier? Perhaps in the courtyard? That's a tough one, eh? The tourist was there, and the podcaster. Oh, you know what? The artist was in the courtyard. Come to think of it, when I was barreling through to get to the brawl upstairs, I nearly tripped over my own 2 paws. Or so I thought, but now that you mention it, yeah, it must have been him that I was stumbling over. Such a silly thing for me to forget, ain't it? So sorry, detective. I guess my memory was a bit hazy after the whole debacle got out of control. Apology accepted and understandable. As you know, that's not terribly uncommon. Why don't we discuss something else for now then? Absolutely. I'm an open book full of pictures. Okay. Today's events. About the podcaster. You saw her in the natural history exhibit. Did you suspect that she could have stolen it then? Initially I did, yes, but she was quick to explain herself, and it all made sense to me. She told me she had come from the courtyard just a moment prior in response to the sound of breaking glass and a loud thud. That would have been the gemstone being stolen and the victim falling from above. Considering the timeline, there wasn't much she could have gotten up to. I hate to break it to you, but she did have a few moments before you arrived. Not enough to steal a jewel, of course, but she did steal the victim's belongings. Oh no, you don't say. Oh man, I knew I should have been more strict with her. I was just so concerned about calling the police and getting things under control. While your motives were understandable, this could have been avoided with a bit more diligence. Yeah, it sounds familiar, detective. I'm sorry about that. And thankful you're setting things straight. Sounds familiar. So you were kind of requested to leave your former job as a police department, what was the reason? Was it the fact that you did sloppy police work and that allowed others to take advantage of that? And literally, even if you weren't an accomplice, you were an unwilling accomplice because you weren't doing your due diligence. I'm working on it at least. Let's start through a few more questions, shall we? Absolutely. Today's events. About the guide. You mentioned in your testimony that you discovered her in the antiquities exhibit, stunned from the sound of the gunshot. As much as you know about her condition, do you think it's possible she could have been unaware of your presence at that moment? Oh, I really hadn't considered that, but I bet you're right. I can't reiterate enough how much I really did try to help, but the curator always has a lighter touch, so calling for them was the best call I could make. I agree. I don't think y'all did anything wrong. I just needed to corroborate the two stories. So thank you for that, but I've got some more questions. Okay, I think actually we're done. All right, so let's go through. We'll go through each room, and as we go into each room, we're going to kind of re-interview the suspects. Hopefully we can get through the entire museum. We have the plaque reads Semi-Colored Vase by Ai Weiwei. Do you think he dipped the vase in paint or just drizzled it on top? You know, I should have eaten before arriving on the scene. Let's go through. We're going to look at all of these. The plaque reads The Sheaf by Henry McFleece. I'm going to assume a sheaf is some sort of shrubbery, at the very least a leafy plant of some kind. The plaque reads Vase with 15 Sunflowers by Vincent van Gogh. To think that he would go so far as to cut off one of his own sausacones. Okay, the we shouldn't be there, and that's true. He did cut off his ear. If only he knew how prolific his art would become. Yeah, everyone knows Van Gogh. The plaque reads Calf with a Pearl Earring by Johannes Vermeerkat. You think the large ears would be distracting, but the earring still really draws the eye. Okay, we have a statue here. The plaque reads, I believe this is the abbreviation for Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle Orangutan by Konstantin Krankuski. The expression of this piece is so complex. Notes of anger, hints of boredom, and a dash of really needs to itch my nose, and so many more. Let's see. This is that looks like a vent. The plaque reads The Best Friend of Man by Renee Maparkeet. A bowler hat, huh? Not many can make that work. Believe me, I've tried. The plaque reads Water Off the Back of a Duck's Neck by Jean-Michel Basquiat. An excellent and harrowing representation of the web-footed condition. The plaque reads Nighthawks by Edward Hopper. What I would give to sit alone in the dustiest bar in town, just sitting at a half-empty glass of the finest aged milk. The plaque reads Gray on Blue by Mark Ratko. The deeper meaning of this one is beyond me, but in a good way. Okay, that takes us back to there. We're going to go into the Natural History Museum. Plaque reads in Enedi Plateau Cavern Painting circa 6000 BC. Questions like how could they possibly have transported this cave rock aren't even worth asking. The cave painting that I believe is in France by the cave that I can never pronounce. You know exactly which one I'm talking about. Starts with an L, ends with an X. They actually, because all the humidity of people going in to look at the paintings was actually affecting the preservation of the paintings. And so they actually have a replica of it. So you can go out and you can actually look at the replica, but it still preserves and keeps the original cave paintings intact. The plaque reads, mosquito preserved in amber discovered in Southeast Asia. Who knows what sort of horrible things this bug could be carrying? Ancient plagues, mind control curses, dinosaur theme parks. Facts. I suppose we should all consider ourselves lucky this wasn't the exhibit to break. Speaking of dinosaur theme parks, the plaque reads, Tyrannosaurus skeleton of the Cretaceous period. Iconic dinosaur, but I prefer the Stegosaurus. Even a Triceratops would rank higher personally. I like the Paracephalosaurus. Yeah, I'm probably mispronouncing it. The plaque reads, collection of dinosaur tools discovered across multiple regions. I wonder what the predecessors would think if they saw what we could carve from stone nowadays. They'd probably think all those sculptures in the other exhibits were wildly impractical. It'd be interesting if one of those weapons was actually missing. Okay, we're gonna come back and we're gonna cycle back. I want to see all the exhibits first. The plaque reads, collection of ancestor skulls discovered across multiple regions. There's so much about the ancient civilizations that we still don't know about. I guess we never will. It really makes you think, huh? This looks like a bloody tusk. The plaque reads, mammoth tusk circa 3000 BC. Imagine the size of the elephant folk attached to this. We have some other things that are stuck in behind a glass. Plaque reads, spiritual stones circa 1998. Legend says you can time travel one whole dog year with these. Let's come over here. We have some butterflies. Plaque reads, collection of pin butterflies originally researched in North America. I much prefer my butterflies unpinned and flying, alive. True. We used to have monarchs that would hang around, and then the plant that they were visiting stopped producing whatever it was that was attracting them, or I don't know. They just stopped coming. The plaque reads, collection of hen beetles originally researched in Eastern Asia. I'd rather not look at this too long. All right, we have we're stuck. We have the geode over here. The plaque reads, amethyst geode sustainably sourced from Central Europe. Mother Goose's creations have such an unparalleled beauty. All right. Do we have anything new that we can see? This has always been the least favorite part of the job. I'd rather not redo my examination as reflected in notes. The description. Okay. I didn't know if we were going to find anything new on that or not. This is the pedestal where the stolen gemstone was once displayed. What should I investigate here? So we've already looked at the exhibit placard. Let's look at the broken case. I have more information about the museum's security system now, so I probably should take a second pass at this. Although I don't want to bite off more than I can chew, and this could open a whole new can of sardines. I should probably make sure all my notes are in order first and then come back. Do we have... Yeah, missing gemstone. Or did they? Is there a way to access the security system? Okay, hold on. I do have... There, this one is done. So I've gotten all of this. Then we have the murdered guest. So we have more stuff that we're looking for. Okay, let's go over here and talk to the podcaster. Hey there, detective. I have some questions for you, and please keep all of this between us. Additional details. Only if you subscribe, just kidding. Yeah. way overboard with that. About the camera. You mean the tourist camera? That thing was like so nice. I wish I could afford one, but they're so vogue right now. Yes, that one. You mentioned looking over it. Did you notice if it had any film? Oh, it must have. Didn't I tell you what happened when I dropped it before? Neither of you mentioned dropping the camera. No. Whoops. Silly me. Well, you like remember the gunshot, right? Blammo and all that. That didn't bother me at all, I guess. But then with the glass shattering, the alarm went off. That's what got me. The noise made me jump and whoop. That was when the camera just dropped right out of my little hands. When it hit the floor, there was a big flash, so it probably took some sort of photo. Of course, I got it back to him all in one piece, and before he even noticed. Everything afterwards went pretty much the same as I told you before. That's certainly an interesting wrinkle. I may have a few other inquiries to make before I continue investigating this. Like whatever you need. Okay, I think that's all we have to ask you. Continuing on, hold on. I think I want to finish the bottom floor. So I'm going to go over to Antiquities and then the courtyard. Then we'll go to the sculpture. Then we'll go to the fine arts and we'll finish out in the balcony. So I need to go this way. All right, we'll come over here. We have a vent. I feel like the vent's going to be important for some reason. The plaque reads Nataraja circa 900. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing all these. I remember visiting some distant family when I was a kitten. My father took me to a temple with a statue like this. Oh, shanty, shanty, shanty. The plaque reads Sarcophagus of Mutakammen, circa 1325 BC. Despite being the youngest puppy pharaoh, he was still a big cat fan. Who could blame him? Okay, the artist doesn't have anything new to add. The plaque reads Ceremonial Mass, circa 1880. While it's nice to see the representation, it does beg the question of why all these cultural monuments are stuck in a Philadelphia museum. I don't know. Let's ask the British. The plaque reads Rug of Crystal Trading Post circa 1900. Entirely handmade and still so intricate, a real artistic marvel. The plaque reads Apollo Belvedere circa 130 or 130. The statue depicts him as a horse, a classic example of trying to erase his true Oxen heritage. The plaque reads Terracotta Tiger circa 210 BC. This is just one warrior immortalized in clay, but historians believe over 8,000 exist. I watched a documentary that was very educational until they said they'd wake up and take over the planet for their alien overlords. I mean, isn't that what the cat distribution center is all about? They strategically place their cats all over the earth and then one day they take over. The plaque reads Rabbits of the Court in the Garden circa 1700. It's like I can hear the cicadas buzzing all around me and the clunking of that little bamboo fountain thing. And we've got the vase and the other thing. Plaque reads Corinthian black spotted pottery circa 600 BC. The Greeks truly had a way of life. Very smelly, I'm sure, but also very sophisticated. Why was it smelly? Was it because they're by the sea and so you have that very pungent smell of like the ocean and the salt and the waves and maybe fish? Because that's I don't get that. The plaque reads Statue of the Small Horse circa 3000 BC. A classic depiction of my favorite avian god. Just very tiny. Okay, that does that. The artist does not have a thought bubble over his head, so there's nothing more to add from him. So here we have... So, oh, we have A. No sense in leaving any stone unturned, or shrub in this case. Just gotta reach a paw in and rustle some leaves. Oh, what's this? Something perched between these branches. It's cold and it feels like metal? Could it be what I think it is? Yes, it's the casing to match the tip from earlier. I'll have to update my evidence records now that I have both pieces of the bullet. However, the question remains, where is the weapon that fired it? Where indeed? Okay, so here... Yeah, now we have where the weapon ended up. So yeah, that's still there. I believe the courtyard only has this one exhibit, and this is honestly one of my favorite exhibits. The plaque reads, "On the Essence of Color" by Sir Rupert Croakstein von Lillipad de Wort IV. In the nasty world of noir gray, be a crystal of color. Okay, so now he's got some... I'm gonna check the bush, this other bush real quick. Okay, let's come over here. I keep forgetting that I probably need to like make sure it's positioned well, that it's actually looks decent in the screenshot. Private Eye, he's watching you. Yes, right. Let's get on to the topic at hand. Additional details. Let's dance about your camera. We've been over that already, haven't we, Detective? And there ain't much more to say. Well, there's one particular detail I think we should go over again. You weren't using the camera at all tonight, correct? Of course, the curator would have had my head if I was. There ain't even any film in here. Then how come, according to the podcaster, the camera's flash went off when she dropped it? Okay, I actually have an old 35mm camera, and I can attest that the flash that I have has a little button that you can press that will just cause the flash to go off without taking a picture. You should take a beginner's photography course. Just because the flash goes off doesn't mean it actually took a photo, Detective. That's what I just said. But if you're so confident in your theory, then how about you check it out yourself? You can take my camera as evidence as long as I get it back. It's empty, you'll see, but full of sentimental value. I'll make a note to return it once the case is closed, unless, of course, I discover something incriminating. And that should tell you just about how much I trust you to do the right thing, Detective. Here you go. I appreciate your cooperation. Now, could I get your input on some other topics? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we have new evidence. We have a camera. And this looks exactly like my camera. I'm not even joking. The thing to open it is like right here. Oh, there we go. Yep. But it is empty. Oh, of course. I knew there's something else here. Or rather, there isn't something here. Something that can be just as important. If I had a bet, this is probably another case of someone's sticky paws. Yeah, we're gonna need to cycle back to them. Oh, we've got all the ones. I want to go through and finish doing all the stuff. I want to go back and I want to finish the museum first. And then we'll go through and corroborate everyone's story. All right, so let's see. Do we have anything here? Yes, we do. We do have a vent. We don't have anyone to talk to. The plaque reads, "Somewhat patterned ceramic squares by Kaiser Swildsson. That reminds me of a game I played as a kitten with the timer and the blocks. You know what? Not important." You talking about trouble? The plaque reads, "Stone Swirl by an unknown artist." I could see why they wanted to be left anonymous. The plaque reads, gold blindfold on marble bust by an unknown artist. A man with golden eyes. Is this a reference to that spy thriller? I'm babooned. James babooned. Ha! What a classic. The plaque reads, in pursuit of wings by an unknown artist. How much of ourselves we relinquish in pursuit of our desires. Oh, I know the plight well, don't I? The plaque reads, vertical constellation with blob by Alexander Calamander. Oh, I see it. It's a whale. Or is it a lion? Maybe a... Actually, I don't see anything. We have over here. The plaque reads, Mamani Longlegs by Louise Bourgeois. Even small and behind glass, I can feel my fur still standing straight up. Black reads, nostalgia on cathode ray tube by Hayo Miyazbra. Hey, I guess that I get that reference. Oh, I know that one too. Wait, and that one. The plaque reads, Petals of Metal, circa 1900. An old friend from New Pork City has something like this hanging in his flat. It looks a bit tacky there too. The plaque reads, Metal Angles by an unknown artist. This looks like they dropped a bunch of culture in the garbage disposal, and that is a compliment. The plaque reads, Gourd by Yayoi Kuzwana. I've never been a big gourd fan. Are they supposed to look this diseased? Plaque reads, Balloon Dog by Jeff Raccoons. I shouldn't get too close. I was never declawed. Okay, let's go back up to the fine arts. Okay, we do have a communication from the critic. So let's start over here. We're going to cycle around and then we'll go talk to them. Plaque reads, composition with dark gray, lighter gray, white, and yellow by Piet Mandrel. Some might argue that this, in its simplicity, isn't real art. And I am not some people. Plaque reads, a Sunday afternoon on the island of La Veloujat by George Shabat. You just don't see this level of decorum these days. Not since... There's the old timer. The plaque reads, The Water Lily Pond by Claude Monet. Reminds me of the days as a kitten when love was in the air. Oh, how I miss you. Plaque reads, Head of a Sheep by Pablo Picasso-Wary. The dichotomy of Ram and you inside us all. It's exquisite. The vent. Plaque reads, The Temptation of St. Bernard by Salva Border Collie. What was this very tall elephant's potentially stomping on that was so tempting for St. Bernard? Actually, I think I get it. That actually reminds me of one of the levels in Shantytown too. The one where you're building the market signs and stuff. Plaque reads, Lake Contours Hakone by Hero Sheep. I hope to see the other 52 works by this artist someday. A bit strange they would be split up the collection at all, honestly. You know, did they really split it up? Okay, 3 more. The plaque reads, Man's Best Buddies by Keith Haring. Look at these 2 normal friends with no implications at all. Yeah, right. I need to have catnip for brains to think something that outrageous. Plaque reads, Mostly Gray Kana by Georgia O'Beef. Something about this seems mildly inappropriate. Yeah, I remember when this story went down on this one. Plaque reads, Love is in the Litter by Banksby. Art isn't in the paper or the paint. It's in the little shredder inside the frame, I think. And we have the critic. You have yet to acquire new attire. I do not approve. Apologies, but that's not what I'm here to discuss. About today's events. I'll give you this one for free about the guide. Were you aware the discussion you shared earlier was taken quite differently by her? Whatever could you mean, detective? It was simply a forum of two intellectuals. Perhaps one person's forum is another's arena, especially when such a debate is uninvited. Have you considered that? I can assure you that it was not my intention to debate her. Surely she's been through more treacherous challenges than I could provide. I'm not in a position to make claims one way or the other, but I found the disparity in your testimonies important enough to clarify. And worth noting, if your honest reputation and criticism is defensive, then I suggest you reflect on why that is. Humph. How astute and utterly absurd a sentiment. That's my job. Now, I have more inquiries to make before I can continue my investigation. That's all I've got. For you, let's go to the courtyard. So we can see down below. The plaque reads, The Hatching of Venus by Sandro Bonabacelli. The legend says that she was born from a giant scallop shell, but for avian folk, I suppose that's not terribly far off from a typical egg. Plaque reads, Two Deers Within Me by Frida Kahlo. I never knew deer folk could do something like this anatomically. Oh no, wait, it's symbolic. That's on me. All right, we have... Plaque reads, The Mare Lisa by Leonardo de Viper. I don't want a promise. I want Arsene Lupus here as a prisoner with handcuffs on him in a week. I love that old movie. One of the few our feline family had, and I loved every minute of it. Another vent. If I'm not mistaken, that's just the balcony. Let's go out on the balcony and we'll come back around. So we have this. Plaque reads The Legume by Anesh Kapoodle. The shape is so intriguing and its surface so reflective. Wait, is that something in my teeth? Why didn't anyone tell me? And we also have this. The plaque reads, Would you like to take control of your past or change the channel of your future? We change the past. Oh, it just shuffles the screens of the television exhibits around. They almost had me there. Let's change the future. Yeah, it just shuffles the imagery around. We got another one. The plaque reads Fairy on the Wall by Anthony Goatley. I could have sworn I've seen the photo of this one before and it seemed much larger. The plaque reads Society by Anonymous. True art is dead seems like very overly cryptic message. And simultaneously two on the nose. I have true art is dead or true is art dead. It's the don't open door dead inside reference. Okay, let's come over here. Plaque reads Wolf of the Sea, Above the Sea of Fog by Caspar Darwin Frogrich. Such a mysterious figure. What is he contemplating? What tortures his melodramatic soul? I long to know. Plaque reads Merrick's Diptych by Andy Warthog. My mom was always such a fan of Merrick's. On special occasions, she would even get spots painted onto her fur. The Black reads The Creation of Fido by Michael Flamingo. Or Michael Flamingo. Considering the artist could fly, the chapel paintings he did are a bit less impressive. Plaque reads Portrait of Adele Blackbear by Gustave Clement. Oh gosh, this one kind of hurts my eyes. The plaque reads American Dairy by Grant Woodpecker. At a city-dwelling feline, I never fancied the life of a barn cat, and considering the expression on their faces, I'm not missing much. Plaque reads La Lapin by Edward Degas. Wow, they can really dance. I know, I totally missed that one. The plaque reads Composition 7 by Vasily Kangarinsky. He is the only artist that can perfectly capture the mystique of a grand piano falling from a window and onto the sidewalk. Is that what that is? Plaque reads The Tower of Bleedle by Peter Brugrote. Mother Goose may have struck the tower as it reached the sky, and yet upon our earthly wings we fly. Okay, we do have this wing left. Now we've already explored that one. Plaque reads Taurus figurine discovered in Northern Europe and Asia. Am I blushing? I feel like I'm blushing. That is I believe the play on the Venus statues. Plaque reads Tylosaurus skeleton of the Cretaceous period. It's because of terrifying creatures like this that I'll never get into the ocean. No, it's not all about the water, so don't even ask. We already did that. This was the Moa statues. The plaque reads Pterodon skeleton of the Cretaceous period. You're trying to tell me this isn't a pterodactyl. What's next? They had feathers? Ridiculous. What was this? Pterodon. One of my favorite kids books, like the ABC books that I've read, is called P for Pterodactyl. It's all about it's all about words that the first letter is silent. Plaque reads ammonoid fossil discovered in Northern Europe. Ah yes, the golden ratio. The Fibonacci Fibonacci sequence, why can I not talk? Logarithmic spiral, Lord Helix, a universal constant immortalized in a stone. We have another vent. Plaque reads our solar system for illustrative purposes only, not to scale. If this really was built to scale, Jupiter would probably be on the other side of town, way past my office, I bet. So we have Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, RIP Pluto. Okay, so we have gone through all of the exhibits. Now it's time to go through here. Oh, we had this for the people, so we might... No, this is just for the people. Okay, so we're gonna go through... I'm gonna go through and do all this. We have all these different words that fit somewhere in here. We do have all the words for this chapter. I'm going to go through and get them, and I'll be right back. Earlier tonight, the old-timer argued in the fine art exhibit with the punk who surprisingly had a gun. They fought in the courtyard, and eventually the punk fell from the natural history balcony. Amidst the chaos, someone stole the gemstone from the natural history exhibit. Led by the curator, the museum staff also included the loyal guard and the knowledgeable guide. Suspects and witnesses included the eccentric podcaster, the bitter old-timer, as well as the distinguished critic. They also included the anxious student, the jolly tourist, and the reserved artist. Aha! I knew I was onto something. I've got the basic details of this case all sorted out and met every suspect. Now it's time to really get to work. Probably should have done that. Okay, so we've discussed everything. Let's go in and look. So here, the murdered guest, like it fell from above, it's a complex crime scene, was a student. Broken statue pieces was fired from the tip of the bullet and discarded or perhaps hidden within the courtyard shrubbery. So likely it fired, the casing fell out, went into the shrubbery. The bullet struck the statue. Where's the gun? I've taken the old-timer's initial statement. They weren't much forthcoming, but we need to collect some more evidence. The missing gemstone. We really need to know more. It's going to crack down with the security system. And the curator is surprisingly not as well meaning of telling that. The film didn't have film. Well, the last person that we knew it potentially had film if it took a picture. It had film before the podcaster took it. So we're going to go back and talk to the podcaster. And then cause for alarm. Spoke to the curator who told more about the system's decision-making skills. More to find at the crime scene. But I did that. I might need to go back and redo that. Let's go back and look at if any of these. Okay, so here, arriving at the museum, intending to write and publish a critique at the request. This is from testimonies based off of the curator. Ah, I see. That makes sense. He might have been hoping to write an article about the museum, but it wasn't the curator that hired him to do it. But why lie about that at all? Perhaps I should pay him another visit and ask. Perhaps we should. Okay, so that one's good. We've got all of these. Oh, here we go. Curator discovered the guide in the stunned state and okay, so this one we have testimonies based off of the curator. Nope. She had a valid reason for not knowing the full truth here, but someone cleared it up. Who was it? Okay, so this one would have been the testimony of the guard then. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Considering her condition at the time, there's no way she would have known the guard tried to help her. As far as I can tell, this was just an honest mistake, but worth keeping the record straight nonetheless. Let's go back and see these awesome dinosaurs while I'm doing this. Okay. Unsuccessful in doing so, the curator left the guide. Okay, this I think was the testimony of the curator. Ah, I see. That makes sense. While the curator did leave to call the authorities, it wasn't before successfully rousing the guide from her stun. Was she intentionally trying to throw me, or was she just trying to maintain the curator's reputation? That could be. There's a lot of things. I mean, obviously someone did this. Okay, the podcaster. After it clambered to the ground, she recovered the camera and returned it to the tourist. Thankfully, it was completely intact. Testimony of the tourist. Nope. So who would... It's completely intact. The only other one that I could think of that might have had anything would have been the guard, and I don't know if that's... Isn't she leaving out an important detail? If I find something tangible to prove it, I could find out why. Okay, maybe I need to go talk to her again. Okay, we still have one thing left about the punk that we need to find. The student, he entered the museum, paid admission, and eventually found his way into the natural history. Testimony of the curator. Well, I don't want to embarrass him, but I think I have some evidence that can partially disprove this. What was it? Oh, I know. It was this with the admission receipt. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Could it be that the student just stumbled into a bit of luck? But why lie about that? Maybe through all the excitement he misremembered. It could be that easy, right? It could be, or he and the punk could have been working together and the punk just happened to come in and maybe the punk is up to no good and was trying to get the student in. I mean, trying to pay the debts, and maybe the punk had a means of being able to do that. And the tour seems pretty straightforward so far. So with that, let's go down. Let's go down and speak to this podcaster. Do we have anything for... I like the fact that they do the thought bubbles above the head. Here we go. Hey there, detective. Some questions for you, and please keep it all between us. Additional details. Only if you... Yeah. I'm not going to subscribe. About the camera. How familiar are you really with the process of film photography? Not too much, but you can learn anything on YouTube nowadays. Oh, you think it'd uber boost my follower if I did? Is that why you were so interested in the tourist camera? Well, I got it right here, but with some bad news. It's empty after all. No film to be found. But he told you it was empty, right? You said that, right? So no surprises there. Of course. After all, photography isn't usually allowed in a place like this. Ha, duh, you're super right. What a shame. Cold trail. Anyways, totally moving on. No, humor me for a moment. Let's say he did have film in it and was taking photos he shouldn't have been. Someone taking it off his guilty conscience would be quite fortuitous, wouldn't you say? Fine, I have it. You can take the film. You're killing me, detective. Just know I only took it to make some promotional material for my podcast. You gotta always be on that grind, and it would have been perfect. I would say I understand, but the bottom line is I have a case that needs solving. So we should move on to some other inquiries, and then I'll continue that investigation. Like whatever you need. Okay. So that I should have gotten the film, but I need to find a way to develop it. Caught on film. Yeah, someone at the department can have it developed. So that's one thing you can do, is they will give you a means of being able to... some hints, but not just outright telling you how to do it. Okay, so we're going to call... I guess I could give the phone department a call, yeah. Can't forget to expensive charge. Detective! Hope the case is going along smoothly. What can I do for you? About the film. I found a reel of camera film that might be important to the case. There's equipment at the station to development. Could you send someone to pick it up for me? Oh, absolutely, detective. In fact, I'll just come do it myself. Okay. Was he next door? Sorry about the wait, detective. I came as fast as I could. I think you arrived in record time, so no need to apologize at all. Here's the film. Do you know how long it will take to develop? My guess is whenever it becomes convenient for the plot to know what's on the film. That is my sarcastic self saying what I think. Not sure. Somebody in the lab will take care of it. And you know how they are. Honk! Don't worry. After a while, we should have a photograph. I won't really have any way to let you know when it's done, but you can always call. Ain't no issue there. Well, I got no shortage of threads to pull. to pull on. So I'll put this in the bottom of the list for now. Thanks again. No thanks necessary. Just part of the job. Good luck. Oh, I won't need luck. I'm going to need a miracle. Let's get back to it. All right. So we just have to wait for the results. For here, that is going in 5. There's nothing here. I don't have evidence stored. Okay. Yeah, because the film might go in here. Yeah, and then we have... Why? So here is the next one. Okay, so here's our first. And there, so. We have a bit of stuff to do, but we don't have all the words. So there's really no point in trying to go through, because all you're going to do is you're going to put in the wrong word. And you're literally just trying to force stuff to happen when it's not there. Let's go over the other one I want to talk to is the mouse. And apparently we're going to talk to the rabbit as well. I'm innocent, I swear. Every time you say that, I get a little less confident you're telling me the truth. Let's get to the questioning. Additional details. Is this a test? I've never been good at tests, detective. About a mission. What about it? There's no fee or anything, right? No, in this case, someone had come in before you and paid in advance, actually. Oh, call it luck, right? That kind of thing never happens to me. So you weren't aware of who paid it? Nope. Didn't think anything of it. Just went on my way, waiting for that date, like I said before. Well, it turns out the generous patron was caught in this chaotic situation, and unfortunately it cost them their life. What? Detective, I lied, okay? I lied to you. I didn't come here for a date. I do know who paid my admission. The punk, he was my friend, my best friend. So please, could you tell me what happened? He and another visitor got into an argument. Ultimately, he fell from the balcony in the natural history exhibit. It seems to have been fatal. Oh. Okay. Detective, you can ask a couple more questions if you really need to, but after that, I'd like a few minutes to myself. It goes without saying, perhaps, but I am sorry for your loss. Okay, if you say so. Okay, I think I'm done. We're going to leave him alone for a bit. Come over here and speak to the guide. Have you put it all together yet, detective? I'm working on it and hoping you might be able to answer a few more questions about today's events. I'll try my best. About the guard. I don't believe you were aware in the moment, but I figured I should tell you. He did try to help while you were in that stunned state. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to help, but he called for the curator to come take care of you. He wished he could have done more, he said. The guard has always been the nicest. If you get a chance, tell him I appreciate it. I'll bring him an extra croissant tomorrow. I'm sure he'll enjoy that. I've got some more details to cover, if you wouldn't mind. Sure thing. About today's events. About the curator. According to your testimony, they helped you to the point and then prioritized calling the police. Unfortunately, they didn't corroborate that. Are you giving me a chance to revise my statement, detective? Okay. Yeah, the curator would never have prioritized the museum over us, at least not as far as I've ever known. They did help me recover more than I let on before, but it was my idea to call the authorities. The curator theorized that you were attempting to protect their reputation. Is that the case? I suppose it was. I know they come across as a bit prickly, detective, but they do mean well. So is the guide possibly covering for the curator? And they do whatever it takes to support us. I just wish there was a way we could do the same for them. That does seem like a bit of a trend, but there are other topics I like to get onto. I don't think there was anything else. There was not. Let's go up here. We have something else for the critic. Nothing for the old timer. I know. You don't like my clothes. About today's events. I'll give you this one. Okay, about the article. Ah, yes. Did you want to read it? I have an early draft if you'd like. You haven't even left. Those things take time. That's interesting, considering the curator was entirely unaware of that request you mentioned. They must be playing coy with you. Or maybe they're just embarrassed that they need my help to keep their museum afloat. But I guess you wouldn't understand, standing on the outside, desperately trying to look in. You're trying to change the topic. Did the curator ask you to write the article or not? No, they didn't. They didn't have to. I received an anonymous tip and I decided to be generous. Fine. It's my turn to change the topic then. If you must, don't let me stop you. That's it for them. Okay, we have the courtyard. Okay, go to X. Let's go back and look through here. Oh, podcaster after it cleared to the ground. Oh, that was... Yeah, no, I need to revise this one. After it clouded to the ground, recover the camera to ensure safely is completely intact. That's contradicted now by the evidence of the podcaster. No. Oh, wait, hold on. Would that be the fact that the evidence of... Well, there is the film. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Yes, she returned the camera, but not without a case of sticky paws. In an attempt to get more promotional material for her podcast, she swiped the film while the tourist was distracted. Exactly. What do we have here? We have cause for alarm, caught on film, stolen by... Okay, we're just... Okay, so caught on film, we are waiting for getting a reply back with the results of the photograph. The cause for alarm, spoke to the curator and they told me more about the system's decision-making skills, knowing there's more to find at the crime scene. So maybe we need to actually go back and look at the crime scene. The missing gemstone. Yeah, we need to see if we can't access the security system. And then the murdered guest. I need to collect some evidence before I press further. Let's go back here. Is this the pedestal where the stolen gems... What should I investigate? The broken case. I have more information about the museum's security system now, so I should probably take a second pass at this. But assuming the thief used the statue to break open the case because witnesses believed that's what triggered the alarm. There's no denying they heard glass shatter and the alarm blaring, but that doesn't mean it was intentional. When the statue was shot and fell, if it landed onto the display below, the gemstone would have been ripe for the taking, unless it was already gone. The list gets shorter. According to the curator's knowledge on the security system, that leaves us with two possibilities. One, the thief opened the case, which locked the museum doors and the alarm went off later. Or two, the thief was a registered user with the system and the doors wouldn't have locked until the case was accidentally broken later. I'm leaning towards the second one. Unfortunately, there's no way to know which is true right now. Maybe the guard will have further insight in my theory. Yeah, so we'll have to discuss with the guard. We'll come back over here. In the next episode. Thank you for watching. Have an utterly fantastic day and see you next time. Howdy, howdy, this is Blue Otter, and today we are playing Feline Forensics. Okay, we're going to talk to the guard. Alright, what can I do for you? Got a few questions. Additional details. Stand by for inquiry about the alarm. I look back over the crime scene with special attention to the pedestal of the stolen gemstone, and I have a theory I'd like to run by you. Oh, lay it on me. I believe that when the display case was broken, the gemstone was already missing. From everything you know about the security system, would that be possible? I suppose it could be, Detective. That'd be quite the twist. The issue I'm having with my theory is how to actually prove it. Without more clearly defined timing, it's impossible to know for sure. Well, the security system has an interface you could access in the maintenance room, but I can't provide that kind of clearance. That's something you'd have to get the curator's approval for, since it's private business and all that. I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, but if that's what it takes, I'll give it a shot. Until then, I think I might have a few more things to discuss with you before I go. No, I don't. But we do need to discuss with the curator why they didn't think the security logs would be important to share with me, the detective investigating the heist. Unless they don't want me to find it. Ah, Detective, I trust the investigation is going well. Of course. I have several things to discuss if we could. Additional details. Yes, of course. About the back room. The guard mentioned it while we were discussing the security system. I believe access could help crack this case if you'd allow it. Preposterous. Everything that happened tonight took place within public space. No one had access to the maintenance room tonight. Yes, no one had access to the maintenance space, but the maintenance space has the records of who might have had access to the public space of stealing the gemstone. Tonight, sure, but what if all of this was set into motion prior? What would you say then? As far as I know, and you can prove, that punk came in to drum up trouble, and some other opportunists saw fit to seize their chance. So what would I say to that, you ask? I would still say no. I hope you understand that if I find another means of access, I will have to defy your wishes. I would argue that given the fact that this crime has taken place and they have kept all the people here in the museum, which one, a true crime screen, would not have left the podcaster in literally the room with the dead body. Actually, the dead body you'd have a little chalk outline if they actually did that. But then you would have the coroner would come in, take the body back to the morgue to do the autopsy, even though it looks obvious of what happened. But nobody else would be in that room. And second, the entire museum would probably be considered a crime scene. So no, the curator would not be saying, no, you can't access that. No, that would be line one of what I would want. And if I find something important there, you could be held liable for obstruction. Then so be it. Now, move along. I will, of course, but right now, there are other things I wish to discuss. For a plot device, at least she is willing, they are all willing to discuss, even if they're just like, I'm not talking about that. I plead the fifth. Okay, ooh. Guide has something new. Have you put it all together yet? Working on it? Additional details. What do you want to know? About the back room. I've discussed it with a guard, and I believe it could be incredibly important to solving this case. Would you be able to take me there? It's staff only, though. Do you already have the curator's permission? See, this is where I could honestly just lie and say, oh, yeah, sure, we absolutely do. She actually said to go find you and take me up there. If I could bluff enough... Yeah. For the purposes of our conversation now, let's assume yes, I do. Well, come to think of it, it wouldn't matter either way. And why is that? I embarrassingly misplaced my keys a week ago, so I actually can't get into the maintenance room. The curator said they were going to have a replacement made for me soon, but in the meantime, the guard lends me his as needed. See, this is more information that should be relevant. Sorry, Detective, not much help on this front. Maybe you could borrow the guard's keys too? That may not be as easy as you think. Why don't we discuss something else? Sure thing. I don't have anything else. Let's go out. I want to go into the courtyard. Let's quickly see if the tourist does have something. Okay, let's see what the tourist has to say. Private Eye is watching you. Yes, right. Let's get to the topic at hand. Additional details. Let's dance. About this film. Where did you find that, detective? Funny coincidence, right? Considering I've got your camera and evidence is all. You know, the one that you assured me didn't have any film in it? And surely this film wouldn't fit in. Oh, wow. Would you look at that? It fits just right. I don't have the film canister anymore. Yeah, like you said, just a silly coincidence. I did turn the film over to the police detective agency. If I have to spell it out any further, I might have grounds to charge for contempt. Is that what you're going for? All right, you got me. Not only did I have film on my camera, I may have taken a few photos. I didn't think it would have been that important. I was just trying to save my hide if word got back to the curator. You understand that, right? Obscuring the truth for personal gain. I can't say I do, though. It's not the first time I've witnessed it. I mean, all's well that ends well, at least. If it helps solve the case, I'm relieved you found out. It could turn out to be incredibly important, yes. Let's move on to more questioning, shall we? Rightio. Okay, we've got that. Let's go in. Salutations, detective. Have you solved the case? Not quite, but I have some questions that may help. Additional details. Affirmative. About the back room. I understand this is a stretch, but you wouldn't have any idea where it is, would you? You mean the maintenance room for the museum? I can't say I do. However, I may have something that could help you find it. Really? I was mostly just preparing to vent about this investigative roadblock. What do you have? I told you earlier how the guard bumped into me. It appears he dropped his keys in the process. You can have them if they think they would assist you. Oh, wow. Unfortunately, I can't use a key on a door I can't find, but I'm sure these will come in handy when I do. You're welcome, detective. Feel free to return them once this is all wrapped up. Of course, I have no need for them. Yes, thank you. Will do. Allow me to ask a few more questions. Why would you need if they are the guard's keys and he dropped them and you're giving them to me? The proper procedure would be to return them to the guard, not to return them. Why would I be returning them to you? Okay, we have keys. Wait a minute, I've got... Gotta try to see if we can't find one that maybe... Wait, hold on, there was something right there. Of course, I knew there was something else here. The symbol... It looks like a figure with an outstretched arms. Have I seen that somewhere around here before? If I can find it again, that's probably where the key is meant to be used. You know, this is already an absolute mess, but the lack of labeling makes it even worse. Absolutely agree on that. Okay, we have cause for alarm. Is this... Now I have the security guard's keys. I need to figure out where the maintenance room is actually located upon closer examination. The keys, one is marked with an insignia. It reminds me of one of the exhibits. Oh, I bet I know where that is. That would be... over, I believe it's here. Yeah, that. Plaque reads, Fairy the Walls of Anthony Goatley. The fairy looks a bit familiar, like the symbol on the labeled key I found. This could become quite the compelling revelation, but it could also make this case exceptionally more complicated. Perhaps I should sort out some seemingly smaller threads before opening this proverbial can of catnip. Okay, what else do we have? I don't have all the clues. Maybe I need to go ask the guard? I know he doesn't have the... Nope, we don't have anything there. Go outside. It's too early to get the film back. So let's go through and look. Okay, everyone's got that. Those are fine. Come here, cause for alarm. Sculpture, make sure I have any smaller threads tied up before I use it. Okay, caught on film. We're just waiting for results. Missing gemstone. Okay, we're still working on that one. There's plenty of details conveniently omitted. I need to collect further evidence before I press them further. Okay, maybe... think out here in color. I just love the way that that warms up. Okay, so if they fought in the upstairs on the balcony up here. So they were in the canvas room in the fine art exhibit, I believe. It went out into the courtyard and then went into the natural history. So following the blood pool lines. So if the casing went into the bush, and that was where it was fired, if he managed to pull a gun away from him in the fight, it would have discharged. We'll get the right one at some point. Yeah, he pulled a gun. They fought in the courtyard and eventually the punk. So I always thought, when I was reading that it was the courtyard, I always thought it was this courtyard, but the courtyard balcony and eventually fell. So if they did that and he managed to get the gun away from him, then potentially as you expect, I've never really been a fan of water, but if my suspicions are correct, I need to do what must be done. Paw in the fountain, detective. Here goes nothing. Oh dear, it's cold and very wet. My fur is going to be uncomfortable for the rest of the evening. Aha! There it is. The murder weapon. A smoking or dripping gun. It was likely fired during the brawl upstairs and dropped soon after. I'll have to look it over to gather more information and then start questioning the various suspects about it. Okay, so we've got... yeah, we have that. Let's go and look at... this to see if there's any kind of... anything we should look at. We should not look at it from that angle. That is not the angle you should be looking at it. Always treat a gun like it's loaded. Is it here? There we go. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. Thankfully, it's not still loaded. It won't be doing any more harm anytime soon. Although I can't gather much more from this. I'm not a weapons expert. What are the chances someone here would be able to tell me more? Well, we can go to the person that had the scuffle. Hey, artist. But they had the scuffle. Okay. Okay, so maybe if I can't talk to him, maybe I need to talk to the guard. What can I do for you? Okay, additional details. Standing by for inquiry about the weapon. I've recovered it from one of the courtyard fountains, as well as 2 pieces of a fired bullet. I'm not sure what more to make of them, though. Well, for starters, this bullet most certainly belongs to that gun, in case that was ever a question. Normally, I'd say, yeah, but you probably need to run ballistics, but to actually match it, because the barrel does do like a fingerprint analysis with ballistics, at least for the current thought. However, I think it's reasonable to assume that because the bullet chunk fragments, you could probably pretty well tell. And then the size of the casing, if it would fit into the gun, I think that would probably be a good tell for that. While I didn't have a clear view from the first floor, I was fairly certain it was the punk that had their hands on the grip. Wait, did you say you found that gun in one of the fountains? I did, yes. It's my current operating theory that the old-timer got some sort of advantage against the punk and forced it from his grasp. Makes sense to me, but isn't it a bit far-fetched the old-timer would have the wherewithal to drop it so precisely? What if they were both disoriented enough that neither one of them could really keep a hold of it? That explained that precarious stanchion in the courtyard too. Actually, you're right. That does sound more likely. Now, I have some other things I'd like to question you about. No, I don't. Okay, but do we have any... thing else? Okay, so the gun and the bullets have been connected. Although I did not intend to fire it, it was actually misfired in the following struggle and then dropped. Yeah, so we're gonna go this way. I should probably check to see. Yeah, but it's saying I need to collect more evidence. I mean, what more evidence do I need to collect? Okay, let's go back and look at our case notes. Because we can't ask the punk. He'll type his initial statements, and which include the arguments and altercation he had. Yeah, I'm perplexed. Any of these? Oh, here we go. Old timer. Miss a struggle. We have with the evidence of the gun. No? Like it's another case. Miss a struggle. The punk fired the gun, but missed his target. The old timer then disarmed him with ease. Maybe this is, I need to go back and ask. Evidence. The fired bullet. No. There's another angle I consider out there. No, it's this one. It's the old timer. We've got to get this straightened out. Maybe the guard. Ah, I see. Makes sense. I can confirm now the gun was fired only as an accident result of the brawl. When it went off, both men were so disoriented that neither kept a hold of the weapon or pursued the fight much further. But you still don't have... Still need to collect evidence. And I have the key for this. Perhaps I should sort out some smaller threads. Okay. Let's at least call the police. I guess give the police department a call. I can't forget to expense the charge. Detective, hope the case is coming along smoothly. What can I do for you? Actually, it's pretty quiet over here at the precinct. Okay, click. Yeah, well, back to it, I guess. Yeah, okay, so we don't have the film yet. Okay, so strange keys is not. Smaller threads before I use it. Why wouldn't I just use it? Okay. I wonder if Podcaster doesn't have anything. I'll just sit and think. Okay, so I got up, walked around a little bit, and I want to try something. And I think, because the only two people that witnessed anything were the podcaster and the tourist. Tourist has something to say. Private eye. Yeah. Yes, right. Let's get to the topic at hand. Today's events. You want it? You got it. About the fight. You mentioned that you had a pretty clear view, as much as you could from the lower level. Could you tell me more about how that went? You betcha. But I'll tell you right now, I don't know why they were fighting. Whatever it must have been, it must have been mighty serious, though. They came out on the balcony swinging, and I didn't think he would have had it in him, but that old-timer would not let up. I get where he's coming from, of course, because the punk had the gun and all, so he probably was thinking there wasn't any room to let up. He must have got a step ahead, struck him once, and got a good shove in, landed the punk with his back flat against the wall. Considering they both got hands on the gun, and it went off shortly after, it wasn't a sight I would soon forget. An interesting contradiction, it seems. I hope you don't mind, but I have a couple more questions I could address before I leave. Radio. Actually, we don't have any more, but I think I do have cause to now question here with the testimony from the tourist. Ah, I see. That makes sense. An old-timer didn't shove the punk into the wall. He was the one doing the shoving. For having such pride, it's hard to believe he would willingly make himself seem weak. I wonder what he has to say about that. Yeah, so this is my next clue. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the old-timer has to say. Skip the pleasantries. I don't have all day. I'm sure you don't. Let's get started. About today's events. Yeah, get on with it. About the fight. There were witnesses that saw it go down a bit differently than you described. Would you like to revise your statement? I don't know what you're talking about. I got nothing to hide and no reason to lie to the most pathetic authority here. Pathetic, eh? At least I would admit to having taken a hit, especially in a fight where I was the only person to walk away. If you're trying to say something, out with it. You falsified your testimony. The punk didn't slam you into the wall. You shoved him in an attempt to disarm and disorient him. And in that moment, the only thing you did was widen the gap and he was able to get a stronger grip on his gun. Fine. Yes, I got too aggressive, but I didn't back down. I kept up the pursuit because if I didn't, he would have shot me. You know what's the truth, detective? So don't fault a... You know, that's the truth, detective. So don't fault a washed-out pup for defending himself, even if he does have a tendency to embellish. Justice has no need for embellishment. I've made note of this, and there's other details I'd like to go over with you. Just how long is this going to take, about today's events, about the weapon. You described in your testimony that you disarmed him after he fired it. So why did I find it in one of the courtyard fountains? Perhaps you had a reason to dispose of the evidence? You want me to come clean, detective? I'll come clean. I told you, he didn't know what he was doing, and neither did I. We were fighting over it, and it was fired accidentally. The sound, the kickback, the surprise of it all, it disoriented us both. He hobbled off backwards like I told you, and I was a bit winded as well. That's when the critic found me. I was in a rougher shape than I let on, detective, but everything else is true. For what it's worth, I'm glad you could walk away, that you're safe. However, if you ever provide a witness testimony again, please consider presenting only the truth. Luckily for you, it's about time I called the officer back about some important evidence. Although I should check there's nothing else to address before I go. Okay. As long as it's going to take, we're good. And we do have all of our words. Let me go back here. So yeah, we have the murdered guest is done. He did say something about the film. I don't know. Let's go in. I'm going to go in and spend some time figuring all this out, and we'll be right back. As they fought, the old-timer shoved the punk into a wall, causing the statue to be shot. When it fell, it destroyed the glass case below and then tripped the alarm. Soon after, the punk dropped the gun from the balcony and into a fountain. The tourist looked on as the podcaster accidentally dropped his camera, which took a photograph when it struck the floor. The podcaster then stole its film. By this time, the student had retreated into the foyer, but the door was already locked, so he hid in the sculpture exhibit. Aha! I knew I was onto something. This case is continuing to clear up, but it feels like there is always another thread to pull. And there's no use calling it a wrap before I know for certain what's happened. Okay, is that enough of a thread? That they said thread, so maybe that's a hint that we can go in and go to this maintenance room now. I hate to rearrange the curator's exhibits without permission, but I think it's probably the least of their concerns right now. Wow, a keyhole hidden behind the artwork, and it's opened a secret doorway. Now this never gets old. Yes, it led us right to the museum's back room. I see a computer there on the desk. That's probably my best bet to get a hold of the security system's data. I'm sure there's plenty of other things to investigate as well, so let's get to it. We have a bookshelf. This case has proven complex enough that I can't afford to miss any details. Besides, this bookshelf is organized far better than the one in my office, so it's much easier to find anything intriguing. Like this, a file folder marked classified. I could never overlook that. I suppose it's not unusual for a museum to keep sensitive documents, but these are redacted so excessively, and even for a contract. Except for one phone number? Weird. I wonder who's on the other end. I should give it a call. All right, let's look at that. Okay, we have a contact. We can't look at it. Okay, we've got. I'm gonna do the computer last. So we have over here. It seems like a pretty sturdy box of tools and a fairly well stocked for a museum. They're all pretty pie-shaped too, considering the layer of dust on most of them. Oh, this is a good looking screwdriver. Never know when you'll need one of these. Did we just swiped a screwdriver? Okay. Nothing over here. So the tools are dusty too. Someone hung a few drawings on the wall here. Rainbows, dinosaurs, and rocket ships are all standard fare for a child with crayons. Looks like the museum and an avian family there too. Not much to go on here, but cute nonetheless. There's an old photograph hanging here. It's a bit faded. 6 people standing together, posed for some sort of occasion. There's the curator, the guide, and the guard. I don't recognize the other 3. It might turn out superfluous to the investigation, but I bet I can learn more. This feels a bit familiar, doesn't it? I hope I won't have to deal with 2 password fiascos in one night. Nope, it's unlocked. Quite the stroke of luck. Let's see about the security system. The security system is unlocked. Most of the data here is obscured, probably encrypted. I suppose that's how they can justify keeping it unlocked. But it's most certainly a record archive. I can make out entries for exhibit openings, doors locking, and the alarm being triggered. Unfortunately, user information isn't revealed, so no clear indication of who or what these signals are from. Ha. Looks like there's an export data function, and it doesn't require an administrator's override. I'll have this data to the station and decrypt it in no time. For such a sophisticated system, this seems pretty easy. Oh, because it's exporting to a floppy disk. Well, beggars can't be choosers. I've got what I need. Yeah, the floppy disk right here. I'll have to have someone else look at it. Yeah, the floppy disk is I've actually got one of those, the floppy disk readers. I have a ton of floppy disks. Floppy disks only hold about, I think it's 1.44 megabytes. So we have that financial fiasco. I found several documents classified with main details redacted, but there's one phone number left visible for some reason. Found a screwdriver, so you never know when you'll need one of these. Okay, might go back and check the thing. Okay, is there a chance someone at the museum staff will be able to decipher it? Okay. The plot thickens. Let's go down this way. Yeah, hold on. Let's check on. Let's check that phone number. Who should I call? Let's see if there's anything. Detective, I hope the case is coming along smoothly. What can I do for you? About the alarm. Officer, I hate to be inconvenienced, but I got something else to send to the lab. Officer, are you... No sense in making you wait around, so here I am. What you got there, detective? Is that a real-life save icon? What? No, it's a floppy disk. The museum's security system uses them for some reason. I have no way to decrypt it. You would be amazed how many systems still use floppy disks. It's like, and I was going to actually magnetize all of mine just to make sure I have any pertinent data. But no, it's a small gold mine. Oof, you're right. This isn't going to fit in a USB slot or a CD drive. Honk. Ask one of the older officers about it. They'll know how to hack it. After a while, I'll call for an update. There's nothing to hack. You just get an external CD or external CD drive. You just get an external floppy drive. I have one. Because I have floppy disks. Still, I don't use them, but I need to get all my data off of them. You know, all those important papers I wrote when I was in high school. Sounds like a plan. I'll get these logged back to you as soon as I can. Unless my luck's run dry, this could lead to another breakthrough. It keeps getting later, so here's hoping. Who should I call? We also have the police department. Let's see if there's anything they can help with tonight. Detective. About the alarm. But crack those logs yet? No. That's fine. I'll call back. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Ignore the fact that I called. I thought it was going to just replay the same thing. All right, we're going to call the other number. Who should I call? The strange number. Amongst all the redacted information, anyone could be on the other end. Thank you for calling Finnick Financial, your trusted partner in financial and creative services. Unfortunately, our office is currently closed. If you are a current client, you may dial your extension now and leave a message. Your account manager will return your call as soon as possible. If you are a prospective client, please leave your name, number, and a brief message. A member of our team will reach out soon. Thank you, and we look forward to bringing your artistic dreams to life. Record your message after the beep. Like an investment firm, huh? I guess it makes sense for a museum to seek some reliable funding, but why all the secrecy? I doubt the curator will give me anything, and chances are slim that one of the other suspects knows anything about Finnick Financial, but it's worth trying. Okay, yeah, we've got financial fiasco. Okay, we got the financial fiasco. Okay, we're gonna take the screwdriver. We've got some stuff here. What's over here? Oh, we also have, yeah, we have the screwdriver. I would actually like to see the picture. Hey, what can we do for you? I got some questions, additional details. Standing by for inquiry. About your keys. These keys? What about them? Wait a minute. You have your keys on you? Well, yeah. Can't you see I'm holding them right in front of you, detective? Oh, you are, aren't you? It doesn't look like the developers gave you that animation, but they're right there in stunning detail. I love that the devs did this. This is an acceptable breaking the fourth wall. The developers? Don't worry about it. That's not even the strangest part. If you have your keys, then whose do I have in evidence right now? Never mind, just forget it. We should move on anyways. Absolutely. We do have some additional details about this old photo. I noticed the museum's current staff, but I'm not sure about the others. What can you tell me about them? Oh, wow. I never got my own copy of this photo. We took it at a staff dinner. Must have been a couple years back now. That older fellow there, that's the mechanic, but he's sadly passed away now. I guess seeing him again kind of hit me all at once, you know? Oh, my apologies. I didn't know. It's okay, detective. I just wish you could have met him. I think you'd have gotten along well. He was mighty grumpy, but he had a heart of gold, and I tell you, he loved the museum. Almost as much as he complained about it. Ah, yeah, I know the type. I'm sorry for your loss. It's all right. Time moves on, and so do we. And hey, if there's a way I could get a copy of that photo when this is all over, I'd appreciate it. I'll see what I can do. Why don't we discuss other matters? I don't think we have anything, but we can talk to the curator, the lead suspect. Everything keeps pointing to the curator. Ah, detective, I trust the investigation is going well. Oh, yes. Funny you should ask that. Of course. I have several things to discuss, if you could. Personal questions, ask away. About these drawings. Excuse me, what drawings do you mean? In the maintenance room, there was a handful hung on the wall, in crayon, I believe. I strain to understand why you would ever need to know anything about that. Does your snooping understand no discretionary bounds? This case has proven very complex, curator. I need to understand any possible angle or motive from everyone, including you. Well, my son isn't one of your suspects. He's quite young, and I do not see him enough anymore. Until you can look at me with a straight face and prove pinning his scribbles on the wall is a crime, don't ask me about it again. As you wish. I'll ask you about something else. Additional details. Yes, of course. About these files. I have reason to believe tonight's events may have been influenced by outside forces, and these documents have strengthened that suspicion. Unfortunately, there isn't much left here for me to investigate. Could you tell me more about them? I'm afraid you're wasting your time, and mine for that matter. These are very standard for an institution such as this one. Then why go through the effort of redacting so much of them? Exactly. But it was the investment firm's policy, so I obliged. They kept the museum afloat, so I didn't argue, nor did I believe there was a reason to. Yeah, I'm sure they kept the museum afloat. Seems extreme for what you're describing, but this isn't my specialty, so I'll take your word for it. And I'd like to get your word on something else if you wouldn't mind. Additional details about these logs. I exported them from the museum's security system. Unfortunately, there's no need to disclose this, but I thought it was the right thing to do. I'm offended that you would subvert my authority, detective, but I'm willing to look the other way on this. Good, because I would so get a warrant. I understand you're just operating in the best interest of mine and the museum, so I can't fault you for that. I'm operating in the best interest of truth, which these shall facilitate. Oh yes, silly me. In the pursuit of justice and all that. How could I forget? I don't see how you'll make much use of them when they're stored on that floppy disk, but do what you must. I'll do my best. You can count on that. For now, there's more I'd like to discuss if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, some of this it's assuming that I've already given I haven't given it to the police yet, but I have. So, yeah. Yes, of course, about this old photo. I found it while investigating. I recognize you and the other museum staff, but could you tell me more about the other 3 people pictured here? Unfortunately, this is another scenario where my wings are tied, Detective. I'm not at liberty to disclose the details of their identities. That doesn't exist. They were, in one way or another, all associated with the museum in the past, but I can't say any more than that. It's a wonder how you get anything done these days with so much red tape all around. Like you wouldn't believe. Do you have something else to discuss, or are you going to get back to work? There's always another question, I'm afraid. Yeah, but not. The only other person that worked here is over in this room. And I might be able to ask her if she can identify the other people. Have you put it all together yet, Detective? I'm working on it and hoping you might be able to answer a few more questions. Additional details. What do you want to know about this old photo? I see the picture here next to the curator and the guard. Can you tell me more about the others? Oh yeah, for sure. That's the historian there, although after I was hired, it wasn't too long before she left. Regardless, in that short time, I looked up to her vast experience. It was like she just knew everything about art history, about culture, even anthropology. Do you know why they decided to part ways with the museum? No, I don't. It was pretty unceremonious. In fact, I came in for my shift one day and realized it had been a couple weeks since I saw them last. Okay. I'll have to keep asking around. Until then, would you mind talking with me about some other things? Sure thing. We don't have any other things. Let's go into this room. I want to use the screwdriver. Oh, the artist has something to say. Salutations, Detective. Have you solved the case? Not quite, but I have some questions that may help. Additional details. Affirmative. About this old photo. I doubt you would know much about it, but do you recognize anyone on the anyone other than the museum staff pictured here? Yeah, because I think the artist is here all the time. The gentleman there looks like some kind of technician. Does that help, Detective? Can't operate solely on assumptions and impressions, but it's the thought that counts. Yes, that's what they say. If you learn more, I would be interested to know. I'll do my best, but I have a couple more topics. Okay, no, we don't. What was the thing said about... No. This one... Something about maybe someone might know something. The only person that might know more about how museums run would be the critic. You have to acquire new attire. I do not... Yeah. Apologies, but that is not what I'm here to discuss. Yeah, additional details. My perspective is quite valuable. About this old photo. You wouldn't happen to recognize any of the people pictured here, would you? Aside from the obvious? Oh dear, now that's a face I didn't expect to see when I woke up this morning. Oh, and who's that? The gentleman there on the right side, he's an investor. One of unscrupulous morals. We've only crossed paths a couple times, and I consider myself lucky to never do so again. Quite the strong opinion. Well, I have other inquiries to make before I go, if you wouldn't mind. So we're not going to get the history of the investor. Skip the pleasantries. Let's go in. Additional details. This ain't making me any younger. About this old photo. I was wondering if you could tell me more about the person pictured here. The historian? Sure can. She was an absolute fount of knowledge. No one could shut down the critics' incessant debating faster. Ha. Do you know why they parted with the museum? Aside from being destined for greater heights than this, I don't know the details, but I always heard it was a budget issue. If you want my opinion, it was the best thing that could have happened to them. I wouldn't have been surprised if they volunteered. Interesting. Do you know what's happened to them since? I heard they were headed up a department in Weaselton, DC, at one of those national museums. I see. Unlikely to be connected to tonight's events then. Let's see if I have any more questions for you. As long as it's gonna take. Nope, we're done. All right, let's go down and use the screwdriver for on this. This is the pedestal where the stolen gemstone was once displayed. What should I investigate here? Plaque reads that. Where could you be hiding? Okay. Broken case. This is careful sleuthing. I know it was stolen before the display case was broken, although this leaves a couple questions. This isn't the time to give up, detective. Not when it's starting to get really interesting. Yeah, I know. Let's look over here. I found this in the museum's maintenance. But over here... Missing gemstone. Also, I found you never know when you need one of these. List of maintenance room approved an even greater find than previously assumed, but I kept notes under the cause for alarm. Okay, let's go back to the cause for alarm. While discussing the stolen jewel with the guard, he mentioned a state-of-the-art security system. Upon further investigation, though not was all as it seemed. I discussed it with the curator as well, but they weren't well versed either, but knew it had complex decision-making skills and could recognize registered users. The security system does log every interaction it witnesses, and with those database logs, I'm one step closer to cracking this case if I could figure out what that means. So department took my logs for an analysis, but they said it might take some time depending on how complex they are. At this point, I'll just have to wait for results to come in. Thankfully, I have plenty of other leads to follow. Caught on film, we're waiting for the film results. Private investment conglomerate. Curator confirmed my suspicions, and we have the missing gemstone. No talk for you. What about the tourist? Oh, critic again. Okay, yeah. Additional details. My perspective is quite valuable. About the investor. Must be detective? I simply have nothing positive to say. I have reason to believe he may be intertwined with this, so I'm doing my due diligence on the matter, that's all. Intertwined? It wouldn't surprise me if he had an icy grip on it, detective. That's his business. That cursed Finnick Financial preys on downtrodden artists, failed institutions, and any client they can swindle. Of course, everything starts to look up in the beginning, and you put even more trust in them. The good days won't stop. Then it's a miscalculation, an unfortunate circumstance, and before you know it, you're in more debt than you can imagine, on only one way out. Trust the process, a process that's designed to eat you alive forever. I have nothing positive to say on the matter. I may regret asking, but I must. Is this a personal matter for you? Art is personal. It's human, wonderfully flawed. And those corporate suits only understood cold, destructive, and disturbingly calculated. I can't say I understand, but I'd like to think I can empathize. I'm not sure what to say, so why don't we move on to another discussion, if you must. I wonder if the artist has something to say on this. We do have all of the clues. Salutations, detective. Have you solved the case? Not quite, but I have some questions that may help. Affirmative. About this old photo. I hate to be too persistent on the matter, but are you positive you don't know anyone pictured here? I've given that some thought, and I feel guilty. Would you allow me to be honest with you? I don't know why I couldn't bring myself to say so, but the technician I pointed out there, he was my father. He was... Oh, I see. I'm sorry for your loss. I respect your kind words, but they are not required. Some of my very early memories are within the museum. It's a time before the curator took over. He loved this place, even with how infrequently he acknowledged it. I knew what it meant when he said there was no reason to ever retire. I spoke to the guard about him, and he said as much. It sounds like he was well respected. Yes, I believe he was, but after many years, retirement was chosen for him. He didn't live long after that. He would always say, if I sit down now, I'm not going to be able to stand back up. But I never took that literally. My dearest apologies. I didn't mean to open up old wounds. I know it can be hard. I hope you wouldn't mind if I move on to another topic before I go. Whatever it takes. Okay. So I could almost put the frog in as the artist as a suspect, but I personally feel like the artist has enough respect to keep things in the museum and to respect the stuff in the museum. And I don't think that they would go in to steal something that was from the museum, especially if it was a museum that his father worked at. I do notice that we do have clues, and we're going to get those. We have the notes right here. We have all of our words, and we're going to do that in the next episode. So thank you for watching. Have an utterly fantastic day, and see you next time. Howdy, this is Blue Otter, and today we are playing Feline Forensics in the Meowseum Mystery. Okay, cause for alarm. So this one we are still waiting for, we're waiting for the results. Caught on film, we're also waiting on the results. Financial fiasco. So yeah, there's some sketchy, possibly with someone might be fencing some of the artwork. And then we have a screwdriver, but don't know what it is. All right. But what we're going to do is we're going to go in and do this one, and I'm going to go through. So we've got a lot of these. I like how we're continuing to add instead of just wiping the slate with all the new words. So towards that end, we're going to be filling in these blanks. I'm going to go through all my notes, and I will be back. A sculpture hid the door to the back room on the exhibit balcony. It was opened by the key from the artist. There was an old photograph, a strange contract, and the alarm accessible from the computer on the desk. In the photograph was the renowned historian, the grumpy mechanic, and the shady investor. It seems a contract between the investor and the curator put the museum into debt, but nothing was revealed. Conversely, the logs will be hacked by the officer to learn more. Aha, I knew I was onto something. Only the best cases have secret rooms and mysterious figures. This one even has redacted documents. It doesn't get better than that. Let's keep digging. If we're exceptionally lucky, we'll uncover something paranormal too. Come to think of it, I should check with the officer again about that film. It might be developed by now. Okay, so let's go back out. We're going to check about the film. Check to make sure there's nothing to say to anyone as we're walking through. What do we have over here? Anything that's new? Who should I call? We're going to call the police department. Let's see if there's anything they can help with tonight, as long as the officer hasn't gone home already. Detective, hope the case is coming along smoothly. What can I do for you? About the film. I was just checking back up on the film I had you pick up. How's that going? Oh yeah, good news. I just got word from the lab that it's done. I'll be right over to show you. Can't you just describe? No, you can't describe. Good evening again, Detective. You know, you could have just told me the important details over the phone. You didn't have to drive out here again. But a picture's worth 1,000 words. Haven't you ever heard that, Detective? Honk. As for this one, the angle's a bit skewed, and it looks like it was taken in motion, but it's a bit blurry. But if you look at it right here, that's a tail, a thin white tail. The student in the sculpture gallery. According to his testimony, he would have been in the foyer when the photo was taken. That was a lie. I couldn't have asked for a better breakthrough, officer. This really was a huge help. I need to get back in there, post haste. Go for it, detective. And if you need anything else, don't hesitate to call again. Yes. Yes, everything's coming together now. My master plans. I wonder if I should contact the... No, I don't think I'm still onto that one. Yeah, so we have... Okay, so here we have a motive self, the rare gemstone in an insurance fraud or embezzlement scheme. I think the evidence is the classified documents. Huh. I see, that makes sense. Embezzlement was an assumption and probably a pretty extreme one at that. But for the curator to pay off the museum's debts with the gemstone, now that is certainly plausible. Okay, so we need to... We need to go talk to the mouse. The student. Okay, let's go over here. Yeah. I'm innocent, I swear. Every time you say that, I get a little less confident you're telling the truth. Let's get to the questioning about today's events. Is that important? I don't think it is. Let's not do that. About this photo, would you mind taking a look at it and telling me what you see? Well, I don't really see much, detective. It's pretty blurry. What about right here? Does this thin white tail look familiar to you? Are you trying to say that's my tail? I guess it looks pretty similar, but what of it? By my calculations, this would put you in the pretty interesting place at a pretty interesting time. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure, you can see my tail, but there's no way to tell what's going on out of frame. As much as you try to deny it, the implication is too strong. I'm giving you a chance to confess here before it's too late. I have nothing to confess. I'm innocent. It's until proven guilty, isn't it? You're right. So I'll just have to prove it. Until then, I have other questions. Okay. No, I don't. All right. So we have... Yeah, caught on film. That was the one that finished. But... X. If we go back to... Shouldn't it have changed? Maybe it didn't. Okay, let's go in. We'll go... I like to go, like, down or up. Nope, artist doesn't have anything to say. Podcaster doesn't either. Okay. Oh, let's check the tourist. No, the tourist does not have anything to say. Okay, so let's see. Cost for film is done with one thread tied, another thread unravels. These mysteries never get easier. Gemstone. Okay, maybe I need to call the financial firm again. Who should I call? The investment firm. Chances are we'll get the same answer machine message before, so there's no reason to waste time trying. Well, that wasn't very helpful. What do we need to get? Yeah, so we've got quite a bit. Let me walk around here. See if anything kind of pops up or stands out to me. Y'all don't have little thought bubbles, maybe? Yeah, we don't have anything there. This feels a bit familiar, doesn't it? This is the second computer I've had to investigate tonight, and there's no need to investigate it again. Luckily, I already exported all the alarms data logs, so I shouldn't need to. I mean, it should just be... I mean, it should just be to, you know, wait till the data's been hacked, just till someone's found a 3.5-inch floppy. Okay, it looks like we've got 4 more pieces. You know, let's go down and let's check out where the gemstone was again. This is the pedestal where the stolen gemstone was once displayed. What should I investigate here? The broken case. This is where the museum's prestigious gemstone was stolen. A careful sleuthing knows I know it was stolen before the display case was broken, although this leaves a couple questions. This isn't the time to give up, detective. Not when it's starting to get really interesting. I'm not giving up. I'm not sure exactly where to go. Because someone either needs to be just proved. I still got something from the punk I need to find out. That's that. I'll be okay. Okay, I discussed it with the curator as well, but they weren't well versed either, but knew it had complex decision-making skills and could recognize registered users. Okay, so this one is just we are waiting for the data to come in. This one, left behind in the maintenance room was also a photo of the museum employed 5. From when the museum employed 5, the artist presented further details on the subject when I asked them further. There was a phone number still visible on one of the contracts in those classified documents, so I called it the automated message for a private investment conglomerate. It's hard to say what inspired the artist the change of heart, but the artist apologized for being dishonest. The mechanic was his father, who passed away shortly after retiring. The curator confirmed my suspicions about the contracts with the investment firm. Museums seek additional funding all the time. Yeah, but not necessarily from sketchy people that want to sell things. When I asked a critic about the investment firm, he told me their negative reputation preceded them. Apparently, they're known for being predatory and underhanded. The missing gemstone. Several layers of deceit recovered. Okay, so we got the film from the podcaster, and with the photo, more sleuthing done. There's clearly some more sleuthing to be done in the modern sculpture exhibit. Okay, I know where to go. We're gonna go into the... Is there a vent? Okay, so if the mouse, if the student took that... Obviously you wouldn't want it on your person. I think my game is stuck. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to. All right, the sculpture exhibit. There's something in here. Aha. That's what all the vents are for. That accidental photograph proves I should investigate every potential hiding space. And this one is a prime suspect. And with this screwdriver, I should be able to... Aha. I found it. The Optimus Diamond. And in an air duct. Be careful now. This gemstone is worth more than all 9 of my lives. Immediately this evidence into evidence with you. What's this? There's something else in here. Rolled canvas? That'd be the artist? Wait a second, even I recognize this, but isn't it supposed to be hanging in the fine art gallery? Oh, no. I've got the singing feeling this case isn't as closed as I thought. I should show this to an expert I can trust. Which is not anybody in here. Okay, so we have this one. We don't have any means to be able to look at it. We do have this, the famous canvas painting found stashed in the air duct. A painting on canvas that appears identical to a exhibit which is currently hung in the fine art exhibit is depicted 2 canine... Oh. So if it's a forgery, the person that would be most inclined, I would think, would be the artist. Have you put it all together yet, Detective? I'm working on it. I hope you might be able to answer a few questions. Additional details. What do you want to know? About the artwork. I've discovered it under strange circumstances, so would you mind looking over it for me? Oh, I hope those strange circumstances weren't taking it off the wall and out of its frame. No, not as simple as that. The exhibit is still hanging right where you last saw it. That's because... Huh? The original's still hanging there because this one is a counterfeit. The inconsistencies are subtle, especially in the style. Why would something like this be here, Detective? You know what? You know, don't you? I have my suspicions, but nothing definitive yet, I'm afraid. I don't like this one bit. If you find out more, you'll tell me, right? Only what I'm at liberty to disclose, but I'll continue to rely on your expertise as needed. Well, if I were you, I'd look over any other artwork you might come across. Who knows what else could have become missing. A good idea. And until then, I might have a couple more things to go over. Sure thing. Yeah, actually, we don't have anything. Yep, thank you. Okay, so we have one piece of artwork. There are a few more ducks, so I think my first bit is let's go in and look at some of the other rooms that have ducks. There we go. Nope, nothing in there. Hold on, we have the missing gemstone. Interestingly enough, it wasn't the only thing hidden away in there. Can I assume it's truly related, and I don't even know who's all behind it. Yeah, my instinct was correct. There was a jewel stashed in there. Okay, yeah. I'm glad that the screwdriver came in handy. Okay, don't have anyone to talk to in here. And actually, the piece that we were talking about is this one. See, I would think that that would have led to, like, hey, we have that. Okay. Okay, none of them. Hold on, there we go. Now in the sculpture gallery, the student attempted to hide as he heard the terrible sound of shattering glass. The evidence, I'm gonna say the diamond. Ah, I see, that makes sense. Of course he was trying to hide the diamond he had stolen. He stashed in the air duct, but he couldn't have come up with this backup plan on the fly, right? Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I don't think he's, not to say he's not bright or intelligent enough, I just don't think he was the brains of the operation. Interesting enough, it wasn't the only thing hidden away. Okay. Keep doing that instead of, oh, here's another duct. Yeah, I still have the screwdriver. Okay, but that's not giving me... Oh, here we go. We got the mouse again. Student. Do you wish to confess, little boy? I'm innocent, I swear. No, you're not. You're not innocent. Every time you say that, yeah, about today's events. Is that important? I don't think it is. Let's not do that. What about the diamond? Detective, I saw you open the air duct over there. I know you already found the diamond, so you don't have to be so dramatic. Once you had that photo, I knew my time was up, so cuff me or whatever you have to do. Luckily for you, this case isn't closed yet. I have a few threads I still need pulled, so you have a bit longer until I draw conclusions. Whatever you say, detective, but I don't see how else this could really go. Before I go, I have to ask, how did you do it? It was easier than you'd think. Well, not too easy, considering we couldn't pull it off. But still, the punk opened the display and I took the diamond. Then he went upstairs to create a distraction for me. After that, I had to wait for the foyer to be empty and make my way out. But I heard the gunshot go off. We agreed it was only a last resort. I know he wouldn't have killed anyone, but it made me hesitate. Okay, if you have a gun, it does not matter if your intention was to not kill. If you have a gun, you are more likely to have some issue where it could be fired. And if it's fired, there is the potential that someone could get hurt. So no, even though it's like, oh no, I wouldn't have killed anyone. Yeah, says a person who accidentally misfires and it ricochets across the room and kills someone. Yeah, you don't intend, but it's still guilty. And because you're committing a felony with it, it becomes felony murder, which ups the charge and the penalty. When I decided to leave him behind, the doors were already locked. The security system was supposed to recognize him, but I guess that didn't work. Yeah, okay, the security system was supposed to recognize him. So that's the key on this, is that he was already in the network. And yeah, no honor among thieves. He's down. Out. Nope, every mouse for himself. Like rats fleeing a ship. So I moved to the backup plan and tried to wait it out. I see. I have plenty more questions about this entire situation, so there's no sense in stopping now, shall we? Okay. You say so. About today's events. Oh, I've apparently got a lot to ask. Why did you do it? What kind of question is that, detective? If I had a really good reason, it's not like it'll suddenly be okay. No, probably not, but it can also help me build a better picture of what's happened, and sometimes that can help. So please be honest with me. Also, it doesn't matter if the student was even fired the gun. The fact that the student was basically in and working with the punk, and even though the punk was on his team and the punk was the one that got killed, it would still make the student guilty because he was in the commission of a crime. And it doesn't matter because everyone is as guilty, whether you were the one that pulled the trigger or whatnot. Well, it's worth a lot of money, you know? Split 2 ways, even 3, 4, 5 ways, there's still a ton. This is gonna sound so cliche, but with that kind of money, the punk could have finally paid for his surgery. Surgery? For what sort of condition? Something with his heart. I don't know much about the really intimate details. They don't bleed right. They have a weak pulse, some muscle deficiency. Look, I'm not a doctor, and frankly, I don't hold up well to anything medical. Irony. It's just bad, okay? This was the only way we really could have fixed it, I think. Sounds a lot more redeemable than, say, buying a tropical island somewhere, don't you think? Whatever. It doesn't matter now. Perhaps it doesn't. Would you mind if I asked a few more questions then? Okay, if you say so. Let's go personal. I hate talking about myself. We really shouldn't. About the punk. You said you were friends. Would you mind telling me a bit more? I don't know what there is to say. And if you're just fishing for more evidence, well, I don't have anything to say either. No, I was hoping you could just tell me more about him. Would that be okay? Like what? He was a punk through and through. All my other friends from university said he was just a bad influence. Maybe they were right. He apparently got me tied up in all this, didn't he? No, that's not fair. Besides, I've known him for far longer than anyone, so what do they really know? How long did you know each other? How did you meet? We were just kids, meeting like any 2 kids do. I don't even remember what it was exactly. Probably trading cards or a video game. Kid stuff. Stuff that bullies would make fun of you for, at least until they got a swift right hook to the nose. He had your back. I can understand that. And I had his. Or I was supposed to. At least enough to hold him back. Yeah, that lasted until he went off a balcony. And then you flee for the exit. Detective, I know this will sound strange, but I just don't want to hold on to this right now. It's hard to look at. Can you take it? What is... Actually, that doesn't matter right now. Of course, I can hold on to it. You shouldn't blame yourself for what happened. You know, it's not that easy. I hope you can trust me on that. Now, there's a few more things we can go over if you're up for it. Okay, additional details. Is this a test? I've never been good at tests, detective. About this painting. I happen to find it alongside the gemstone. You have anything to do with it? You have to trust me, detective. This time I am telling you the truth when I say I have no idea why that was in there. So you noticed it was in there earlier this evening? I did, but there wasn't enough time for me to think about it. Has it stumped you as much as it stumped me? Unfortunately, yes, for now. After I make more inquiries with you, I'm going to get back to investigating it. Okay, detective, if you say so. See, I could see the artist having a vendetta against him because when they let his father go and he was the mechanic, you know, and then the father died pretty close after that. I could kind of understand resentment and kind of wanting to stick one to the museum for, and possibly put him into medical debt. About your plan. How did you know to hide the diamond in the sculpture gallery? We decided on it beforehand. I know it might seem like we were just a pair of amateurs, especially since everything fell apart, but we gave it some thought. Look at me. What am I even saying? Trying to justify that I'm good at being a criminal? The truth is, we were hired to do it, but only the punk ever communicated with them. And they were prepared to deal with pretty much every contingency. They knew it all except for the security system, I guess. Well, they told us about it, but the punk figured out how it actually worked so we could get around it. I hacked his ID into the system remotely. It seemed really easy to accomplish at the moment, but in retrospect, that's why we had a backup plan. And that was, if for some reason I couldn't get to the front doors or they were locked, which they were, I was supposed to go into the sculpture gallery and put it into the air duct. Whoever hired us was willing to have someone come through and pick it up later, but that's all we were told. So presumably, they would have had other means of entry. Perhaps they just needed someone to get it out of the display. Strange. I mean, whatever you think, detective, like I said, we had pretty explicit instructions, and it seemed like whoever they were, they had a lot of contingencies. See, that's what I'm saying. If you have so if you have the counterfeit art, you plan a heist so that the quote real art gets stolen, but it's really the counterfeit, and then you sold the real one on the black market, and then because you can't justify that, especially to the museum board, then you have it where you have counterfeits that come in, and so you have the counterfeit stolen to cover up the fact that you sold the real piece to begin with, and the only person that would have that level of access would be the curator. Unless the curator is compromised for some reason, because she seems awfully sketchy about talking about her little son. Not some amateur thieves is right. I've got a few other topics to address before we move on. Okay, I think that is it. All right, so we have some stuff. Some stuff got updated here. I'm not seeing anything. Okay, but we do have the missing gemstone. Either way, I need to inform the curator. Okay, are there not other artwork that's forged? Okay, we acquired a membership card. So that is probably in here. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Nope, there's something. There is something that it is wanting me to see. And I am trying to get it angled. Member ID monkey wrench. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. From the looks of it, this isn't your typical license. In fact, it doesn't even have his legal name printed or a photo of him anywhere on it. I suppose that makes it more likely to be a membership card. Would anyone here know more about it? Looking at you, Bunny. I guess I have to speak to the curator. Yeah, that's it. Just adjust your jacket. I gotta go speak to the curator, who is literally suspect number one. Okay, we gotta go around here. Detective, I trust the investigation is going well. Of course, I have several things to discuss if you could. About today's events. During. Certainly. About the diamond. What about it, Detective? Have you finally figured out what happened? To an extent, I have. You'll be pleased to know that I've recovered the jewel. Oh my, wonderful. It can be returned to its podium and we can call it a night. You're a little too overeager to be done with this. Unfortunately, more questions have been raised in the process. And unfortunately, it's also part of the evidence, which stays with me. I'm going to need to keep it for a bit and then continue my investigation. This better not be some bureaucratic tomfoolery you're pulling. Although, I suppose the display case was broken, so the diamond might be more safe in your care. For now. I appreciate your understanding. I don't want to act too hasty and allow something like this to occur again. That is a concern I hadn't considered. Fine, but don't push your luck. You've already been sniffing outside my authority, and I've excused it thus far. As I've said before, I do what must be done in the name of true justice, however long it takes. Although the officer probably has some crucial evidence ready that could speed the investigation up for you, Curator. Before I go check on that, I'd like to discuss other matters. Do we not have anything else? Nothing. Okay, so I'm waiting for the results to come in and the two major leads, they might be ready. Okay, so it sounds as though the punk went in, but the student had hacked into the system, which is why you need to make sure that you're on a secured system when that, and had inserted the monkey's data into the security system so that the security system thought the monkey was authorized. But that doesn't quite make sense because the monkey was upstairs when it was actually stolen. Who should I call? The police department. Let's see if there's anything else they can help with tonight, as long as the officer hasn't gone home already. Detective, hope the case is coming along smoothly. What can I do for you? About the alarm. Has anyone at the station been able to crack into those logs yet? There's a couple people working on it, but they haven't made much progress. That's fine. I'll call back after I break some more ground here. Sounds like a great plan, Detective. Talk to you then. Click. I guess I've got some time to kill. There's no sense in wasting it. Okay, let's try calling, because it said I should call someone. So let's look at the investment firm. Even though those aren't black, chances are we'll get the same. Okay. Okay. But because it says I've been waiting for the results to come in, but with two major leads closed, they might be ready. Okay, but the financial negative reputation, got all of those answered. Okay, so maybe I need to I can walk around a bit. See, and I suspect here the tourist has some unsavory business practices and possibly might be in on the investment firm wanting to make sure that it gets done. Private eye. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Let's get to the topic at hand. I didn't do that. About this ID card. You wouldn't happen to recognize anything about it, would you? I do. Not that I could tell you much. I've seen the logo before, at least. Overly designed, if you ask me, especially for a low-tier biker club. A biker club? What do you mean? I'm sure you're familiar with the concept, Detective. There's just a bunch of names for them, although I don't know what these folks get into specifically. It could be anything from just tuning their bikes and going on rides to slinging high-grade oil, if you catch my meaning, or anything in between. I'll have to assume that a bite bigger than you can chew in one night, Detective, especially since you've already got your paws filled here. Huh. I do, don't I? Well, in pursuit of resolving this mess, I've got some more inquiries to make. Okay, but nothing else is... So he recognizes it and he was in a biker club. Let's see, do we have... Yeah, we have the punk's full story there. Okay, let's go look at the podcaster. Does not have anything. We'll check the artist. Nada. Ah. There we go. Skip the pleasantries. I'm sure you don't. Let's get started. Additional details. This ain't making me any younger, Detective. About this medication. Do you know anything about it? Not for any particular reason, such as your advanced age. You weren't supposed to say that last part out loud, Detective. Ha. Let me take a look. Yeah, I think so. Might have been one of those drugs my doctor recommended. What did they prescribe it for? Do you remember? They didn't prescribe it, first of all. I don't need to depend on a bunch of pills. Certainly don't want to keep track of them all. Sure, but, what did they attempt to prescribe it for? Blood pressure, I think. Doctor mentioned something about anxiety, but I was already tuned out. You don't say. Well, thanks. There's more I'd like to get from you before I go. No, there's not. Okay, all of that. Let's see, what do we have here? Yeah. Okay, so we have cause for alarm, might be ready, whether or not other artwork in the museum was falsified. Where do I even start? Negative reputation. Oh, that's the thing. Okay, so I mean, I could look. I mean, I could look over at all of the paintings again. But honestly, I'm not going to remember what every single one of them said versus now. Okay. I need to think. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sit and think for a little bit on this. Because I don't have anything to disprove. It really comes down to I need the hacked reports. Let's call the police department. Yeah, about the alarm. Yeah. So we got time to kill. All right. I'm gonna have to think on this a bit. Unless maybe this, yeah, this has to be Lee's favorite part. Yeah, that just goes into that. What if this is the pedestal? What should I investigate here? Oh, the exhibit, the placard. Placard reads Optimus Diamond circa 1700. You really gave me the runaround, didn't you, precious little stone? Regardless, I'm glad you're safe. To investigate the debris. You know, there are plenty more pieces of the statue laying around. Perhaps I should take the time to look over them once more. This is just like wishful thinking on my part, but it couldn't hurt. Okay. So that is here. There's a cat. Oh, of course, I knew there was something else here. A second examination was necessary. I knew it, although a bit later than maybe I should have. But there's no use dwelling on that now. This is an indication of forgery. A strange one, but I bet the guide will know more. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the guide. I like how we're just like skipping the curator and going straight to the guide. Like we actually trust the guide. The guide's probably the mastermind. Put it all together, working on it. Can you ask some questions? What do you want to know about this artwork? Now, I have my suspicions with this one, but I'd like you to confirm just in case. And these pictures in the miniature Moa statue, wait. You had a right to be suspicious, detective. Wait, are these pieces of, oh yeah, are these pieces of the miniature Moa statue? Wait, you have a right to be suspicious. Sometimes I'm not following which one it is. Just look at the sculptor's stamp. It also must be a fake. Well, what's left of it anyway. That makes 2 counterfeit art pieces here at the museum, and this one was on display. Do you really think we could have been replaced by someone? You must have some idea. At this point, I think it's clear there was something else going on behind the scenes, but I'm not sure what. For now, I have a couple other things I'd like to go over as well. No, I don't. We have the next thing. So let's go ahead, and after this, probably the hack should be done. But I'm going to spend some time and fix this up, and we'll be right back. The punk was going to be paid by the client when he stole the gemstone. The student hacked the ID of the punk into the alarm so the glass case could be opened. However, according to the alarm logs, his ID was replaced, causing the door to be locked. So the student hid the gemstone in the sculpture exhibit air duct, where a painting was also stashed. According to the guide, that painting was counterfeit. The statue that was shot and fell from the balcony was also a counterfeit. Aha! I knew I was onto something. I thought we were nearing a closed case, but this is a real mess. I bet the officer is done analyzing those logs. Maybe that will help. Could it all be a massive conspiracy? No catnaps until we can say for sure. And there's like so much to unravel in all of this. Okay, we're gonna go back. Back to the phone. Who should I call? The police department. Let's see if there's anyone else. The officer hasn't gone home. Yep. About the alarm. Has anyone at the station been able to crack into those logs yet? You're in luck. They just cracked it, and let me tell you, there is a lot here. Bad news is there's far too much for me to relay over the phone. Oh, officer, you really don't have to come over here to the museum again. It's fine. Wasn't planning on it. Honk. The lab told me I could, under no circumstances, print out all these logs and tank them to you. Something about being 8 months of the station's paper budget, but it's searchable at least. Do you have anything you think I could cross-reference with the logs that would give us a good place to start? I think so, but I have a feeling I know what's going to come back. Could you try XX_monkey_wrench_XX? That's definitely a unique one. Oh, wow. I see it right here. This thing even keeps fingerprint records. Makes sense. And look at that. I have an entry here that says the user matched that ID opened the gemstones display case earlier tonight. Good work as always, detective. Well, assuming that's the outcome you were hoping for. It was, yes, but more of a confirmation at this point. The student already confessed to hacking the punk's credentials into the system. Oh, I may have spoken too soon. That username was registered, but then it was removed. And whoever did the removing was only registered a few minutes prior. And get this, detective, that new mystery user, they opened 3 exhibits tonight, none of which were for the diamond. Oh my. Can you derive any identifying information from their credentials? The username is just a jumbled mess of characters. Maybe we could decode it, Mooch Chicken Scratch. But I have a feeling that won't get us far. I'm saying we're working against someone who has this whole plot planned perfectly. You're right. It won't be that simple. If you say so, as always, I'll be here if you need me, detective. Click. Like a felt fish on a string. Every time I get close, it gets yanked away, huh? I'm screenshotting that one. That's a good one. All right. So let's see. We have cause for alarm. We have cleared up. The glass case was destroyed by the falling. Okay, after decrypting them, I found out that the security system was tripped because it didn't recognize the punk opening the case. His idea was replaced by someone else. It's a shame, like, they couldn't, like, oh, I don't know, have a digital copy of it. Although the detective had a hard enough time getting into his computer. I seriously doubt he's gonna have the same problems getting into his phone. Okay, let's... I wish they had told me at least... So I've found at least 2 counterfeit pieces. Nope, just passing through. Okay, yeah, you're fine. Let's talk to see if the artist has anything. And does the tourist have anything to say? No. No one has anything to say, which means I have to sit and think. I've only just got 2 left. Forgery and frame. Recover the diamond. I also uncovered a painting stash with it, destroyed a few pieces, and a few pieces of the destroyed statue. The guy who confirmed they were both fakes. At this point, I have to run with the thread. Aware of the painting was hidden in the air duct, then was... Wait. Then was the statue... Hold on, let's... Hold on. Yeah, I'm going around with some screwdriver I literally stole from the... Okay, that one doesn't have anything to click on. I'm wondering if... This is the crime scene. From what I gather here, it seems the victim stumbled toward the edge, leaving a trail of blood. The victim would have continued onward, breaking the latch of the session as it was dragged along with the descent. That's all there is to find now, for now at least. Aha. This air duct has been witness to some pivotal moments this evening, huh? Well, let's get it open and see what it can tell us. Just one more screw and got it. Look at that. A stone-faced statue. I never saw the exhibit in one piece, but this seems identical. There's no strange stamp on the underside, and it's safe to assume this is the original, and the one down there was the replica. But there's something else in here too. Not canvas though. It just looks like a piece of paper. It's a note, neatly written, but I'm not sure what it means. Back on a classic trail of clues, detective, just like the old days. Okay. While investigating the air duct on the balcony of the Natural History exhibit, I found this odd note along with the old statue. While the statue appears to be identical to the nearby exhibit, the note has a unique string of 10 numbers. Doesn't look like a phone number, and it's a bit... Could it be someone recognizes it? Also, I have the screwdriver used to open the air duct. Hold on. Didn't he say... Yeah, it was a note with a 10-digit. Huh. I mean, it looks like a serial code number, so I don't think there's any reason. Okay, let's do, I'm gonna do one quick pass around, make sure, see if anybody's got anything. You know, she's just super happy to be involved in a crime. There we go. Have you put it all together yet? I'm working on a few additional details. Want to know more? Or what do you want to know about this note? It doesn't look like much to me. A string of 10 random numbers. Do you recognize them? No, I don't think so. We have internal identifications for the exhibits here, but I'm not familiar with anything in this format. Wishful thinking, I suppose. It's never that easy these days, huh? If you say so, detective, I'm sure there's someone who knows. Let's hope so. Do you have any other questions? I don't have any other. I'm innocent. Yeah, you're not innocent. Yeah, you're not innocent. You literally confessed last time I talked to you. Okay. How about this note? Do these two numbers mean anything to you? Do they mean anything to me? Of course they do. Several things. Empty wallets, sore shoulders, and all-nighters. I poured so much time and money into numbers like that one for one purpose, keeping the exploitive system of education alive. Textbook after worthless, heavy, and incomprehensible textbook. Are you insinuating that this configuration of numbers is for identifying books? Do you happen to know which book specifically? Don't be ridiculous, detective. First of all, I don't have the mental fortitude to remember any of them. And also, there are infinite books out there. I'll have to find someone who can look it up in a database or something. Actually, come to think of it, I know just the person. Before I go, I have a few other inquiries to make. Do I really? No, I don't. Okay, so up here, do I know someone I could run to with a number? I'm thinking back to the detectives because they're on the outside. They can look up stuff. So they went back to the guide, but she didn't recognize any of them. But we're going to continue that in the next episode. Thank you for watching. Have an utterly fantastic day and see you next time. Howdy, howdy, this is Blue Otter, and today we are playing Feline Forensics and the Meowseum Museum. Okay, so last time... Do I know someone who could run a number? Let's go in... I mean, it could also be an ISBN number. Who should I call? The bookstore! Considering my milky stupor from yesterday, I know they keep late hours, but let's hope it isn't too late. Good evening, Bookgator on second. What can I do for you? Hello, sorry to bother you again. Detective, I didn't expect you this time. Have you gotten yourself into another mess? Luckily, no, but I am unraveling a pretty complex case, an actual crime, and I've got this clue I'm not sure what to make of. I can't disclose too much, but I've got this series of numbers here and reason to believe it's for identifying a book. Does 0-385-50420-9 bring up anything? Yeah, it seems to be for the first edition of the Viper Code. I hope that's helpful, Detective. You know, my father was a huge fan of that book, actually. Of course, I know all about it, but let's say hypothetically if I didn't. Hi. Hypothetically, I would tell you it's a mystery novel about religious history, famous artwork, the Mare Lisa, and so on. Huh, you don't say. I think that might be exactly what I need to hear. I can't thank you enough. Don't worry about it. Just happy to help. Hope you sort everything out. Click. That painting is hanging in the museum's courtyard in the upper level balcony. I should go check it out, and the nearest air duct too. Yeah, we're gonna go up there. Yeah, curator, you are guilty. Where is it? All right, it was the courtyard balcony, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, the pack reads The Mare Lisa by Leonardo da Viper. I don't want to promise. I want Arsene Lupus here as a prisoner with handcuffs in a week. I love that old movie. One of the few are feline. Okay, so that one, after you learn about that with the novel, that should trigger maybe an additional plot point of the novel. That's, I think that it's not bad. That's about my only critique really for the game. I mean, I'm how many hours into it now? Just like I would with a good summer book on a warm summer night. Let's crack open this air duct. A familiar sight, a rolled up canvas, and it looks just like Mare Lisa up there. I could confirm with the guide, but I bet the one in my paws is authentic. And how could I forget? There's another note, definitely a pattern, but who left this obvious trail for us to follow? I hope there's an answer, but I suppose the possibility of a dead end always exists. No reason to give up till then, though. Yeah, it's similarly marked as a series of numbers, but in different format, including what look like some measurements. Okay, so that, yeah, that looks like, yeah, that looks like a latitude longitude sign to me. I would honestly just be cracking open every single duck from here on. Okay, well... Okay, so... I think this is the rolled up newspaper, or the rolled up... No, this is the picture, is right here. It seems someone attempted to steal them both, replacing each with a near perfect replica, and I recovered both authentic pieces from air duct stashes nearby their original displays. Yeah, we'll just go in here and go down here. Have you put it all together yet? Working on it. Additional details. What do you want to know about this note? I have another set of numbers here, about 16 in total, and separated very deliberately. Do you know what they could mean? Oh gosh, no. This looks more like a riddle than anything I've worked with. Nothing comes to mind. That's all right. I found someone who could decode the last note. I guess I'll have to do that again. Good luck. If you find another note, I'll do my best to know about that one. Ha. I appreciate that, but hopefully the scavenger hunt doesn't continue much longer. In the meantime, would you mind answering some more questions? I don't have anything, so never mind. All right. Artist doesn't have anything to say. Suspicious. But the tourist does. Private eye. Yes, right. Let's get on to the topic. Additional details. Let's dance. About this note. I've been following a trail of clues, but I've hit a bit of a dead end. Can you make any sense out of this string of numbers? Detective, you come to the right place for this one. This here's what experts in the tourism business called longitude and latitude. Called it! And no tourism professional would be caught out in the cold without their global positioning device. Just gotta punch them in. 29, 58, 31, 08. Don't forget the 2, of course. Aha, there it is. Only about a 13-hour flight. When do you want to book the tickets, detective? Sooner than later, I bet. Wait, no, I don't. Huh. Oh, detective, you're still such an easy mark. Besides, I've already been to the pyramids on this trip. The pyramids? That must mean the antiquities exhibit. Oh man, I don't think I'll join you on that trip. A little too much of a trek for me, I think. Laughs deeply. Ah, yes, of course. A wonderful joke. I might have a few more things to discuss, and then I have to go investigate this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we've already discussed everything you've got. I'm falling for a strange thread. There might be an exhibit associated with the Yeah, there was a mummy. Yeah, here it is, right over here. The plaque reads sarcophagus of Mutakamon circa 1325 BC, despite being the youngest puppy pharaoh. Who could blame him? Why am I walking behind the thing? Well, if it's there, oh, there it is. Because we're looking at the vents. There's no way they didn't fit the mummy in there. 4 times the charm, and that's what they say, right? Ah, it doesn't matter. Let's get to it. Unscrew this one. And then that one. Okay, air duct. I got your friends to talk. How about you? Just reach in and... Yes, as I suspected. It's the small Horus statue and probably a counterfeit. But there's nothing else. I guess that means we've hit a dead end. Such a shame. We were on a roll. Considering everything, we should do more questioning, double check all my notes, and then attempt to draw conclusions. The guide will want an update on this too, since she's been following along. Keep it up, detective. This is the final stretch. Okay, so yeah, so in here, yeah, so we should have... a legal copy of famous counterfeit, a famous canvas painting and a historical artifact. So yeah, that one. Okay, this one. I thought this strange scavenger hunt was all linked by a series of notes, but the trail's gone cold. The first was a book, then coordinates, but no third. What now? It's called we open up every air duct in the museum, and then we arrest the curator. Have you put it all together, detective? I'm working on. Okay, I'm working on. Yeah. Additional details. What do you want to know about the forgeries? Without any more notes, it seems like the trail has gone cold. That's a shame, but you've recovered 2 almost stolen pieces of art, detective. Nothing to shake a snout at, if you ask me. Of course, still a victory, but unless you can get them to talk, we might be at a dead end. I sure can't, but you know, I've been thinking, clearly someone was trying to steal the art, right? They'd swap in fakes from the air duct, and no one's the wiser. And from what you've told me, no air duct had more than 1 piece except in here, not to mention we haven't found a counterfeit diamond. Maybe they really aren't related. 2 heists in one day would be peculiar, but not impossible. Besides, don't you have some fancy forensics equipment you could use? With all the extra evidence now, surely there's something to be done. You're right. A great detective never lets the trail freeze over. I'll have to ask the officer what could be done, but in the meantime, would you mind answering some other questions? I don't think I have anything else for you. No. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we got this one done. So yeah, it seems like they were possibly 2 completely different heists going down. And so really one really had nothing to do with the other, but we've still got all right. Well, it suggested going and talking to the officer. Who should I call? We have the police department. Detective, I hope the case is coming along smoothly. What can I do for you? About the forgeries. I found a few alongside some authentic pieces as well. I was wondering if the department has any equipment for analysis. I'm pretty sure we do, but I'll have to find it. You know how unorganized the commissioner is. Honk. All right, take your time. I've got time to mess with of my own, so I'll clear that up in the meantime. I've got quite the mess of my own, so I'll clear that up in the meantime. Click. Okay, so with the assistance from the guide, I uncovered a strange series of forgery swaps. I could run them for fingerprints. Okay, so that could be something. Anybody's motive or something coming up as... Oh, we've got the student. He paid for the museum, found his admission was paid for in advance. Did I not fix this one? This one was the evidence of the admission receipt. How long has that been staying there? But it's also with the testimony of the curator. Considering I have the time-stamped records, can I confirm he came with a more specific purpose? Oh, okay, so this changed. He entered the museum, found his admission, paid in advance, then began touring the natural history. Okay. But it was also by his own admission. Can't I confirm he came in with a more specified purpose? Was there an evidence? Oh, the alarm logs. Ah, I see. That makes sense. This wasn't a case of misremembering at all. His admission was paid for by his accomplice, the punk. So I was remembering things, just it was not all relevant to the update information. If they did a bit more research on the museum's entrance fees, who knows how far I would have gotten in solving this case. Okay, so Did I get everyone? Everyone is showing as, at least to my knowledge, as correct as possible. Oh, hey, you're the detective, right? I am. Are you, am I talking to a ghost now? I'm not just seeing things, am I? Heh. Nah, I'm real and still kicking. Just took a little nap on the floor there for a bit, I guess. I took your pulse and everything. Well, I've been told I have a pretty subtle pulse. Something with my heart, but I never listened to the medical jargon. Anyways, the podcaster over there, she filled me in on what's been happening since I was out. I think I'm supposed to do an interview about it. Didn't listen too well to that either, but I think I've got a solid excuse. Oh, of course. How are you feeling? Been better, been worse. I should probably get checked out, but I'm sure I'm fine. It's like I faked my own death. That's some real underground black market stuff right there. It does certainly add an interesting wrinkle. Would you be open to answering some questions about what you remember? Whatever, man. I'll do my best. Great. There's no time to lose, so let's get started. No use holding back, detective. All right. Can we hold on? Can we get a little more, like, I want to actually see the character. Yeah, I want to actually see the character right there. No, I'm kidding. There we go. What's going on? No, not quite yet. Yeah. All right. Personal questions. Go ahead. Who are you? Oh, you want to run through all the questions, huh? All right. I just figured since you've been at this a while, you'd know enough by now. At this point, not only are you a suspect, you're a perpetrator and also a valuable witness. So yes, I will likely need to run through all the questions. So you got to the bottom of all this, huh? Guess I shouldn't be too surprised. I know you and the student were hired by a client to steal the Optimus Diamond, if that's what you mean. Darn. Here I was hoping maybe I could still take the fall for him. At least not literally this time. From the sound of it, you two are quite close. Is this familiar territory? Not for him. For me, sure. But this job was best suited for two, and he had the skills necessary. Not to mention, it was obviously a huge score, so splitting it with him was easier to swallow, and he wouldn't stab me in the back. No, he just fled the scene. Or attempted to flee the scene. You have other associates then. Does this include your client? It's a network. I'm sure you're at least somewhat familiar, detective. But nah, the client, I never heard of them before. Interesting. That raises a few more questions. No use holding back, detective. Alright. What do you do? You mean besides getting mixed up in this sort of situation? I do work for a body shop, you know, for bikes and cars. Is that how you got involved with the biker club? In a roundabout way, yeah. Everyone knows everyone in those circles, at least in this city. And that network you mentioned, is this connected to that? There's overlap, but if you're after the client, they're not regular fare. I don't know much about them. They had all the walls up. The student said they provided some pretty crucial information about the museum. You didn't think anything of that? Unless they pay us for it, clients bring their own intel, so no, seems standard. But they didn't know about the security system, is that correct? Yeah, I thought that was weird, but we figured it out. The alarm wasn't our issue. We were just unlucky. Things went south. Seems that way, but there might be more details we can work out about why. No use holding back. Okay, about today's events. Sure thing. What were you doing? Leading up to everything, well, I came to the museum alone, paid admission for myself and the student. I knew he wouldn't have any money on him. Wandered around a bit, checked everybody out, eventually met him where the diamond was, and went over the whole plan again just to be safe. Is that when you decided to instigate an argument with the old-timer? As a distraction, yeah, but I don't know. He was a bit too eager to start something. Says the one who brought a gun. Look, I never meant to use it. It was like a backup of a backup plan, a last resort. That old-timer surprised me, so I just wanted to get him to back down is all. I need you to know I never intended to use it against anyone, just a little bit of intimidation. And how did that go for you? Not great. That's on me. At least you recognize that now. Let's continue on the rest of the evening then, shall we? No use holding back. Okay, today's events. What happened? Well, after I pulled my gun, like I said, that old timer shook off a decade or two, really started a fight. I kept my distance, but he was adamant about getting physical, so the brawl spilled out onto the courtyard balcony. He got the advantage, shoved me against a wall, and before I knew it, we were struggling over the grip of the gun. I wasn't planning on using it, but I couldn't tell you who really pulled the trigger. Luckily, it didn't hit anyone. One way or another, the recoil put me off balance, and then he broke my grip against the stanchion. It was empty, so I let it drop into the courtyard. The rest is a bit of a blur, detective. I must have taken a good hit or something. Next thing I know, I'm waking up on the floor, the ground floor. Broadly speaking, that lines up. I have some other inquiries to make, I think, if you're still up for it. Yeah, no use holding back. I like how open and honest everyone is. Well, mostly. Well, if you say so. Okay, about your ID card. Unfortunately, I can't return it just yet, but I was curious. It's for a biker club, correct? Yeah, you could call it that. A couple guys at the garage got me into it cause a bunch of the old bars have gone under by now. Nobody likes it, and they put stupid fake names on our ID. But they serve drinks, it got darts, so I don't complain too much. I was wondering about that. Monkey Wrench seems fairly on the nose to me. Yeah, nothing other than formality. All of us treat it like a joke. The folks that run the place want to have that speakeasy vibe, but it doesn't really work. Okay, I wonder. I might have more questions, but there's something I need to double check afterward. Okay, additional details about these logs. They confirm you were registered with the museum's security system, so how did you do it? The student did. I told you he had the skills necessary, didn't I? He's a wizard with a computer. I don't understand what he did, something with a backdoor and bad encryption. He found a way to remote in and made easy work of it. The two of you have created quite the rap sheet tonight. You know that, don't you? It was always a risk, detective. Just didn't pan out this time. Besides, we always said we'd either get rich together or go down together. Just had hopes it'd be the former. I've heard that one before, sadly. There are some other inquiries I'd like to make. I don't think there are. Oh, personal questions. Go ahead. About the student. What about him? We're close. So what? You mentioned he can handle the security system. What did you mean by that? Apparently it's infamous for having some fatal flaws, something about networks and encryptions. It's sold as state-of-the-art, but it's all talk. Still, there was no way I could have dealt with it myself, and he's trying to make a decent living with all the computer stuff. Figured it was worth a shot. So you ask him to tamper with the alarm of a prestigious institution, and he's immediately on board? We've been inseparable since we were kids. A few years ago, he found out that I was up to on the side, and he didn't immediately disown me. Honestly, I was against it at first because I didn't want him getting involved in this type of work, but he was adamant he could get it done. Besides, he wouldn't have let me pay off all those loans he got unless he earned his cut. I knew that for sure. And did your client know anything about the student hacking the security system? Never said they did, but as long as we got the job done, who cares? From what I can tell, I think they did, but I have more inquiries to make before I can be sure. Okay, additional details. Well, if you say so. About this painting. I found it alongside the diamond, but the student didn't know why. Was it part of your plan you were aware of? Whoa, no way. We were told to come in and get the jewel, detective. Didn't hear anything about a painting. And this client of yours, did they inform you of their intention with the gemstone? Not really, and I didn't ask. But do you really have to? It's pretty obvious. Setting up for a big payday, don't you think? That's what I assume, but you can't ever be too sure. Now, the gym heist could have possibly been a distraction from the actual ones, although that doesn't make sense. That one doesn't make too much sense either. We have another topic to discuss. Yeah, no, we're done. You know, Miss Podcaster over there is like just seriously eavesdropping on every single little thing. Do we have nothing for the pig? Okay. I mean tourist. What about the artist? Nothing for the artist. All right, disoriented the punk, backpedaled towards, and the fall was fatal. Well, it was not fatal. That is evidenced by, not by the testimony of the punk. Ah, I see. That makes sense. In all my years as a detective, I don't know that I've ever corrected a testimony this obviously wrong. When the punk fell, he didn't die. He was just knocked out. I also know I would know I've spoken to him. Yeah, that does tend to do some stuff. Okay. I think it's possible these events are related. I think my detective sense has led me down to a superfluous road of disheartening to say the least. I can fill in the gaps, whether it's relevant to the point. It's worth noting that the mechanic was the father of the... Okay, that's a different context. Okay, let's go back. Here, the guard might be interested to know that he's alive, as would the student. I would think the student would also want to know. So I would probably say, you know, hey, your buddy's not dead yet. Nope, still nothing for them. All right. Wait a minute. Okay, so I'm looking at this one. The mechanic was the father of the artist. I'm wondering if... I mean, I know he doesn't have anything. Salutations. No. Because, okay, so his dad was a architect, or was a mechanic. So if his, maybe it was, I mean, this is like a small town. Everyone knows each other. Let's go down. How many phone calls have I made? Who should I call? The police department. Well, it was actually highlighted or bolded. Case going for you about the forgeries. I found a few alongside some authentic pieces as well. I was wondering if the department has any equipment for analysis. I'm sure this process is lengthy and complicated, but if it's possible to lift some paw prints, we might be able to deduce some important information. We could even compare them to those registered in the alarms system's logs. That could really triangulate the puppet master. Officer, are you there? Hello? Well, that didn't take long. Oh, got stuck in traffic on the trip, detective. Thanks for being patient. Well, as I was saying, and you weren't hearing apparently, I imagine the process is going to be arduous. Arduous? No way! I've got the mobile analyzer with me right here in the cruiser. Technology's come a long way since you were in school, detective. Don't you know that? Let's get a baseline first, something we can use as an incriminating reference. Luckily, with all these art pieces I've collected, we've got several to compare. Let's see what that brings back. All right. Button, slider, switch. Now scan this here, wait a couple seconds, and done. We're in business, detective. I've got a couple prints identified across the items, and a few sets of them appear on each. Question is, what other evidence should I use for comparison? Ideally, something touched by the same suspect as all this artwork. Okay. So... well, the punk's belongings would have either the punk or... there's a couple items here. Some medicine and a receipt and a business card. They belonged to the punk, but the podcaster took them after he fell. I'll kick up the machine again and see if it finds a match. Pause cross, detective. I didn't find anything. I guess that writes off the petty thief podcaster at least. I mean, sticky fingers, yes, but very narrow-minded goal of just trying to get something to click views, to get views. That's all she cared about. I don't think she really cared too much about, she wasn't really wanting to do crime, she was wanting to report on crime. Okay. Is there anything else you want to try? Maybe it should be something that we have never been touched by the same suspect as all this artwork. I'm wanting to go down each one because the punk's belongings would, and actually it discredited the podcaster, but it should have also ruled out the punk. The gun. It belonged to the punk who accidentally fired it during a brawl with the old timer. No one else came in contact with it. I'll kick up the machine again and see what it finds. It didn't find anything. I wouldn't have put it past him, but the old timer looks pretty innocent besides the whole assault issue. Is there anything else you would like to try? Yes, I would. The tourist film. So the tourist film, since we've already ruled out the podcaster, as far as I'm concerned, we've ruled out the podcaster, the punk, and the old timer. So now let's do the tourist film. It belonged to the tourist, but the podcaster swiped it after it took the accidental photo of the student. It would also have the detective and the officer. Didn't find anything. As suspicious as you might think it is, the tourist isn't behind this either. No signs of the podcaster either. Yeah, that was more of like, we've got all this stuff. Now, if I was really doing this to try to save and mitigate time, the first thing I'd probably do is actually the diamond. And then the curator, because the curator, guilty. Backroom keys. The artist gave these to me when I needed a way into the maintenance room. He claimed they were the guards. I'll kick up the machine. And let's find a match. 2 matches, actually. The authentic pieces have a set of prints that match the keys, but they aren't on the forgeries. The authentic pieces have a set of prints that match the keys. Okay, so it sounds like the artist was hiding the pieces. But the second set of prints is on everything. That's your culprit. Unfortunately, there's no way to know which prints belong to who. Let me think. The guard isn't involved with the museum's artistic business, and the curator's alibi is fully corroborated. But they weren't the guard's keys, because the guard had, I mean, the devs had that fantastic animation of the guard waving his keys. So I don't think government keys really don't belong to him. They belong to the guide who misplaced her set a week ago. That could be that if she misplaced them, she would also know more about if they were authentic or not. But it was the artist that gave them. Wait a minute, detective. Didn't you say the artist had them? How's that possible? Exactly. That's my question. I hate to analyze and run, but I have a case to close for real this time. Don't let me stop you. If I could, honk. Just one last time. I wanted to do the last 2. The last 2. What do you mean I don't? You should call the police department. Let's see if there's anything else, detective, about the forgeries. Can you? Really crucial for the artist prints to match all those exhibits. It would only mean one thing, and I wouldn't have discovered that without you. Oh, detective, you're making my bill blush. It's just my job, literally. Honk. I guess you're right. I'm about to wrap this up, and then you'll hear from me again. Well, get on with it now. Like you always say, justice never takes a cat nap. Click. Okay, I thought I was going to be able to see all of them. Prior to the incident, he was counting the bones of the various skeletons from the balcony of the Natural History Museum. Will that be evidence of forged artwork? No. Something else happened. What have I found that would make me point towards the truth? Okay. Now it says something else happened out on that balcony. Let's go to the balcony. Okay, because they said they were counting the bones. Okay. What? When argument started in the fine arts wing of the gallery, he decided to head downstairs away from the noise. It was those notes. I mean, he would have the most. Ah, I see. That makes sense. While the argument may have already begun in the fine art gallery, he still had to finish what he started. It was only after he got the counterfeit painting framed and hung that he could make his way downstairs. So the artist is also... And everyone's gonna be all excited. I mean, everyone had like a motive. Why'd you do it, buddy? Salutations. Not quite, but I have some questions that may help. Additional details. Affirmative. About this case. You see, there's just a couple threads left, and it's proving quite difficult to tie them together. I was racking my whiskers trying to rationalize what could possibly tie all these threads together. But you were here the whole time. I knew my intuition hadn't worn out, but I couldn't figure out what was missing. Then it suddenly clicked. You literally list the opportunity to say it suddenly croaked. The former staff, the contract, the keys, the notes, the puzzle through the pieces, as I recall you saying, yes, I put this strange case right under those whiskers of yours. And as far as I can tell, the case isn't closed yet, Detective, so you'd better keep at it. I know I didn't do a wonderful job at setting you up for success, but I guess I'm as good at this as I was an artist. You're right. I've just got to start somewhere, and things will start falling into place. Whatever it takes, Detective. About today's events, I remember them all well before. As you wish. About the curator. Did the scheme of yours have anything to do with them? It had everything to do with them, Detective. In fact, only half of it was mine. The other half was theirs. They hired me to carry it out, and they never realized who I was. What do you mean? Why would they hire someone to steal their own exhibits? You've heard of this investor, haven't you? The curator signed with them a few years ago, and it's dug them into quite the hole. Of course, I've never heard their true motivation on the matter, but how else were they going to pay off those enormous debts? And if all their precious exhibits were relinquished as collateral, what's the point in saving an empty museum? So they'd replace only a few with counterfeits and hope they sell enough to cover the sunken investments. Now you understand, Detective, it's vile, twisted, and an absolute betrayal of everything who ever cared about this place. I can see your point. But I have a feeling there's more to discuss on this. About today's events. I remember them well. Do we still have... Yeah, we still have before. As you wish. About the punk. How did he get mixed up in all of this? When I caught the wind of the curator's schemes, I formulated my own plan, but required assistance. I would need to hire a thief of my own, one who wouldn't know an impossible job even if it yanked their tail. So what, you were going to carry out the curator's heist and have someone else ruin it? I had no other choice. It would have been more difficult and less stressful if I had thrown the job myself. And the student, an interesting surprise actually. I only hired the punk, but apparently they were a package deal. They might have gotten away with it, hacking their way into the alarm system, but I made sure those two hooligans would absolutely unravel under pressure. You did your part too, Detective. I can't thank you enough for that. What was my part exactly? Someone had to make sense of all this mess, follow the breadcrumbs all the way to the deep-seated injustices within. You really are as good as they say, you know that? I'm not sure how to take that, but I think there might be a few details left to discuss before we close the case. About today's events. During. As you see fit. What really happened? I found all the art pieces you swapped, but I assume you were up to more than that. Besides the few small pieces, I could tip the scales. The plan was largely operating of its own accord. There's no sense in being secretive now, so what did you do? Well, when the guard came through the courtyard, I didn't intend to get in his way, but he really didn't see me, and I didn't make an effort to move. Of course, it was plausible he would have dropped his keys then. Some would say it could have appeared that way. But those keys I gave you, most of them were random scraps. In fact, the only one that mattered actually belonged to the guide. Right, I came to that conclusion as well. What else did you have a hand in tonight? Did I mention I saw the student with the gemstone in the foyer actually, just after he had realized the doors had been locked down? According to the plan, I would not have known the student was involved, but from the balcony, I noticed him and the punk setting up to steal the diamond. You really were quite the orchestrator in all of this, huh? It seems like there's always another question for you to answer. Whatever it takes, Detective. Do we not have affirmative? Nope. We're done? We're done. We have some blanks to fill. All right. Well, we've got two. So far, it sounds as though the artist is either taking the fall for it or they are the mastermind. However, I still blame the curator. All right. So I'm going to solve this out, and I will be right back. To have their debt to the investor paid, the curator planned to have some artwork replaced with a counterfeit and then sold. They were in order: the statue from the natural history balcony, the painting from the courtyard, the artifact, and the painting stashed in the air duct with the gemstone. It was the son of the mechanic, the artist, who was hired. The curator forgot they had met before. In turn, the artist became the client of the punk, so the alarm would be tripped when he stole the gemstone. This would ultimately cause the counterfeit plan to be revealed by the detective. Aha! I knew I was onto something. When I received the call for this one, I never would have expected how deep it could go. I have all the major points covered now, but some of the suspects might have more to say about it. Maybe I should be open to interpreting this at more than face value, but technically I have enough information for a final verdict. I should be careful though. There's no going back once I make a decision. That's not ominous at all. Okay, so, but it says we might want to go through and talk to... Okay, they don't have anything to say. I'm going to go through, I'm going to end on with the curator and the guard. Okay, nothing from them. We already talked to the artist. Yep, no, we already have this. Okay. It's a cute game. I could see where it has a little bit of replayability, especially with who you accuse. So I would love the ability to basically be able to like go back and, well, I mean, that's part of the thing is replaying the entire game. All right. Of course, about today's events. During, certainly, about this case. What about it? You've been at this place for some time, and you're only testing my patience. I apologize it's taken this long, but I'm quite the curious cat, you see. Not to say that you weren't helpful, but it seems you've kept certain details to yourself, and you weren't helpful at all. In all honesty, if you had been more forthcoming, I might not have discovered what I did. Oh, just spit it out, will you? Enough with the theatrics. You plan to have some of the museum's exhibits fenced, did you not? The museum has been struggling for years, and you need to pay off those debts. You think I wanted to sell my collection? To what? Some dingy back alley black market? Humph. How dare you assume so lowly of me, detective? Did I make some poor decisions in the past? Yes, of course I did. But I wouldn't ever stoop so low. And by poor decisions, you mean signing a contract with Finnick Financial. And the fallout afterwards. It was my fault. I wouldn't have admitted it. I let down my family, my staff, and my art. It was the last thing I truly had. If I had to watch the investor waltz through here, picking out pieces to decorate his office bathroom, the final shred of my soul would have died. Maybe it means nothing in the end, but I was planning to have them sold to collectors, critics, other artists, historians, true appreciators of the craft. That's all I meant to do. And now it's all been ruined. I told you the museum hinged on this, and now it will be all his. So finish writing whatever you must in that notebook of yours and take me away before I witness it. I'm sorry, but I will be considering this a confession. I may ask another clarifying question, but this case is all but closed. I would expect nothing less. Okay. Okay, we got some choices to make here. The following suspects are hereby considered under arrest of law at the jurisdiction of the Feline Forensics Private Detection Agencies as substantiated by probable cause. This order is valid upon less than or equal to 6 suspects, so we can have up to 6. By judgment of the detective, it is not subject to alteration following submission. Yeah, and you have to come up with them. So I just checked. You can't just do that, but you should be able to sign. Okay, so very clearly the curator is the one that is, I think, most responsible. Yeah, the curator. After that, it is the artist, I think, is the second most guilty person in this. The critic. Okay, so let's spend some time. Let's go down and actually read all of the notes. So the artist, motive, expose the curator's self-absorbed schemes of financial fraud. Prior to the incidents, he was swapping the authentic statue with its replica and stashing it within the nearby air duct on the balcony of the natural history exhibit. As he completed the swap, he confirmed the punk and the student were enacting their portion of the heist in the natural history exhibit's lower level. He was swapping the painting on the courtyard balcony when an argument started in the fine art gallery. Unable to continue swapping the art pieces, he went to the courtyard's lower level. The guard then tripped over him while moving towards the fight above. He then continued into the empty foyer in an attempt to leave the now dangerous premise, but found the front door was already on lockdown. The student ran to the sculpture gallery just as the tourist rushed in. He informed him the door was already on lockdown. They were stuck inside. With the alarm blaring and the museum on lockdown, the curator returned to the foyer to call the authorities and told him to stand by until they arrived. Artist, guilty. The critic, add the priceless gemstone to his prestigious personal collection. We've proven that that one is false. The critic did not steal the gem. Unless he was somehow involved with Finnick Financial, but I don't think he would because he absolutely detests them. Arrived at the museum intending to leisurely peruse the exhibits as the old-timers guest in attendance. Began challenging the guide on their knowledge of the various exhibits within the sculpture gallery. Overhearing the old-timer in a heated disagreement upstairs, he left the guide to go investigate and likely diffuse the situation. When he arrived at the top of the stairs into the fine arts gallery, he heard the sound of someone being slammed against a wall. He hurriedly continued toward the courtyard balcony where a gun was fired with a cacophonous bang. Finally on the scene, it seemed the struggle had just concluded. He rushed to the side of the old-timer to make sure that they were okay. He took the old-timer back into the fine art gallery to sit them down and recover before getting their stories straight. So why did he need to have the stories straight? All right, the curator sell off various exhibits into the last-ditch effort to pay off the museum's debts. Bingo, got it. Prior to the incident, they were welcoming guests to the museum alongside the guard. When an argument began upstairs, they told the guard not to make a scene and let it handle itself. Although when it escalated far enough that a gun was fired, they ran from the foyer. The curator went to check on the guide in the sculpture gallery. The guide wasn't there, but the guard had found her in antiquities, stunned and unmoving, and called for the curator to come quick. Their efforts to get the guide to come to weren't working, but when the alarm sounded, the guide snapped to and told them to call the authorities immediately. The curator rushed back to the foyer where the tourist and the artist insisted they release the museum's lockdown. Without knowing who the real culprit was, the curator refused to let anyone leave and called the authorities to come sort it out. The guard create an unsolvable mystery, a perfect crime to promote the museum. I think this one, it's plausible, but I don't think he was involved. Prior to the incidents, they were welcoming guests into the museum and charging admission alongside the curator. When an argument began upstairs, he was told by the curator to let it handle itself and not make a scene, which shows that the curator knew that something was happening. However, when a gunshot was heard, he stormed off into and through the courtyard toward the shocking sound, tripping over the artist along the way. Now in an antiquities exhibit, he discovered the guide was locked in place. Stunned, he called for the curator to come check on her. Just as he began to continue his pursuit, the sound of glass shattering and the museum's alarm diverted him into the natural history exhibit. He arrived to the exhibit just after the podcaster, who had already looked over the victim and declared him deceased. With no clear danger still present, he moved back into the foyer to call the authorities, but found that the curator had already done so. I don't believe that the guard had anything to do with it. I think he was just, he's just Paul Blart. He's just going around and he got caught up in it. But I don't think he genuinely, realized that the guide didn't realize that he helped him, didn't notice. I mean, you have the adrenaline, you have that adrenaline blindness. So very plausible that he didn't notice that he tripped over the frog, and the frog just hides everywhere. The guide, donate the precious jewel to a greater humanitarian cause. Throughout the day, she attempted to offer tours to the various guests, but to no avail, although she said this wasn't unusual. That being said, when the critic arrived, he instigated an intellectual conversation with the guide that felt more like a challenge than a well-spirited debate. However, overhearing the old-timer in a heated argument upstairs, the critic decided to go investigate. She didn't refuse. When he left, The guide followed towards Antiquities with the intent to ask the belligerent pair to leave when they came back down. Moments later, the horrifying sound of a gunshot left the guide paralyzed in anxious fear. It wasn't long before the guide arrived and called for the curator to assist her. Following the guard's calling, the curator came to the exhibit and attempted to rouse her from her stunned state. While doing so, the museum's alarm went off, snapping the guide out of the stupor. She then told the curator to leave her, prioritize the museum, and call the authorities. See, I don't think it's the critic, because the critic... Yeah, it would be nice to donate to, like, the greater humanitarian cause, but I think she would have been loyal to the museum. Old-timer. Motive. Undermine the museum's reputation and revenge for betraying the golden age of art. The old-timer began their trip to the museum by leisurely looking over the various exhibits with the critic until they started to decide to start challenging the guide. With no interest in the conversation, he went upstairs to the fine art gallery where the punk began to antagonize him with petty comments. He assumed the punk would back down when met with a bit of opposition, but when he barked at him, the punk pulled out a gun. The two broke off into a scuffle that took them from the fine art gallery out to the courtyard balcony where other guests looked on from below. The fight continued to escalate, leading the old-timer to slam the punk into the wall in an attempt to disarm him. Amidst the struggle, the punk accidentally fired the gun, disorienting himself and the old-timer before dropping it into the fountain below. With the punk presumably subdued, the critic shuffled the old-timer back into the fine art gallery where he tended to his minor injuries. Okay, so I don't really see the critic and the old-timer as being involved, because it would have to be a lot more there'd have to be a lot more to it. It seemed like the old-timer was just wrong place, wrong time. Punk started a fight with him. I don't see it with the old-timer. I don't see it with the guide or the guard or the critic. The podcaster. Create a viral-worthy episode of her true crime podcast by committing an actual crime. Before the events unfolded, she was in the courtyard with the tourist, and I really wanted to get those last two. I thought I was going to be able to get all of them. I didn't know I was only going to be able to get 4 fingerprints. Before the events unfolded, she was in the courtyard with the tourist discussing retro photography equipment and techniques. The tourist handed his camera to her when he began calling out to the 2 arguing patrons on the balcony above, hoping to stop their fighting. The fighting continued, however, and when sound alarmed, the startling noise caused the podcaster to drop the camera. After it clattered to the ground, she recovered the camera and returned it to the tourist, although she took the opportunity to steal the ejected film roll. She rushed into the natural history exhibit where one of the brawling patrons seemingly fell from the balcony above and the diamond was already missing. She discovered that it was the punk that had fallen. It was only after her a moment to search his pockets. Yeah, she only had a moment to search his pockets and steal his belongings. It was then that the guard arrived, to whom she explained the situation before he diverted back to the foyer to call the authorities. The punk, who surprisingly is alive. Sell off the precious jewel in order to pay off the student's overwhelming debts. That checks out. He was involved in that. He entered the museum alone, but paid advanced admission for the student, then started taking an account of all the other current visitors. He waited to meet the student in the natural history exhibit, where they marked the old-timer as an easy target to antagonize in order to create a distraction. In the fine art gallery, the punk provoked the old-timer with an incendiary comment about classical art, inciting their argument. When things began to escalate with the old-timer, the punk pulled out his gun in an attempt to get the old-timer to back down. A physical altercation then broke out between them, leading them onto the courtyard balcony, where the old-timer slammed the punk into the wall. In the continued scuffle, the old-timer caused the punk to accidentally fire his gun and drop it, Luckily, no one was hit. Disoriented, the punk backpedaled toward the balcony of the natural history exhibit, and then over the edge. The fall only knocked him out. So we should be able to tell a student that. Student, sell off is the precious gem to pay for the punk's expensive medical treatment. So they're both having gift of the magi moment here. Except, yeah, if you know the story, you know the story. He entered, and it's a short story if you haven't read it. He entered the student. He entered the museum, found his admission was paid for in advance by the punk, and then met up with him so he could unlock the display case. When he overheard the argument begin upstairs, the student used the distraction to escape with the diamond. When the guard and the curator had left the foyer, he began to leave with his quarry in hand. It was then that he heard the gunshot, causing him to hesitate. The gun was only to be used as a last resort. It was then that the alarm was triggered, locking the door just moments before he could escape. Cornered and fearful that he may be caught with the diamond, the student retreated to the sculpture gallery to execute the backup plan. The student hid the diamond within the air duct and moments later heard the glass case break and the alarm was triggered. The tourist finished one last job for a criminal organization. Prior to the incident, he was in the courtyard with a podcaster discussing retro photography equipment and techniques. When an altercation broke out on the balcony above, the tourist handed off his camera to the podcaster in order to call out and quell the brawlers. Just as he noticed they were fighting over a gun, it was fired. The tourist made an effort to block the podcaster, who then dropped his camera. A brief moment later, the guard came running to the courtyard, but he didn't stop to listen to the tourist explain what was happening. Shortly after, the punk, disoriented from being slammed against the wall by the old-timer, hobbled out of sight. When it became clear that he had made his way to and over the natural history exhibit balcony, the podcast returned the camera and took off towards the punk. He decided to escape, but when he arrived in the foyer, the artist informed him that the alarm was already placed in the museum and locked down. Okay. That was a lot to read. All right. So, if I'm going to be honest, I mean, yeah, even though we have the punk and the student, I feel like there should be 6 people. And then we go with, hold on, where is detective? It's quite uncommon that a mystery like this unravels in such a strange game of criminal telephone. The curator hires the artist, who hires the punk, who brings the student, and each had a critical role in what happened and what occurred tonight. It's been quite the evening, and it's time to call this in and finally close the case. So is this them, detective? The culprits behind our museum mystery? Afraid so. Any last words before the officer here takes you away? I wouldn't dare sully the moment for you. In my heart, I know I had my reasons. And moreover, I know I'll never be half the criminal of these fools. Big talk for someone who's headed to the same doghouse as us, huh? And you speak as if you've not simply fallen into a ploy of puppeteers. Oh, yeah? What's that supposed to mean? Don't give us some holier-than-thou act now. Oh, would you just do us all a favor and quit your bickering? Humph. So that's it, detective? Case closed? Yeah? As it turns out, there was only one thing you can't keep in a museum. And that's the truth. It's a really cute game. And there's a little bit of replayability with this, especially if you look at the Steam achievements. because you could basically say like how, like, what do you think? I could have said it was the, you know, the old timer and the critic. I like that they had just kind of like straight up names with that, so you didn't have to think of like names. Oh, there's a grand reopening. Oh, and it has the critic, the podcaster, the guide, the guard, and the old timer. So probably if I'm taking this deduction into any hence, is that the critic and the old timer maybe, because the critic, they both have a lot of money. They both have significant money, so they could probably take over the museum, pay off all the debts, any debts that are outstanding, and they basically jointly have it. The critic gets to be able to show off his knowledge of skills, and the old timer gets to be around art again. I'm not sure what the podcaster's getting out of this, other than like, I mean, some of those history's greatest mysteries are some of those go wild. And it goes right back to the beginning. So yeah, I would like to thank Nobody Crown for providing me with a key for this. This has been a fantastic game. I am hoping that there's a sequel. You know, find out another heist, another mystery, another thing to solve. Be really cool. Let me know what you think in the comments. Thank you for watching. Have an utterly fantastic day, and see you next time.